The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner,
Excused.
Coleman, Cutter, Danielson.
Excused.
Senator, thank you. Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Senator Marchman,
Excused.
Michelson Janae, Malika,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Senator Winter.
Excused.
Zenzinger, Senator Danielson, Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 31 present, 0 absent, 4 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Simpson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning, everybody. This is the one we've been looking for. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Zenzinger.
I move that the Senate Journal of May 7th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. It occurred to me, who's going to be here tomorrow to adopt the journal for today? And I have high confidence in the staff behind the desk, so I don't know whether we need an amended motion or how this works, but I'm completely confident that even though we won't approve the journal tomorrow for today's business, it will be properly and correctly recorded by the incredible staff behind the desk that supports us day after day during the session.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 8th, 2024, correctly printed. Senate Joint Resolutions 20 and 21, correctly reengrossed. Senate Bills 109 and 233, correctly revised. House Bills 106, 1137, 1142, 1175, 1173, 1219, 1223, 1249, 1280, 1325, 1338, 1340, 1349, 1358, 1369, 1449, 1457, 1468, and 1470, correctly revised. House Bills 1004, 1008, 1024, 1030, 1036, 1052, 1054, 1095, 1108, 1132, 1134, 1153, 1157, 1164, 1268, 1295, 1302, 1307, 1311, 1312, 1313, 1314, 1315, 1316, 1353, 1434, 1448, 1445, 1456, 1458, 1459, 1462, 1463, 1467, 1469, 1471, and 1472. Correctly enrolled Senate Bills 34, 41, 47, 48, 110, 113, 124, 150, 189, 195, 200, 206, 209, 218, 224, 229.
Will the clerk please add Senator Winter to the roll?
I was thinking about a substitute motion to delete everything from January 8th and so. Nothing. Did you add faith to the roll? We're only missing 3 now? We're down 3?
Will the clerk please add Senator Marchman to the roll? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for third reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate will proceed out of order. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1137 by Representatives Morrow and Taggart and Senators Winter and Bridges concerning implementing the recommendations of the Fraudulent Filings Working Group and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1457 by Representatives Brown and Winter and Senators Liston and Marchman concerning a pilot grant program to award grants to local governments in rural areas to help pay costs associated with the abatement of dangerous materials in certain structures. House Bill 1142 by Representatives Holtorf and Joseph and Senators Winter and B. Pelton concerning the expansion of the state income tax subtraction for Social Security benefits. House Bill 1369 by Representatives Holtorf and Martinez and Senators B. Pelton and Marchman concerning the creation of a Colorado agriculture license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar, which include House Bill 1137, House Bill 1457, House Bill 1142, and House Bill 1369.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will miss this tradition dearly, as I'm sure you will too. Mr. President, I request to be a no vote on House Bill 1457.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be a no vote on 1457.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457 and state that this is really a responsibility of the local governments, particularly the counties, to be doing this with their own money. And if we would reject bills like this, we could have another helicopter for the state.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote, along with his snarky comments about House Bill 1457. Senator Smallwood.
Hey, good morning, Mr. President. I'd like to also be and would request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as no vote on 1457.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1457. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1137 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 28 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1457 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges, Simpson, Priola, Peltnar, Roberts. It's hard to know if you're not paying attention, isn't it? We very much did not skip House Bill 1137. We did it. We are now on co-sponsors still for House Bill 1457. Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Winter. Please add the president. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1142 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Kolker, Roberts, Danielson, Bridges, Exum, Marchman, Pelton R., Will, Simpson, Van Winkle, Kirkmeyer, and Gardner. And the Minority Leader. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1369 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Hansen, Bridges, Will, Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Pelton R., Priola, Michelson Janae, Bridges. Okay.
I thought it said feeding the wolves.
Gonzalez.
That's right. Yeah, co-sponsors.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Please add the president.
Janal. Zenzinger. Reluctantly, please add the president. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1449?
House Bill 1449, concerning measures to improve sustainability services through the Department of Public Health and Environment, and in connection therewith updating the Pollution Prevention Act of 1992.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move House Bill 1449 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill merges the RREO, which existed for many years and supported rural Colorado, and it also merges it with the Forward Enterprise, which was a bill Senator Winter and I worked on a number of years ago. It will improve recycling and save money in the state of Colorado. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1449. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Pelton B, Pelton R, Liston. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1449 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Winter, Fields, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Gonzalez. Feel like I am the butt of a joke, and I don't know what it is. Ooh. Will the clerk please read the title?
What did I miss? I don't know, there's been some statute. Yeah, I read seconds and you're,
That's not what I look like.
not that pale.
I'm going to put him in one of the alcoves out there. I'm going to shrink. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1223? You are the weirdest people I've ever worked with.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Wilford and Garcia and Senators Cutter and Michelson Janay, concerning the improvement of programs that benefit working families in connection therewith, making appropriation.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1223 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1223. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson.
Nadine's going to take her picture. Okay. So, chef. Okay, great. Hopefully we'll get a good one out of that. One or the other. Stop. Oh my God, stop. Nose hairs. Was Fenberg was looking down the whole time. Looking We're ready. We are ready.
With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1223 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Bridges, Majority Leader Rodriguez,
How many more you get to go? Here, just these two?
Exum, Sullivan.
Look at him.
There's co-sponsors on 1223, Marchman,
Yeah.
Will the clerk please read the title
What did he say?
to House Bill 1340?
I looked at him, he goes, sorry. Oh, that's what he said.
House Bill 1340 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger concerning the creation of incentives against the state income tax for students pursuing post-secondary credentials and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1340 on third reading and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1340. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Beasley, Smallwood, Peltonar, Minority Leader Lundin,
I
Liston.
guess you hate higher ed. Why do you hate
With
higher
a
ed?
vote of
Why do you hate higher ed so much?
27 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused,
You don't
House Bill
want people to go to
1340 is
college?
passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges,
Aren't
Exum,
you already a co-sponsor?
Not on your dime, it's a
Priola,
credit.
Fields,
Yeah.
Gonzalez, Winter,
Thank you, Gardner.
Gardner, Hanson,
Lindine's going to co-sponsor now.
That's hilarious.
Jaquez Lewis, Cutter,
He's decided now he likes higher ed. He thinks people should go to
Michelson
college.
Janae.
It's not on your dime.
Please have the president.
This is like a cartoon. We should have music.
Ah, the no vote, Lundin, is going to co-sponsor the bill. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1470?
Want me to do this one? Okay.
House Bill 1470 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning the elimination of the allocation of a portion of premium tax revenues to the Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to say something about this bill. This is my last one that I get to do with Senator Zenzinger. I move House Bill 1470 and ask for an aye vote on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. I rise in support of House Bill 1470 reluctantly. For those of you who didn't hear our chat on second reading, we, in my opinion, shouldn't be needing House Bill 1470. 1470 happened, I feel, because we rushed through legislation that had obvious errors in the explanation on the fiscal side. We needed multiple fiscal notes with tens of millions of dollars of errors shown in those. But we passed the bill anyways, and we pushed it through, and I don't feel it got vetted very well. And now we're faced as a body of either going to our citizens and telling them that we took their money. So I guess that's one option. Option number two is you yank out from underneath people things like their health insurance, whether you're an undocumented Coloradan who are getting free or reduced cost for health insurance. You can take that all away. You can take away the reinsurance program that we promise people, or we come and need to construct a fix like this. So we're between a rock and a hard place. I think a bill like this is the right thing to do. To do anything else is unconscionable, in my opinion, but again, I don't think we should be here to hear this bill in the first place, and would hope that the executive branch takes note of things like this and takes a little bit more time with future legislation so that we're not put in a box like this in the future. But again, appreciate the work of both the sponsors and would encourage an aye vote.
The motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1470. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1470 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Michelson, Janay, Cutter, Smallwood, Van Winkle. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1249?
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Winter and Martinez and Senators Pelton, R. and Roberts concerning a state income tax credit for active agricultural stewardship practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1249 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1249. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1249 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Pelton B., Simpson, Will, Gardner, Priola, Michelson, Janay, Cutter, Fields, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Liston, please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1325?
This is my last bill of the year. Happy to do it with you, sir. I'm happy to do it with you, sir.
House Bill 1325 by Representatives Valdez and Soper and Senators Bridges and Baisley concerning the creation of tax incentives to support the quantum industry in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1325 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion?
I don't know you can take a
Senator Baisley.
on your own bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is an extremely important bill, and it's going to do an awful lot of good for the state of Colorado. For potential working in this field, I believe that I should, pursuant to 17C, be excused from voting on 1325.
Can you take a 17C on a bill you're sponsoring?
Senator Baisley. 17C on your own bill. Just 17C on this bill.
I could very well be working in the industry, so I just think.
Senator Baisley will be marked as a 17C and excused from voting on House Bill 1325.
I don't know that.
Just trying to be honest, man.
I really appreciate that.
The motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1325. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Liston. With a vote of 30 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1325 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Hansen, Priola, Cutter, Michelson, Janay, Gardner, Will, Lundeen. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1470.
No, 1340. Oh. Got the wrong one? 1340.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I withdraw that motion and having voted on the prevailing side, ask for the reconsideration of House Bill 1340.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1340. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1340?
House Bill 1340 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger concerning the creation of incentives against the state income tax for students pursuing post-secondary credentials and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1340 and request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Is there an explanation for these absurd actions?
Yes. This amendment makes technical changes to update the statutory references and correct the last year that the data is shared with the DOR for tax administration purposes.
Senator Kirkmeyer, anything to add?
Yes,
Senator
thank you, Mr.
Kirkmeyer.
President. It wouldn't be the last day of session and Senator Zenzinger's last day here if we didn't have a little bit of drama. So here we go. Just for you, Senator Zenzinger. We're having some drama.
The motion is for permission to offer a third reading amendment. Are there any no votes? Sorry, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L27?
L27, amendment
Senator
revised bill.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L27.
To the amendment.
It is a technical correction, as I mentioned in the introduction.
Add to the emotions. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L27. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, L27 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1340. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle, Pelton, R.
No votes.
No votes.
These are no votes on House Bill 1340. Let's do that again. Are there any no votes on House Bill 1340? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley,
So.
Pelton
But
R.
we voted for incentives
Liston.
for quantum industry.
Smallwood.
Interesting. The irony. The irony.
With a vote of 28
against
ayes, 5
students.
noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1340 is passed.
right.
Co-sponsors. Senators Priola,
Okay, do whatever you want to do.
Bridges, Rodriguez, Jaquez Lewis, Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1358?
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Harrod and Snyder and Senators Mullica and Baisley concerning the film incentive income tax credit and connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 24-1358 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Baisley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is the film bill, and I'm very excited about this. I will not be taking a 17C on this one because I didn't get the part.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1358. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton B., Liston, Hinrichsen, Hansen, Pelton R., Gardner. These are no votes on 1358.
You do it. Okay.
Gonzalez. With a vote of 25 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1358 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Priola,
I like this. Thank you. I decided to
Michelson, Janay, Cutter, will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1175?
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota and Senators Winterf and Jaquez Lewis concerning a local government right of first refusal or offer to purchase qualifying multifamily property for the purpose of providing long-term affordable housing or mixed-income development.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, House Bill 1175.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1175. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Janal, Zenzinger. With a vote of 19 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1175 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Hinrichsen, Cutter, Exum. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1173?
House Bill 1173 by Representative Valdez and Senators Priola and Jaquez Lewis concerning streamlining the process for permitting electric motor vehicle charging systems.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1173 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1173. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Janal, Zenzinger. With a vote of 19 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1173 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Cutter, Michelson, Janay, Fields, Hanson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1349?
House Bill 1349 by Representatives Duran and Froelich and Senators Hanson and Buckner concerning a new excise tax related to firearms in connection therewith contingent on voter approval of the new tax and the retention by the state of all revenue generated by the new tax of the 2024 general election levying an excise tax on the net taxable sales of gun dealers, gun manufacturers, and ammunition vendors from the retail sale in the state of any firearm, firearm precursor part, or ammunition requiring the excise tax revenue to be spent for mental health services, including for military veterans and at-risk youth, school safety and gun violence prevention, and support services for victims of domestic violence and other violent crimes, and making an appropriation.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1349 on third reading, final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I do want to request a no vote on this bill. It is, will be it'll be up to the people to decide, which is something I am actually looking forward to and appreciate that portion of the bill in terms of letting the people decide versus putting a fee onto the purchase of any firearm or ammunition purchase. But I do find it as to be one extra step, one extra burden upon those trying to exercise their Second Amendment rights to self-defense, to the hunters of Colorado, and to anyone trying to protect themselves and their families. It's one more burden that has been placed upon the gun owners of Colorado, upon many other burdens that have been put on the gun owners of Colorado. And keep in mind that those criminals that would use a firearm for nefarious purposes, or evildoers that would use a firearm for evil purposes, are not, in almost all cases, in over 90, I think it was like 99% of cases, are not going to be purchasing their firearms and paying taxes upon them and going through the 3-day waiting period, going through the background checks, going through the mental health checks, the substance abuse checks, the FBI background checks, the CBI background checks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's one more burden, and it won't, unfortunately, I wish there was a silver bullet for stopping crime and stopping criminals in the state of Colorado, because crime continues to grow out of hand. In fact, it seems the more burdens that we put on gun ownership in Colorado and self-defense and concealed carry, the more crime escalates. And that's a trend that we can see in California, Chicago, New York, and other big cities that continue to pass similar bills such as this. And so, Mr. President, I don't need to hold the well for the entire 10 minutes of my time that is allotted. I'll save some time for later if necessary, but do want to give my colleagues, both on my left and my right, time to speak as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill. Would want to let you all know that there's over 437 million firearms right now in the United States. They are presently selling over 1.3 million firearms each and every month. That's down from the high of over 2 million firearms that they were selling every month during the pandemic and during last year. And when you hear this kind of conversation, your thoughts would be, oh, geez, everybody must have them. Those 437 million firearms are owned by 23% of the United States population. 7 out of 10 Americans do not own a firearm. Yet, we have to pay the price of this ownership each and every day. I had to sit here and listen to somebody stand here and talk about freedom. I've been told the murder of my son was because of the freedom of others. I don't believe that. And that's why we work so hard on items like this. Of those 437 million firearms that are owned by 23% of the population, of that 23% that own them, 8% of them own 40% of all of them. What that means, folks, is there are people in your neighborhoods with arsenals. They have rooms and barns full of this. They are the ones who are going out and buying multiples. They are the ones who are preparing themselves for the Armageddon, for the zombie apocalypse, for the civil war, for the bloodbath that we are being promised come November. That is what they are doing. And we need items like this and the other things that we have done, which they have told us, oh, we want to work on these. I don't see anybody getting on board with us when we talk about safe storage. I don't see anybody wanting to get on board with us when we talk about keeping firearms temporarily away from somebody who has a danger to do something to themselves or others. They want to talk about it, but then they don't really want to do anything about it. They talk about mental health, and when it comes time to vote on it, you'll see who's voting against the mental health. So, miraculously, that is all supposed to happen at some point. This is a great piece of legislation, something that we have been and people have been working on here in the state for over 4 years. This will be the cornerstone of what we will be doing moving forward. This will be the basis for things that we can do moving forward. So we need all of your votes on this. We appreciate all of you, and vote yes on 1349.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listen, we don't tax when people go to church, exercising their First Amendment right to free exercise of religion. We might be able to justify that, but we don't. We don't tax journalists for exercising their right to free press. We don't tax them for that privilege. We should not be taxing a constitutional right. So for that very simple reason, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, recall that on second reading, I made a couple of 3 points that I want in the quiet of third reading to make. I believe it's an interesting argument that one should not tax the sale of firearms because the Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms. But it's somewhat problematic because we impose sales taxes on the sale of all sorts of personal property items, of which firearms are. But it strikes me as curious that this commodity that some regard as evil, product, we're going to impose a tax on it to create a program to, I guess, engage in harm reduction, which is what we've done with gambling, we've done with cannabis, we've done with alcohol this session, and on and on. So the funding of the program depends upon all those people going out and buying more firearms, so that there'll be an excise tax to fund those programs. Just a paradox. More than anything else, this bill will be a boon to those who hold federal firearms licenses and don't need a second state permit in the states of Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, and the Oklahoma Panhandle. And if you're willing to drive through New Mexico and you happen to be going to Texas, to pick up one down there. The percentages of who owns how many firearms are interesting. I don't own large numbers of firearms. I have relatives who do. They're not preparing for the next Civil War. They simply are collectors, as well as investors. Because as firearms become more difficult to purchase, those who may have 10 or 20 of them will find that the value of those as they leave them to their family will be a valuable commodity. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. There are actually continuing legal education courses out there about how to create gun trust for leaving your firearms to others because they're a valuable piece of property. Those are just observations about this legislation and what it's going to accomplish or not accomplish. I applaud programs to deal with behavioral health and the damage of domestic violence and so forth. Have voted to fund those things in various ways. I suggest that depending upon an excise tax on the very product that some seek to minimize the purchase of, only fuels the demand.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do think it's somewhat absurd to paint all gun owners of Colorado with the broad brush of, I think it was, quote, preparing for the bloodbath this November. The gun owners of Colorado are members of law enforcement. Keep in mind, members, that sheriffs and police officers, they purchase their own firearms. They choose their own firearm. They don't all carry the same exact gun on their hip or gun in their vehicles. They choose their own, they purchase their own, they take them home with them at night. They're parents and churchgoers like me on a church security team, or just fearful of my own family's safety and security. They're hunters and sportsmen. They're folks that live in rural Colorado, in the frontier Colorado, in, as Kimmy Lewis used to say, rural Colorado. Where law enforcement is 30, 40, 50 an hour away, or maybe not even working 24/7. They are good, upstanding citizens of Colorado that just want to exercise their God-given, constitutionally protected rights to keep and bear arms and to protect their families. They are the good person that shoots back when there's a bad person bent on evil that ends violence, like at the Colorado Springs Church, or in so many other cases throughout the United States. And here in Colorado, we have so many examples of a bad person, an evildoer with a gun, being stopped by a good person with a gun. And I found it rather offensive, and again, just reaffirm my no vote on the bill before us now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1349. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts, Henriksen, Priola. With a vote of 18 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1349 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Fields, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Marchman, Winter, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Kolker, Gonzalez, Danielson, Coleman, Exum. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1280?
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senators Fields and Cutter, concerning the creation of a grant program for community-based organizations to provide appropriate services for migrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we move House Bill 1280 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1280. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston. Pelton B. Pelton R. Simpson. With a vote of
100%. I challenge you.
Did I? Senator Smallwood will be out as a no vote. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1280 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janay, Winter, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Sullivan, Danielson, Hinrichsen, Cutter. Senator Cutter, it's your bill. It's good that you really like it, though. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1338?
House Bill 1338 by Representatives Rutinel and Velasco and Senator Michelson Janay concerning measures to advance environmental justice by reducing cumulative impacts of air pollution and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1338 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1338. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Pelton B., Baisley, Pelton R., Simpson, Rich, Liston, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Hinrichsen. With a vote of 20 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1338 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Cutter, Marchman, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Winter, Gonzalez, Danielson, Fields, Exum, Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219 by Representatives McCluskey and Lynch and Senators Pelton B. and Malika concerning state-funded programs for first responders through multiple employer health benefit trusts and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1219 for third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1219. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Gardner. Please mark Senator Gardner as a yes vote. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1219 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Fields, Michelson Janay, Cutter, Bridges, Janal, Zenzinger, Exum, Liston, Roberts, Will, Hinrichsen, Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1006?
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Velasco and Snyder and Senators Cutter and Well concerning assistance for rural communities to apply for wildfire-related grant money and connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 24-10006 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1006. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton B., Smallwood, Liston, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin.
It's his last game.
Kirkmeyer.
I'm taking arrows.
Wow. Yeah, pro-wildfire caucus right there.
With a vote of 26 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1006 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Priola, Fields, Roberts, Jaquez Lewis, Michaelson Janae, Exum, Bridges. Please add the president. And Senator Gonzalez. Will the clerk please add Senator Buckner to the roll? Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1468?
House Bill 1468 by Representative Titone and Senator Hansen concerning the use of emerging technologies and in connection therewith expanding the scope of the task force for the consideration of facial recognition services to include artificial intelligence and biometric technology, adding members to the task force who are experts in artificial intelligence and biometric technology, and modifying the reporting authority for state agencies that use facial recognition technology.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1468 on third reading and final passage and request permission for a third reading amendment.
Senator Hansen, would you please explain why?
So thank you, Mr. President. I also, before I explain the need, I want to make a very special announcement. Senator Zenzinger, the good senator from Arvada, who loves Old Town, as we know.
Especially parking.
What we realized this morning is that she has sponsored 99 bills this session. She requested to be added to this bill, to which I said, absolutely yes, let's get to 100. She is now prepared to explain the whole bill, so I'll be passing this over to her as we consider the third reading amendment, but I'm glad to have her for the century mark on this bill. But Mr. President, to your request on why we need a third reading amendment, as folks remember, we made adjustments to the task force yesterday. We failed to specify who would be the chair and vice chair of that task force, and we forgot to include language on biometric technology. Therefore, I humbly request a third reading amendment to 1468.
The question before the body is Senator Hansen's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L14?
L14, amend revised bill, page 3, after line 25, insert C. Biometric technology means a technology that uses, collects, or analyzes data generated by
Senator
the
Hansen.
technological.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L14 to 1468.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned, the amendment adds the definition of biometric technology. It includes that in the task force's remit because, of course, 1468 was designed to include that from the start, and that was missing in yesterday's amendment. It also makes sure that we specify that the chair will start with the Senate appointee and then, as is practice, be the House majority appointee in the second year and then go back and forth, as is our common practice in this situation. And therefore, I ask for a yes vote on L14.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L14 to House Bill 1468. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is adopted. See no further discussion on House Bill 1468. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1468. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton R., Roberts, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer. Gardner. Lundin. Will. Members, these are no votes on House Bill 1468, Senator Zenzinger's last bill that she worked so hard on all session. Please mark Senator Lundin as a yes vote. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1468 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Priola, Pelton B, Liston, Cutter, Michelson, Janae. Conference committees to report.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1135. To the President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1135 concerning offenses related to requirements for operating a vehicle and connection therewith making appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed on the following. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Mark Snyder, Matt Soper, Shannon Byrd, Senate Committee, Dylan Roberts, Julie Gonzalez, Perry Well.
Or we're not doing conference committee?
We're going to start off here.
Oh, he just read the conference committee, so.
Oh, no, he did. He just read it, but
It was
now
the
we have to
report,
make
okay.
copies and stuff.
Members, we will be rebooting the computer and getting ready. What we have left on the calendar at the moment is consideration of House amendments to Senate bills, and we will pick that up here momentarily. The Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Reconsideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Roberts and Will and Representatives McCormick and Catlin concerning an appropriation for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 199.
Is there any discussion? Senator Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the House did a very great thing in this bill about species in our state for Senator Will on his last day. They actually made an amendment to remove wolves from Colorado.
Wow.
No, unfortunately, that is not what the House did. They filled in a blank that existed for the number of the bill, so a very small technical change.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motions of the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 199.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 199 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Zenzinger, Janal, Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 32?
Senate Bill 32 by Senators Priola and Winter and Representatives Vihil and Joseph concerning methods to increase the use of transit.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 32.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 32. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for reconsideration of Senate Bill 32 and for passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 32. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 32 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senator Jaquez Lewis, Senator Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title, Senate Bill 76?
Senate Bill 76 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez and Representative Lindstedt concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of existing marijuana licensees.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 76.
Any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the House put in some good language to advance and support diversity and social equity licensees, and so grateful for that work, and we ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 76. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 76.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 76. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 76 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 16? Oh, 216.
Senate Bill 216 by Senators Cutter and Michelson Janay and Representatives Joseph and Hemrick concerning standards that public libraries are required to include in policies regarding library resources.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 216.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 216.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 216. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill, that motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 24216.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 216. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 216 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 16?
Senate Bill 16 by Senators Enzinger and Smallwood and Representatives Snyder and Taggart concerning qualification for state income tax credits for charitable contributions to nonprofit organizations, and in connection therewith authorizing a taxpayer to make a charitable contribution for which the taxpayer may claim a state income tax credit to a charitable recipient organization through a qualified intermediary that forwards the contribution to the charitable recipient organization, allowing a tax credit certificate for the Colorado Homeless Contribution Tax Credit to include only the last 4 digits rather than all digits of a taxpayer's Social Security number, and making an appropriation.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 16.
Any discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Yes, Mr. President. Members, there was a slight modification in the Appropriations Committee to make this bill more affordable, and we ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 16. Are there any no votes? With a vote of, are you a no vote? No. Okay, I just want to make sure. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 16.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 16. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 16 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sullivan.
It's his last bill.
Somebody take a picture. Gonzalez.
Last one. Good job.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 126?
Senate Bill 126 by Senators Will and Winter and Representatives Lukens and Lynch concerning the Conservation Easement Income Tax Credit and in connection therewith, extending the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission and the Certified Holder Program indefinitely, increasing the limit on Conservation Easement Income Tax Credits available to donors in 1 calendar year, allowing multiple transfers of Conservation Easement Income Tax Credits, and making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
126.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments on Senate Bill 126.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 126. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 126.
Any discussion? There is discussion. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a significant personal interest in this bill and will declare a 17C.
Okay, Senator Simpson's requested a 17C. Any further discussion? Seeing none, The motion is the repassage. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 126. Are there any no votes? Senators Gonzalez. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 126 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Liston, Smallwood, Gardner, Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 170?
Senate Bill 170 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer and Representatives McLaughlin and Byrd concerning the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 170.
Any discussion?
Yes, they made a slight modification to the appropriation to make sure that this program was more affordable.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 170. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 170 and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 170. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 170 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 182?
Who gave that to you?
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Gonzalez and Bridges and Representatives Hernandez and Velasco concerning the requirements to issue an identification document under the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to concur with the House amendments to the Senate bill on Senate Bill 182.
Any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. We added an amendment in order to clarify the rules with the Department of Revenue. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 182. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 182, and thank you for your consideration.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 182. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader again, and Mr. Minority Leader a third time as a no vote. Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Rich, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 182 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Hawkes Lewis, Exum, Buckner, consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1273?
House Bill 1273 by Representative Parenti and Senators Henriksen and Pelton B. concerning the continuation of the Veterans Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first conference committee report on House Bill 24, 1273.
Please explain. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the House, there was an amendment added to the bill that would have required certain amounts of grant funding through this program to go to underserved veterans communities. And while that was well intended, there are issues with being able to account for that. That hasn't been a part of the grant application process in the past, and there was a real risk that organizations that are actually serving those populations of underserved veterans might actually lose funding because they aren't able to show that they are serving that population. So what we have now from the conference, we took that out in the Senate, went to conference committee. What we now have is the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs creating criteria and procedures for identifying, consistent with federal Department of Veterans Affairs guidelines, the identification of those individuals who are served that meet those criteria so that going forward we can assess how well we are meeting the needs of underserved veterans and what changes we need to make within the scope of what we're doing and are able to do without risking harming funding to those that are actually already serving those populations. So this is a more viable way forward, and I ask for your aye vote on the conference committee report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1273. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1273 is adopted. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we, for the repassage of House Bill 24-1273.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1273. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1273 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Zinzinger, Buckner. Senator, co-sponsors: Zinzinger, Bridges, Buckner, Cutter, Exum, Kirkmeyer, Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1348?
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senators Huckes, Lewis, and Fields concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the second conference committee on House Bill 1348.
Any discussion? Senator Huckes Lewis.
Yes, we tried to walk a very fine line in this conference committee. We wanted to send a message that it's important for folks to know where their firearms are, to lock them up in vehicles when they're unattended. At the same time, we wanted to lower the fine for that, and that's what the conference committee did. We made it a civil penalty. We made the fine $100, so we lowered it from the original legislation.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the report of the second conference committee on House Bill 1348 and that the Senate adhere to our original position. And I ask for an aye vote, and I'll tell you why.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Well, members, a couple weeks ago, the Senate, we did good work when we added a couple of amendments. Senator Roberts and the body, I had a third reading amendment. One of the amendments that we added, I believe it was Senator Roberts, is that that theft, we moved it from a Class 3 misdemeanor to a Class 1 misdemeanor. Right now, as this bill 1348, as it's coming back from the House, it's basically toothless. The perpetrators, the bad guys who are stealing the guns out of people's cars, and I give credit, nobody wants to have their firearms stolen, and nobody, we're all in agreement about that. And most of the people who have a firearm in their automobile is they do lock it up and they do hide it. But there are bad people out there that prey on cars, and they go in there and they rip people off. And unfortunately, guns are stolen. Then we also added an amendment that if you have 2 or more thefts, and believe it or not, there are bad guys out there, and girls, mainly bad guys, that will steal again and again, even if they've been found guilty of stealing a firearm. Let me give you a few statistics that maybe haven't been reported. These are actual statistics from 2024. 89% of inmates reported that they possessed a firearm during the commission of a crime that was not obtained at a retailer. 56% of inmates arrested with a firearm at the time of their crime stated that they had stolen it. 56%. 11% of crime guns recovered in 2021 were purchased within 90 days, while 46% were purchased more than 36% prior to the crime. Firearm thefts from vehicles have risen more than 25% in the past decade. According to a department from the Judicial Department, this is here in Colorado, between 2020 and 2023, only 20 persons were convicted and sentenced for the offense of unlawful storage of a firearm. Only 20 people. Conversely, between 2017 and 2022, an average of 3,300, an average of 3,300 firearm thefts per year from private parties here in Colorado were reported by local law enforcement to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Members, we don't want to have guns taken from automobiles or anywhere else, but the bad guys, they need to have a message that if you steal guns, that there's going to be a penalty. Right now, there are virtually no penalties. That there's until this amendment came through, that there were no penalties. It was going to be greater for the victim than for the perpetrator. That's not right. Let's not send a signal to the bad guys out there that if you steal guns, virtually nothing happens to you. Nobody wants this, but let's send a signal that if you steal a firearm once, there's at least going to be a Class 1 misdemeanor, which is a whopping $500 and virtually no time in jail. And the amendment that I added on, if you stole it more than once, which people do that, believe it or not, there are some people who don't learn their lesson the first time. If you steal firearms more than once, that it's going to be a Class 6 felony, which ups the fine, and they might do potentially up to a year in jail. Some of these people need to be taught a lesson, and they need to go to jail for stealing firearms. Let's make that message clear. I would urge us to adhere to our position. I ask for an aye vote to adhere to the Senate position. What we sent over to the House was a good bill. I'm not against the bill, I would be willing to support it, but we need to adhere to our position. What the House did is not right. Let's send a message to the bad people who are stealing guns. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're asking that we reject this motion. We have on the table right now for us to adopt the conference committee. The conference committee was gathered together with members of the House and the member of the Senate, and we're asking for you to adopt the motion that we have on the table and to reject this motion that was just proposed.
Any further discussion on Senator Liston's motion to reject the first report of the second conference committee? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will affirm and ask for support for the good senator from Colorado Springs motion. The conference committee, let me just, well, I'm not sure how to say it, but of all the hearings I've had in my 10 sessions here at the Capitol, I think it perhaps was among the most, if not the most, frankly, just disrespectful hearings, the way it was orchestrated, the way it was run, the way the Senate was treated and regarded in it. It was, of course, it's a House bill, so it was run under House rules by a House chair. And it wasn't disregard or disrespect necessarily for Republicans or me at all. It was just more for the Senate. In the committee, I did try to speak up for the way the bill left the Senate, and it was the will of all members of the Senate as the bill left here. And that was thoroughly ignored and disregarded with extreme prejudice, really. And as the bill left here, well, the main objective is the prosecution of individuals who have already become victims of theft, in my opinion. When the bill left here, it also resulted in real penalties for those criminals that perpetrate the original act, which is stealing the original firearm, which I think the statistics show is a serious problem facing the people of Colorado, and something that, and this is one place of firearm legislation and Second Amendment legislation, I think that there can be broad bipartisan support, and something that almost everyone, probably all 35 of us, agree upon, that theft of firearms is a problem, and it's something that we ought to take seriously. Now, this body with this bill did take it seriously with the amendments that were added in the Senate chamber. It was added in a broad bipartisan fashion, and frankly, for the House to just largely ignore the Senate position and the Senate amendments that were added in that bipartisan fashion, I found to be, well, just distasteful. And thus, this motion, in which I'm supporting now, to adhere to the Senate position. If we're going to pass the bill today, and we're going to pass this bill on to the governor for a signature, then let's do it with at least real penalties for the criminal, for the thief that steals the firearms and probably intends to use it or will use it in a further crime down the line. Firearms used in crimes happens far too often, and they are not firearms being purchased from an FFL, from a federally licensed dealer or a shop or a gun show. They're not people that went through a CBI background check and an FBI background check. They're not people that check their mental health and were checked by, excuse me, checked by a dealer for their sobriety and their cognitive abilities and things like that. These are criminals that steal the guns bent on harm, and therefore I ask for a yes vote on the motion before us here.
Any further discussion on Senator Liston's substitute motion to reject the first report of the second conference committee?
Mr. President, Senatorial
Senator
5.
Bridges. Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I move to withdraw my original motion and that the Senate adhere to its original position. And move that the Senate adhere to its original position.
The motion on the table is that the Senate adhere to its original position on House Bill 1348. Are there any?
I don't believe, Mr. President, that's what was stated.
Senator Lundin.
Let me state it again.
Mr. Minority Leader.
You step in.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe I heard the senator from El Paso County withdraw his motion to reject and adhere and move only to adhere, is what I heard, sir.
That's exactly what I said, Mr. President.
That's the motion on the table?
Yes.
All right. Are there any no votes? Senators Sullivan, Michelson Janay, Marchman, Fields, Buckner, Bridges, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Finberg, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Danielson, Henriksen, Exum, Hansen, Zenzinger, no, we need two. I'm one. I'm here.
You don't like the vote? What's the vote? What's the vote?
Please add the president. With a vote of 17 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that motion fails. Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the report of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348.
The motion is the adoption of the first report on the Second Conference Committee to House Bill 1348. Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the Second Conference Committee report and form a new conference committee.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the good senator from Highlands Ranch's request. That being said, I believe under our Senate rules, because there have already been 2 conference committees, that motion would be out of order. And so respectfully, I would encourage the good senator from Highlands Ranch to withdraw that motion.
Senator Van Winkle.
Mr. President, I ask for clarification, perhaps in a senatorial fight, because I personally have sat on conference committee after conference committee after conference committee on the same bill.
Senatorial five has been requested and granted. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my previous motion, which will return us to the original motion, which I believe is to accept the Conference Committee report, and I ask for a no vote.
Again, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the Second Conference Committee. Any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I urge a no vote on this. This bill is a bill that we discussed at length. It was meaningfully modified through amendment. The amendment was a bipartisan amendment. We all are citizens who live in a land that we want to be lawful and orderly, but there are only 2 members in this chamber who have actually served as members of law enforcement. One on the legal side, one actually carrying a badge and a gun. And it was, in fact, by virtue of their insight, their legal insight, that this amendment that is being discussed and at subject of this conversation right now was adopted. It was adopted as the will of the Senate of Colorado that, in fact, a criminal taking criminal action should not have lighter punishments than a citizen simply living their life and being subject to a criminal action against them. Should we waive away that amendment by following the House's position, we will in fact elevate criminals above individuals, victims. And that, at the time that we discussed it, was the will of this body. I believe it, quite frankly, is commonsensical and in alignment with the will of the people. I would urge that we, in fact, reject this motion before us.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, members. Well, I think it's really important that we understand where we are procedurally at this moment. Just a couple of minutes ago, there was a motion to adhere, which failed on a 17-17 tie vote. The motion now is to accept the conference committee report. If you have the courage of your convictions, and you are one of the 17 who voted yes before, if you will vote no now, and the other 17 vote yes, we will have a tie vote, and the motion to accept will have failed, which is functionally a rejection of the conference committee report. So, if you voted to adhere a few minutes ago, you need to vote no on this amendment. And in doing so, if you stick with your position, you will have the same functional result that you would have had before. I'm asking for a no vote on this motion.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, as it left the Senate, was a better bill. It was a stronger bill. It incorporated changes that the House had earlier rejected, wrongly, and that had a clear nexus to what it is that this bill does. This bill is about safe storage of firearms in vehicles. The way the bill came over to us from the House, someone stealing a gun from a vehicle could face a smaller fine than the person whose gun was stolen. That's bananas. So we fixed that. And we fixed that by increasing the penalties on people who steal guns. For whatever reason, the majority of the members of the Colorado House of Representatives think it's fine if the penalties for stealing a gun are lower than the penalties for having your gun stolen. But we work in a legislature where we don't always get our way. This is not a parliamentary system where there's one body. It's not New York State with an assembly. There's a Senate, a House, and a governor. And you've got to get a majority in every place in order to get a bill passed. The proposal from the conference committee makes it so that the penalties for someone stealing a gun and having the gun stolen, that the penalty for someone who has the gun stolen from them has been lowered so that it is not higher than the penalty paid by the person stealing the gun. So that original craziness that was in the bill as it came over from the House was fixed by, instead of raising the penalties for people who steal guns, which I think the majority of this Senate clearly wants, instead of doing that, it simply lowered the penalties for those who weren't storing their guns safely and had their guns stolen. I guess problem solved, right? The bill was a better bill as it came from the Senate, but if we send the House that bill, the policy dies. The underlying bill is too important to lose. The penalties are no longer completely bananas. It's not the bill I would prefer, but it is the bill before us. I ask for an aye on the conference committee report.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. Members, I certainly had no desire to blow things up. All I'll say is that, okay, if the bill has reduced the penalties for the victim, which maybe it has a little bit, it still is toothless as it relates to the perpetrator, the bad guy. There is really no disincentive to go out and steal the guns. I think that is really what we're trying to do is, yes, to encourage people to lock up their guns. We're all in agreement with that. But when the bad guys know and realize that there's virtually no penalties for stealing a gun, not once, but twice or 3 times or 4 times, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to continue to steal those guns. We need to put a little bit of teeth in this. Let's not show the bad guys that the Senate, maybe the House wants to be that way, but the Senate is not weak on crime. So let's put a little bit of teeth. This is not locking them up forever. This is not capital punishment, but it does put a little bit of teeth in it as this bill left the Senate, which made it a decent bill that the majority of us could support. So that's all I'm asking for, and I think that if you explain that to Joe citizen out there who should suffer the penalties for stealing guns out of a locked car, I think the majority of our constituents would say it should be the bad guy who should suffer the consequences and not the citizen who maybe made a careless mistake and didn't lock up their gun. Maybe they had it locked in their car, but it wasn't locked in a box or whatever. So with that, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am deeply, deeply upset by the process by which this policy has come to be and the communications that I have received through that process. We got this bill, and it's been stated before, we got this bill in a place where the penalties for irresponsibly unsecured firearms were greater than for stealing those firearms. Fixing that was something that I said early on was a condition of me supporting this bill. One of a few conditions. Other conditions were being reasonable with what constitutes the safe storage. We fixed that with the inclusion of locking center consoles and locking glove compartments. And we fixed the piece about the disparity in the penalties. And I thank the sponsors for that. And then, of course, as we've heard before, it went back to the House and chaos ensued. Conversations that I have had, emails I've received on this issue have been very, very frustrating. On the one side, I have heard constantly, do nothing, do nothing. And during the debate on this bill, there were a lot of amendments that were brought that would carve out behaviors from the enforcement of this bill that are patently irresponsible negligence of the use of the firearm, of leaving the firearm completely in plain view, completely unsecured, completely unattended. And it was frustrating for me to hear, as somebody who's owned firearms for 18 years, for somebody who spent 9 years of military service, for somebody who is quite comfortable and experienced around firearms, to hear people say, we shouldn't be penalizing responsible gun owners and then specifically asking for carve-outs for patently irresponsible behavior. And on the flip side, when we added penalties to put real teeth into the enforcement of those against those who steal firearms, there was a writ large pushback on criminal justice grounds. Now, I think there's a lot of work that we have to do in the field of criminal justice. I think that we have penalties that are far too high. We penalize poverty in many ways in our criminal code. We continue to enact failed policies of the war on drugs in our criminal code. There is a lot that we need to continue to revise in our criminal code while taking into account that there are those in our society who are a danger to others. And that is what the amendments in the Senate sought to do, sought to be sober-minded about. I voted against adherence, and I'm going to vote for concurrence now because that policy is what I believe has a chance to pass now. And that policy is now a reasonable enforcement. It's $100, not $500 anymore. And another flag in that whole process, because the standard for a civil infraction throughout Colorado is $100. That's the norm. Our statutes say a civil infraction is a fine of $100 unless otherwise specified. And in the introduced version of this bill, we carved out this as a uniquely otherwise specified activity, this negligence. I think there should be penalties for gross negligence in the handling of your firearms that make it easier for those in our society to take advantage of them and to then do inordinate amounts of harm to our communities. So that is the policy that I will be voting for today. But I am outraged by the irresponsible behavior of the House that seems to consistently I'm outraged by the irresponsible behavior of the House that doesn't seem to want to do the nuance at times of building a more just criminal justice code and ignores the dangers to our communities in their actions on this bill as it came out of the Senate. And so the marker I'm hoping to place is I hope we pass this bill today and come back and get it right next year. And I will be happy to be on that bill to get it right next year.
Seeing no further discussion, there is further discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We don't get very many opportunities in life where we can defy that cliche. You know, they say you can't have your cake and eat it too. This is one of those moments where we can. We can actually vote no, and the bill lives, goes back to the House, and they can say, we do want this policy. And reluctantly, we agree the Senate actually made it better. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Priola, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Mr. Minority Leader again, Liston, Colker, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, with a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the first report of the second The motion, again, is for the adoption of the first report of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. We're going to ask for no votes again, just to make sure everybody counted. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Colker, Kirkmeyer, Priola. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, the first report of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348 is adopted. Senator, who would like to move the repassage? Senator Hawkes-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1348 and ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to offer a few comments about what just happened and the process of this bill. As you all know, we started a discussion here when this bill was on second reading, and I came down here to point out to all of us the imbalance in our law right now with what this bill was proposing. A situation in which somebody who stole a firearm could get a less severe financial penalty than somebody who would be implicated under this bill for not safely securing their firearm in a vehicle. And I wanted to have that conversation. I thought it was important to point that out, and we did. And I'm thankful for all of you for engaging in that discussion and for ultimately adopting an amendment that I offered on second reading that the sponsor, the good senator from Longmont, agreed to. I did point out during that debate that there was a different bill that had been in the system about a similar subject. It was about theft of firearms, and just pointed out that it had not passed the House. It didn't get past its first committee hearing in the House Judiciary Committee. The amendment that I offered that was accepted by the sponsor and put into the bill was not that bill, though, even though allegations of the Senate trying to graft a failed policy into a different bill were made. That is certainly not true, not factually, and not even the intent of myself when I did that. I wanted to make the penalties reflective of reality and make them reasonable, so that the person who got their car broken into wasn't being penalized more than the person who did the theft. Senator Liston offered an amendment on third reading that had to deal with repeat offenders. I did not offer that amendment. That amendment was also different than the policy in the House bill that I spoke about. This bill, when it went back to the House for concurrence, they had a long discussion about whether they should accept it or go to a conference committee. And I was able to watch the replay of that and some of the comments that were made by some of our colleagues in the House, and I find their comments to be incredibly disappointing. And I point that out because here we are on the last day of session. We're all in a relatively good mood, I think, because we're going to be done soon. But I want to lay down a couple markers for the future. The debate over in the House was really disappointing, and it was frankly disrespectful of all of us here in the Senate. Not to our personal egos, but to the process. And they seem to have this just outrage that the Senate could even offer any amendments on this bill, and that we lacked integrity to the process. That comment was made, that certain things were being done for revenge. That's not the case, and I hope you all noticed when I made my comments on second reading, I did not personally bring up any individual representative. I did not impugn anybody's motives. I did not say that what they did was the wrong decision. In fact, I think I made comment that every legislator has the right to vote however they want and bring whatever policy they want and decide how to vote on anything. As the upper chamber, I think we are, and I served in the House, so I don't say that lightly, but I do find our deliberations to be respectful. And I hope that moving forward, we can all learn to disagree better, even between the two chambers, because this is the process. Amending bills in either chamber, going to conference committees, doing what we just did, adhering or not adhering, that's part of the process. And it's ironic because we had a debate about a different criminal justice policy earlier, prior to this, a few months ago, in which I asked for a conference committee on a bill because I disagreed with some of the amendments that the Senate did, a bill about human trafficking that was sponsored by the good senator from Sterling. And in the House was shocked that we asked for a conference committee. But then they insisted on a conference committee on this bill. So this is the process. I mean, nobody should be upset when we disagree. We should learn how to disagree better, is my point. We can disagree without, it's very cliche, but we cannot impugn people's motives and get upset and imply that somebody's doing something for other reasons than actual have a concern about the policy. So thank you for indulging me on that. I just wanted to get that off my chest and hope that moving forward we can look at this. And the senators, the sponsors of this bill have done that, and I appreciate that. I talked to them about the conference committees. I made some suggestions for them to consider at the conference committee. Those ultimately weren't included. That's why I voted to adhere to the Senate position, but have decided to move forward to support the conference committee report because, so getting to the bill, and the conference committee report. The conference committee report did what I had a concern with. It lowered the penalties for people who would be implicated by this bill. Now the maximum penalty that somebody could be fined if they are found liable for not safely securing their firearm in their vehicle is $100. It's $100. It's not a criminal penalty, it's a civil infraction. So obviously no potential of jail time or anything like that. And I'm assuming this could all be, sealed from their record at some point. That means that the person who's doing the theft is going to be punished at a higher level. I voted for the bill when it left here on third reading because as somebody who respects the Second Amendment, I've voted against a lot of gun safety bills or bills related to firearms. I did just this morning. But I think this bill is worthy because if we are worried about firearm theft, which is a problem, and I agree with the good senator from Colorado Springs on that, it's a massive problem in our state. Being a firearm owner is a responsibility, and I think you do have the responsibility to safely secure your firearm. That includes in your vehicle. And if we have more firearms safely secured in vehicles, logic would follow that we will have less firearms stolen from vehicles. Sure. People will still steal the cases that the firearms are in. They'll find ways to open them. But if we can prevent one firearm from being stolen from a vehicle that was then used in a crime to either commit further, burglary or God forbid, injure somebody or kill somebody, that's an improvement from where we are now. That's potentially a life saved. So given that this bill now has been amended by the conference committee to a place where it is a very, very low fine, I think law enforcement honestly is going to have a hard time enforcing it, but in some cases they will, and that has a public safety benefit. As you know, always keep in mind public safety. What are we doing to improve public safety? I think this bill improves public safety as amended by the conference committee. It also does not create a unfair imbalance that the original version of the bill did. So I want to thank the good senators for their work over multiple conference committees, and I know the minority members on the conference committee tried to get on some of the things that I wanted on that weren't able to get on. But that's the process. Back to my original point. We go through, everybody gets to vote how they feel is right for themselves in their district. This is not personal. To be honest, folks, nobody outside of this building knows who we know. Not too many people know who we are. They don't care about our egos or anything. They care about us passing good policy. And the conference committee amended this bill to a place where I think it is good policy. It's good for public safety in Colorado. And so I'll be a yes vote on the amended bill today.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I really appreciate the debate and the way that we conduct ourselves. And I do want to say to the good senators from Longmont and Aurora, I appreciate you bringing this bill because of all of the different firearms-related bills. This is the one that I could really support, especially the way it left the Senate a couple of weeks ago. Members, we had such a golden opportunity to get it right. As it has come back from the conference committee, we're getting really just half a loaf. I appreciate the fact that the penalty has been reduced for the victim, which that's a help. But unfortunately, the bad guys, as I keep saying, and bad girls if they're stealing guns, but it's probably bad guys, is that they're going to have another year to go out because as it is, on the re-revised bill, we are stripping out, as it came out of the conference committee, we are stripping out virtually all of the teeth out of this bill as it relates to the bad guy. There are no penalties really for stealing the guns. We were putting a little bit of teeth into it. Wasn't locking them up forever, but for those people who have stolen multiple times, and I'll just interject, I had a car stolen, so I won't say it's personal. Fortunately, I didn't have a firearm in the car. I had a set of golf clubs and some money and so forth. The perpetrator who stole my car a number of years ago, when they finally caught him, it wasn't because of my car theft, it's that he was a repeat offender. He had stolen cars and broken into cars at least 6 times, And they finally put him away for a while. I don't remember how long. But the point being is that there are people out there that are stealing cars, and if they find a firearm in it, they'll steal that as well, and they do it multiple times. And we have such a great opportunity in this bill, 1348, to put a little bit of teeth in it, and we're not doing that, which is very unfortunate, and shame on the House for being soft on crime. And I've said my piece. I think I've made my point. I appreciate the good senator from Steamboat Springs and all of you for having a good, honest debate about this. As it stands, I'll have to be a respectful no vote, but we need to fix this, because over the course of the next year, there are going to be people that are going to steal guns again and again and again, and we're doing nothing to stop them. Thank you very much.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also ask for a no vote. When it comes to whether it's a civil charge or criminal charge, when it comes from a district attorney to a person, whether it's a fine of $500 or $100, in the end result, the practical process that a person will go through when they're brought charges are brought against them, whether they're criminal or civil, is exactly the same. They will still be going through the same exact judicial process, and the idea of I'm not actually sure, but I'm guessing that probably their records could be sealed. But again, we're talking about a victim of a crime. It is very traumatic to walk out one day to take your kids to school or go to work and your car is gone or been broken into. It's very traumatic for a family. It's very traumatic for a person. And just like the good senator from Colorado Springs, I also had my car stolen in the good state of Colorado, which was what we were known for there for a period of time. But we're talking about the victim of a crime here, and it's absurd to think that a victim of a crime will then be re-victimized by this piece of legislation, will have charges brought against them from a district attorney, have to go through the entire judicial process, and then in the end of the day, it's probably a slap on the wrist, $100 fine, but still, it's absurd. And then, of course, they're going to have to go seal their records, the records of what other victim of a crime will ever have to seal their own records for crimes that they committed by becoming a victim of a crime. This is an absurd bill. I ask for a no vote. It's soft on crime, it's pro-criminal, and, well, I take that back. That's impugning motives. It's not pro-criminal, Mr. President, my apologies. But I do think it is soft on crime, and it just reoffends victims of crime. And I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Baisley, Will, Gardner, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Priola. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1348 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Senators Sullivan, Danielson, Marchman, Cutter, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 12:30. I move the Senate recess to hear tributes.
The motion is that the Senate recess to hear tributes. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will recess to hear tributes. Will Senator Fields please join us in the well? Members, we are beginning tributes. We'll begin with Senator Fields. Will the clerk please read the tribute?
Senator Fields was elected to serve in the 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd,
He told me.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the tribute for the good Senator Rhonda Fields be read at length. You can.
Senator Fields was elected to serve in the 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd, 73rd, and 74th General Assemblies, where she represented her constituents with dedication and honor. During her tenure with the Senate, she served with distinction as the Assistant Majority Leader. Senator Fields served as the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, served on the Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Energy Committee, and served on the Judiciary and Education Committees. In addition, Senator Fields served on numerous joint and statutory committees, including chair of the Capital Development Committee, Treatment of Persons with Mental Health Disorders in the Justice System Committee, the Legislative Audit Committee, the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning treatment of persons with mental illness in the criminal and juvenile justice system, and on the Colorado Commission on Criminal Juvenile Justice. Senator Fields has also served as chair and vice chair of the Statewide Health Care Review Committee, vice chair of the School Safety Committee, the County Courthouse and County Jail Funding and Overcrowding Solutions Committee, and the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning jail standards. In addition, Senator Fields was celebrated just this year for spearheading legislation to advance public education, health equity, maternal health practices, and community investment in Aurora. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Fields' exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thanks. I appreciate getting a few moments to talk about Senator Fields, one of the handful of folks that I spent 8 years with in this building. I never put a stopwatch to it, but I think if I did, over certainly the last 6 years, we'd find that I spent more time with Senator Fields than I did my own family. Serving on the Health and Human Services Committee, which is infamous, I think, for time spent. No offense to the judiciary folks. I know you're doing your best, but Senator Fields and I have spent a ton of time together. And it hasn't always been stress-free. It hasn't always been pain-free. But I'm standing before you for a reason, because our relationship is important. And I want folks that are listening to know that. Senator Fields is one of those people, when I talk about learning and listening to other people's life experiences and hearing people talk about their families and their constituencies. Senator Fields, because she shares those things, which can't be easy to do, transforms people around her. When you listen to stories that I'm sure are sometimes painful to bring back up and to share, I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for that. So I encourage you to keep doing that, because my guess is you're going to stay in the public spotlight for years to come, and I hope that part of you never changes, because as tough as it may be, I do think it matters. And I want to thank you for two other things. Almost everything that I do when it comes to speaking and being here in front of folks and debating, people are like, oh, you must take a lot of lessons from Senator Gardner and wanting to debate people and that kind of thing. But what, again, very few people know is that when Senator Fields spent her 2 years in the minority, she was, to a large extent, the voice of that caucus. And when a rookie legislator like me would amble down here and start spouting off and saying things in definitive terms or
out of an area of expertise, holy cow, hang on. The Senator Fields would come storming over, and I learned quickly, you need to watch what you say. Because if you stumble over one word, she will latch onto that word, and she will stand here and just beat you over the head with it over and over and over and over again. So I've spent the last 6 years starting most of my sentences at home, at work, and in this body with, well, I believe that this, and I feel maybe like this, because I know if I ever use absolutes and start trying to speak for other people, there's going to be somebody that's coming down to teach me a lesson about you're not speaking for me. You're not speaking about me or what I believe. So again, you've been a great colleague. It's been tons of fun. I want to thank you for being the person, both sides of the aisle. When I have family members come in, my dad, my mom, my wife, she came in, the first person every single time to come over and talk to my family, talk to my guests, and embellish how nice she thinks I am. It's Senator Fields, 100% of the time. I'll always remember that. Thank you for 8 fun years. It would not be nearly as fun without you. All these honors are well deserved, and I wish you and your family, the very, very best as you continue on. So, love you. Yeah.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Rhonda Fields. You've got a fan club out there. Senator Fields, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Yes. I first met Rhonda Fields when I was deciding to run for office. I'd never run for office before. I didn't even know what it was all about. Someone from the Larimer County Democratic Party drove me down to some women's legislative panel. I can't really remember what was going on, but I remember Rhonda was on the panel along with several other fantastic women who were in the in-state offices. Sue Schaefer and Senator Morgan Carroll were there as well. But Rhonda, you stood out to me. How you presented yourself, how you spoke, especially on political topics, with confidence, with just passion. You impressed me so very much. So much that I decided to run for office. So in part, my being here is your fault. We were on the health committees together in the House and all 6 years in the Senate, where I served as your faithful vice chair. You ran many bills, and some days you weren't there very much because of all the other bills you ran. So it was great to be able to run the committee. You knew I had your back, and vice versa. I remember the times when you'd be talking, forget to turn your microphone on. So I'd reach over and turn your microphone on. And when it came time to for testimony, some of those names that come up are kind of hard to pronounce, and You want to do the best you can. And so we'd kind of spell them out for each other. And so we'd make sure we didn't mangle them too bad. But we did it. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. When committees went long, we were all tired. And we had long committees, probably not as long as judiciary. I don't know, maybe not. But when they went long, Senator Fields sometimes would call Senator Michelson Janay, Senator Hawkes Lewis, or vice versa. Also Senator Cutter for Senator Michelson Janay, or Senator Smallwood for Senator Simpson. And we all knew what she meant, though. I truly believe the Health and Human Services Committee does hold the record for the most senatorial 5s or 10s or 20s or more, especially those times we had to meet across the hall on a senatorial 5 or 10 or 20. I know you guys in health know what I mean. Where we had to discuss a particular bill. We may have had a few concerns about, but you always knew that when Senator Fields pointed to the door on our senatorial 5s, we had to go in another room. And I can remember a couple of times when Senator Smallwood would say, "Hey, what are you doing in there?" I don't know if you came in or not, but I guess you were welcome in there. But we got things settled, and we always came to a positive outcome. I think that's what the bottom line was, and the bills were made better by whatever we did in the other rooms. But needless to say, we had many strong personalities, all trying to run good legislation. And I believe that if all the standing committees were rated, kind of like most watched, most listened to, this is what I've heard, that the Health and Human Services Committee would probably be number 1 in its ratings because of it's just good to watch. I've heard that from a lot of people. There's some laughs and just fun things that went on. But Rhonda, you are a very passionate legislator. In fact, as your passion grows while you're speaking, whether it be here or as chair or wherever, your voice gets louder and louder and louder, and you can tell that passion's building. You ran very many contentious bills, and I just respect you so much for everything that you have done, all the different bills you've run, for things you truly believe in, what's best for your community, what's best for your district. You told me the other day that you ran over 350 bills in your career here. I somehow think it's more than that, because you've run many, many bills, many for justice, for crime victims, maternal and child health care, missing persons, human trafficking, child welfare, and so many, many more to help the people that we are actually here for, to help the people of Colorado. Rhonda, whoever takes your place as chair has really big shoes to fill. You did a great job. You are a fantastic legislator. And just always remember, I got your back, my friend. Thank you.
Senator Buckner. And Senator Exum. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is really a pleasure and an honor to recognize Senator Rhonda Fields. I served in the House with Senator Fields for I think it was just 2 years, but we really got to know each other well. And she was a great mentor because I was brand new, and she really taught me so much about this place and how to navigate this place. And I will always remember her for that. She is a champion for health equity, maternal health, for the underdog, for the underserved. And one of the things about Senator Fields, when she comes down to the mic, so many times she just kind of comes down and you think she's just going to make a few comments, and she ends up giving the speech of her life. And that has happened so many times on many different topics. In fact, I think some of her speeches are going to go down in history because of her passion and what she has to say about so many different topics. She has gone through some devastating life events, but she's always bounced back. She is the most resilient person I know, and most of these life events that she has gone through would have kept many people down, but not Rhonda Fields. All of those life events gave her purpose. The other thing that Rhonda does, I'm just going to call her Rhonda because we're sorority sisters. You know what else she does? She has tributes for everyone. She may have the record for tributes, but she does this because of her love for so many people in the community. She honors nurses, teachers, labor, police, the everyday person on the street. She has really honored all of those people in such a beautiful way. And from one soul sister to another soul sister, it has just been an honor serving in the Senate with you for 4 years. Because when I first came, she helped me navigate the Senate because it's totally different than the House. And she helped me navigate the Senate, and I am so appreciative. And the Black Caucus is over here today to honor you, and there are many gifts for you. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
This says Rhonda Fields, Colorado General Assembly, Senate District 28 and 29, 2017 to 2024, Assistant Majority Leader, State Representative, District 42, 2011 to 2017, Colorado Black Legislative Caucus, founder. It says, thank you for your unwavering dedication and exemplary service, your leadership, integrity, and commitment to the state of Colorado will always be remembered.
Thank you.
Along with several dozen roses and a special bag, and she'll have to show us what's in here later. But this is for the Black Caucus that came over to honor you today. You are loved.
Thank you. I'm going to take a quick photo while I'm here.
You know, it's always a good time for a photo op for Senator Fields. Just really quickly.
Yes, you know what? And we all know about her selfies, right? She has a selfie for everything. But we love you, Senator Fields.
All right, continuing with the tribute for Senator Fields. As soon as she comes back to the well, your cell phone is right here. Your cell phone is right here. On your desk. Your cell phone's on your desk. Next up, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Very good.
They don't know whether to call you president or chair, so Your Excellency always works. Senator Fields, Rhonda. I was looking around the room just a moment ago, and I think those of us who served in the House together and in the Senate, Senator Priola, Senator Liston, myself, I think we're it. Am I missing anyone? Of all of those, I think I have probably spoken to other people more about you than any other colleague. And it is because of our very special relationship. First, a story. People come down here and talk about, their memory of someone, and I don't remember when we first met, but I have a memory in the house that so, I think, typifies what our relationship has been like. We sat across the aisle literally one session, maybe two sessions from each other, about one row back, two rows back, and you sat right across the aisle, and the aisle somewhat narrower. And on that particular day, back to back, literally, we had a bill that you and I were together on in opposing, and it was that long battle to try to preserve the death penalty in Colorado, followed by a bill concerning firearms. And we fought head to head and were successful that time in keeping the death penalty for another term in Colorado. And I went back to my seat, and you're sitting across from me, and they called up this firearms bill. And I looked at you, and you looked at me, and you just said, "We're not talking about this." And I thought, and we didn't, by the way. I think we went to the well past each other and talked to the bill. I tell that story and say it typifies our relationship. I think that if I were to count, I probably have been co-prime sponsor with you on more bills than any other member that I've served with. And then if you counted your other bills that you've carried, I have consistently voted against those bills more than any other member that you in the General Assembly. So many times, I know this doesn't happen to folks on the other side of the aisle. It happens on our side of the aisle. When you go home, somebody will come up to you at a party, meeting, gathering or something and say, Senator Bob, I just don't know how you deal with those people. And that's when I speak about you. And I always say, the way that you accomplish things in the General Assembly is to get to know your colleagues, to know who they are, understand why they think differently than you do about some things, and why they think the same thing you do about other things, and those are probably for different reasons. And to try to come and understand them. And I think you and I have come to understand each other so well and to love each other so much, I venture to say. When you are a co-prime sponsor and ally, there is no fiercer ally, and when you're an opponent, there's no more zealous opponent for what you believe. But it's always happened in the well, and we have always never carried it outside the well. We have come to understand each other so much, and I respect you so much for what you believe, the things you've stood for, the passion you have, and the things we've done together for the good of Colorado. And the reason I speak about you so much is to tell people, if you want to get things done, find colleagues, friends, people that you can accomplish things with, and understand that their experience is totally different from yours. And the reason that they fight for things differently than you do has to do with their constituents and where they live and where they have lived, and yet we know and love each other's families. You're going to continue in public service. I have confidence that you will achieve what I'm told is the highest pinnacle of public service in Colorado, and that is county commissioner. And so I could talk on, but there really aren't, people will find this astounding, but there really aren't words to say how much I love you and care for you, and how much I respect what we've done together. It is, I'm going to miss you. I wish you all the best, and you've got me on your speed dial when those other commissioners try your patience, and I'm told that they will. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are. Many years. 14 years I've served this lady. Senator Gardner brought up some of those battles in the House. They were long, they went late. And I loved ribbing her for years about a photo we got of her and Representative Labuda all snuggled up with the blanket. And yeah, we never used it for anything. It was just good fun. But I don't remember the first time I met you, but I do remember your first bill signing. Because we were, the Republicans were in the majority in the House then, and so we carried a bill together, her first bill, and I remember you at that bill signing, and I knew you were a rising star, and you were going to make a difference. I've marveled at your ability in the well, and your passion, and you speak not just with passion, but with class as you speak with passion. I read somewhere about how Tom Brady would look at, I think he was at Michigan, he would look at if he had one rep, one chance to get in and get a rep with the offense, he made that rep like he went all out. He did his best like he was starting in the Super Bowl. Senator Fields, that's how you carry legislation. It doesn't matter if it's a gun bill or a major piece of legislation or a department bill that moves things around. You work your bills, you have great testimony, you line up people from your community, and you do a great job. That's why you've been so successful down here for so many years. It's been great to get to know her, sitting next to her even better the last few years here on this side of the aisle. We've shared food, and I've joked with her about, I don't mind sharing power with her because she likes to charge her phone off my fast charger. But I am confident, Senator Fields, you will be a strong leader going forward for Aurora and Arapahoe County. And I count you as a lifelong friend. Thank you for all these years.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Fields, Rhonda, I would share and associate myself with the comments that have been made by colleagues to this point. We tend to think about ourselves kind of building-centric or capital-centric. We're legislators, and so that's where a lot of the focus of what we do is all about. The comments that I want to make about you extend far beyond and outside the building and how you have had the most influence in my life. We first encountered each other running an anti-human trafficking bill in the House together, and we started working together there, and we've done a number of things here in the building. But what you have done to inform and make my life better and stronger emanates from your faith. It's about the way you have been confronted by the most horrifying and terrible thing anyone could ever encounter. And yet you are perhaps bowed, but bowed only to your Savior, and unbroken in a way that is amazing. And you offer on a daily basis grace to us in the little ways as you have received, and you extend grace in the biggest possible ways any human being could ever understand it and know it. And I want you to know that you have influenced the way I experience my faith as I journey through life, just by virtue of me knowing who you are, how you comport yourself, how you interact with other human beings, carrying a burden that I don't know how any human being could otherwise carry. You're a powerful woman. You're a strong, strong legislator. You're a wonderful human being. And knowing you and learning from you, I believe, has made me just a teeny bit better, and I am so, so grateful for that. Thank you, Rhonda.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, I'll mirror all the comments that my colleagues before me have said about Senator Fields, but I want to come up and thank her for all her service and thank her for being chair of Human Health and Services Committee. And number one is she has always treated me with pure kindness, always. And I know she has a good soul. Sometimes we're not on the same side of issues, right? But she has a kind soul. And as they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and she has those eyes. You can see right to her soul, and I know she's a great person. One of my favorite photos I have is her daughter in my cowboy hat, and she knows which one I'm talking about. It's a great one. But just to tell you what kind of legislator she is, sitting in the Health Committee not too long ago, I don't remember a month, I don't remember, the kind of person and legislator she is. We had a bill up in that committee, and we probably had 6, 8, I don't know, maybe 10 people coming testifying that in favor of the bill. And a young lady come up, sit down, and she said, "I'm sorry, but I'm opposed to this bill." and Senator Fields stopped her, and she said, "Young lady, don't ever apologize for having a diversity of opinion. That's class." Thank you. So, thank you for everything you've done, for your people you represent, for the state of Colorado, and for me personally. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Rhonda Fields, you are a fierce person. You are fierce. I know we talk about passion, but you are fierce in what you do. I remember my first encounter with you. You were extremely nice to me. It was a phone conversation. I hadn't even actually taken office yet, and I was calling her up because I found out I was going to be in Health and Human Services. She was the chair. Called her up and just wanted to have some questions. You proceeded to tell me how you went to UNC. I thought, that's nice. I went to see you. But we had some fun in Health and Human Services. We had fun in there. And I just greatly appreciated you as the chair. I'm going to tell you a couple of stories about Rhonda Fields. When we were in Health and Human Services, we would have the Department of Human Services show up. Didn't always know what they were talking about. And Rhonda would let me ask pretty much any question I wanted. And they would not want to answer them. She's like, no, you need to know your stuff, man. You need to know your stuff. And she would make them answer questions. Well, I think this was maybe after the first year, or maybe my second year, I'm not sure, but one of those years, we got called into a certain executive director's office. Now, I went in for the meeting. Rhonda showed up on Zoom. And we were getting kind of a lecture, and I was sitting there looking at this person thinking, you are talking to the chair of the committee that is your committee of reference. Like, and I'm looking at her thinking, what are you doing? And she got about 2 minutes into her little spiel about how she didn't like to be questioned by Senator Kirkmeyer, basically. And she said a few other things. I know you remember, I'm not going to say them all here on the mic, but we're not being filmed or taped, so I probably could say them. But she basically was chastising us, mostly Rhonda, for the way she ran the meeting. And Rhonda just stopped. She goes, you just stop right there. She goes, are you kidding me? I mean, how many times have we heard her say this? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And I'm thinking, I'm sitting in the office next to this person going, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. And Rhonda, let her have it and stopped the meeting. She just, stopped the meeting, and she goes, I'm done. My grandkids are here. I am done. And I can see her on the screen just doing this, and I'm thinking, this is hilarious. And she gets done and literally just shut her off her Zoom and walked away. And she's gone. She's not there anymore. And this executive director looked at me, and she goes, well, and I looked at her and I said, don't you ever talk to my chair of my committee like that again. I said, I don't know what you were thinking, but you're going to have to show up in our committee, and I'm going to get to ask you any question I want at this point. But don't you ever talk to my chair that way. And I walked out, and I called Rhonda, and I said, I let her have it too. And we both started laughing, and it was pretty funny. And she never did that to us again. That's right. She never did that to us again. And I remember another time we're in committee, and a certain senator didn't like Rhonda's bill, thought she knew better. And she was sitting there, and she came up. We were doing amendments, and Rhonda had a few amendments. She was working with everybody, as she always does. And this senator is doing essentially a strike below without doing a strike below, and she's gutting Rhonda's bill. And I'm sitting there on the end where I was, and Rhonda's kind of looking at her like, what was that? And I'm reading the thing, and I'm like, oh my God, she's gutting your bill. And I'm telling her on the side. Next thing I know, Rhonda comes up, and she's looking over, and because I had been writing notes, she's looking over my shoulder, picks up my sheet of paper, and goes back over and sits down in the chairs, and she goes, no. According to Senator Kirkmeyer, you can't do this, and you shouldn't be doing this, and you're trying to gut my bill. It says so right here. And I'm going, oh my God. And Of course, Smallwood is looking at me going, why are you helping them out? And I'm like, because she shouldn't get to just gut her bill like that. And we didn't agree to that amendment. You know who I'm talking about. Yes, I do. Yeah. And then this is my third story. I am sitting at my desk, and my desk used to be where Larry sits at, in the middle there. And we had already recessed for the day, adjourned for the day. And I was sitting there trying to read through stuff, prepare for committee. And Senator Fields walks over, walks right in front, and she has a bill, and she lays it down on my desk, and she goes, I think you should be on this bill with me. And I'm like, all right, well, let me read it. She walks away, and the next day she comes up to my desk and says, let me read it, I'll get back to you. And I'm looking at it, and it's a pretty simple bill. It's about TANF and getting more federal funds. She comes back the next day, walks right up in front of my desk, puts down a piece of paper. She goes, here are some talking points for you. I'm like going, I don't think I said yes yet. And she goes, well, you need to be on the bill. And I'm like, fine, I will do it. I knew what it was. I'm like, sure, I'd be happy to help you out on the bill. We get to committee that day. Rhonda is the chair. Normally the chair, when they have a bill, they step down and come on down to the front table there and, you know, we present the bill together. No. Rhonda says, Senator Kirkmeyer has this, she's got this, I'll just stay right here and run the committee. All of a sudden it became my bill, but that's what I mean by she's fierce. You're fierce. You're a remarkable woman. I'm in awe at the things, how you talk, how you can get up here, the way you feel, and you let that out. You are not ashamed to show how you feel about things. I know I've sent you several texts that say, I'm with you on that. I got you on that. I hope you're okay, kind of thing. And I just love the way that you go after it, the way that you address your position and that you use it for the betterment of everyone in this state. Not just in your Senate district, but it's in the state. I mean, I love your personality. I love your exuberance. You are just one of those very wonderful people, and I am so happy that I had the opportunity to sit on committee with you, in your committee, and work with you on stuff, and have conversations with you, get to know each other, get to know what's going on in our lives, that kind of thing. I have always had your back. I know you've always had mine. We don't always agree, but that's okay because we respected each other, and I have great respect for you. And I will say this, Arapahoe County, that commission, they are not ready for you. And I just want to be invited to your first CCI meeting so I can see how that goes. And then I am just really looking forward to seeing you in committee down here and giving it to us from the other side. But I love you, Rhonda Fields. You are a great chair, and you're going to be great. Thank you. Absolutely.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say a few words because my very first memory or knowledge of Senator Fields was when I was elected to the House of Representatives. And I will never forget getting a letter from a senator, coming from the lowly chamber, and getting a letter from Senator Fields congratulating me, and it just was so classy and so gracious. And every time I saw her, she would, actually talk to me, again, a lowly representative, say cute shoes or whatever, but she was always so kind. And it's just been a pleasure to serve with you, Senator Fields, on the Health and Human Service Committee. You are righteous. When you get up and speak about something, I admire so much the passion, your grace, and your style, the way you show up every day. I admire hugely, and I'm here for it. When you get up there and you tell people like it is, I love it, and I wish I could speak extemporaneously half as well as you do. You always move me with your speaking and your defense of something, and I just want to say that I admire so much also anyone who uses their own personal story and pain to come help and advocate for others. That is the highest calling, in my opinion, and a real shero. So I am very grateful for the opportunity to serve with you, and hope I get to see you again.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fields, my colleague, my friend, a person I've come in with, learned a lot from, sat on the audit committee with you, on our behavioral health committee. I have been there to co-sponsor a bill to help you champion and use your voice. I have been here on bills that you didn't like and you used your voice against it. Anytime you come to the well, your presence is demanded and it's always respected. And I've learned a lot from you, and your power and presence in this building will not be forgotten. And I just want to say that it will be a hole left in this chamber because of your loss. And I just want to thank you for the years you've given to me and the rest of us, and I wish you all the best.
Senator Fields.
Well, well, well. I have a few things to share with you all. And so I first want to start with a spirit of gratitude and thanksgiving. Because I never would have made it through my time in the House and through my time in the Senate without many of you here. How you have shaped me, how you have molded me, how you have helped me mature as a lawmaker. But I do have to start by really thanking my family, my faith, and my community, because I wouldn't be here without them. This place is a wonderful place to work. I love coming to the state capitol, sitting in that chair, sitting at that desk, and being here. It is an honor and a pleasure to be an elected official. We have to be in these chairs at the same time doing the work of the people. And not everyone gets that privilege to be elected to represent their community. And we don't do this work alone. We have staff behind us. We have a wonderful Senate secretary. We have our assignable people. We have our sergeants. We have our staff on both sides of the chambers. There's so many people that make this machine work. We have janitors. We have lobbyists. This is a well-functioning machine. And I don't know how people really understand what it takes for us to do our work. But it's a lot. Just the paper alone. All the files, all the papers, people analyzing the bills, closing out the desk, deciding what bills are going to come up. It's overwhelming. The bill drafters. There's just a lot of work that goes on here. And I want to say that the work that we do here is like an ATM machine. There are transactions taking place every day. Some people are here to do withdrawals as it relates to tax funding. And there's some people here that are here to kind of block and to protect their industry or their product. There's a lot of transactions that go on here. And the transaction for me has been, this place will hum with you or without you. This is really a machine. I didn't realize that until I missed some very critical opportunities to be with my family. And you just can't get back time that you've lost. And over the course of time, I've learned it's okay for me to step away from this work, because if I'm here today or tomorrow, this place is going to function within the 120 days we have. So my advice to all of you all is to never underestimate the value of friends or family. Family is important because after you get beat up down here and you have to go home, all you have is what is going on at home. And when I talk about friends, friends are important too. And I don't think lobbyists are our friends, but they are our allies. And I think that we need to be careful how we choose our allies and how we engage in information that they might give us. I found that they have been very, very helpful in navigating legislation, but I've also found myself being a champion for legislation and finding myself out there all by myself. Thought I had all this support. You guys might remember this. All the support. I counted all of my votes, every single one of them. And then when it was time for the vote to be counted, everyone left their seats and they were sitting in the back, and the bill died. And that's where I've learned another lesson, and I learned this from my good colleague and friend from El Paso County, because we served together in the House, and we were in local government together. And one of the things that he said to me that I would never forget is that you don't marry the bill. You just carry them. Because I was really devastated when that bill died. I was really devastated. And so when he said that, I said, And then somebody told me, yeah, bills die down here. Not all bills are gonna make it. So you just have to learn how to move beyond that. So I'm going to retrace my steps. It won't take long. When I arrived at the Capitol in 2011, the GOP was in charge. It was Frank McNulty, Mark Waller, Amy Stevens, and Bob Gardner. There were some other folks there as well. But these were the folks that had huge personalities. And so it was like, how do I navigate these huge personalities being in the minority? And one thing I learned is that you have to learn how to play in the sandbox if you want to be successful. And so that's what I did. I learned how to go across the aisle and to solicit support. But I also learned who governs matters. Because during that time, there were some dinosaurs, is what I want to call them. And you can't dance with some dinosaurs. And what I mean by that is they weren't open to change. So a lot of times I would present a bill or an idea to folks, and it was really no. So I had to look for opportunities to dance with dinosaurs because sometimes there was huge resistance to change. Another lesson that I learned is how to live above the noise. There's a lot of noise going on down here. And by noise, there's just a lot of chatter. There's just a lot of chatter. And sometimes for me, I can't be weighed down with the noise. And I had to learn how to rise above the noise to stay sane. I couldn't get into the gossip or the hearsay or whatever. I had to really be focused on what it is I wanted to do for my community and why I was elected. And the reason I ran is because I wanted to protect the most vulnerable people in our community. And for me, that was the children. The children that have a house and those who don't. those that have a room to clean and those who don't. Those who do have a room and they put their clothes under the bed, I was for all kids and for families and for veterans, and most importantly, for those who have been harmed by crime. In the House, I learned the lesson of the power of my voice in influence. It was in the House, and it was a member on the other side where Bob Gardner sat, and I was told, don't speak on this bill. I didn't like the bill, but I said, just be quiet. Can you just be quiet? And I agreed to it for about 10 minutes as the bill was being presented. And I was sitting on my hands, and I said, you gotta go tell her that you can't honor that commitment anymore. And I did. But when someone tells you to be quiet, to suffocate and silence your voice, that gave me a sense that what I was saying could have influence and could switch the vote, and really didn't understand that until I was told to be silent. And I think I'll end with this. And of course, I have to end with thinking about my son. You've heard me talk about my son, but I just want you to know that my son's life was not his murder. So as I leave here today, I just want you guys to be mindful of, my son was bigger than the tragedy that happened to us. My son was bright, he was brilliant, he had a beautiful smile, and I hear stories about how kind he was. In this story I just heard not too long ago, I was at Home Depot, and a lady came up to me and she says, how you doing, Miss Fields? I said, I'm doing fine. And she says, I know your son. I said, how do you know my son? He says, well, your son and my son used to hang out together. I said, yeah. I said, tell me more. She says, well, I want to tell you, I was at the bus stop, and I was waiting for the bus, and your son came by, and he says, do you need a ride? And so she said, no, just go, I'm waiting for the bus. He says, no, come on, I'll give you a ride. She worked at King Soopers. She said that he took her to King Soopers, and he said, what time do you get off? And she says, I get off at 10:30. He says, I'll come by and I'll give you a ride home. That was my son. He was much more than the tragedy. He was much more than how he left this earth. And so Javad, Mom and Dad, I know you're looking down on me. I hope you're proud. I hope you think I've done good. Thank you all. I love you all.
Because it's a lot to carry.
Is it?
As he knows.
Thank you.
I'll take this over.
Do you want to get a picture?
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that that the clerk please read the tribute for Senator Kevin Priola.
Will the clerk please read a tribute for Senator Kevin Priola?
Senator Priola was elected to serve in the 67th, 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd, 73rd, and 74th General Assemblies, where he represented his constituents with dedication and honor. During his tenure with the Senate, he served with distinction as chair and vice chair of the Transportation and Energy Committee and as vice chair of the Education Committee. Senator Priola served on the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, the Finance Committee, and the Education Committee. In addition, he served as chair of the Joint Technology Committee and is vice chair of the Opioid and Other Substance Use Disorders Study Committee. He also served on the Colorado Youth Advisory Council Committee, the Transportation Legislation Review Committee, the Zero Waste and Recycling Interim Committee, and on the Select Committee on Energy and the Environment. Senator Priola worked extensively to improve state policies regarding substance use disorder harm reduction and recovery, promoted electric vehicle adoption and infrastructure improvements, and worked on improving state policies regarding recycling, including sponsoring model legislation for a statewide producer responsibility system. He was also the prime sponsor of legislation that stabilized PARA and improved the state's credit rating. Finally, Senator Priola helped create the popular black retro license plate that will raise millions of dollars for the disabled community every year. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Priola's exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being bold enough to call on me, because I got some things to say. I got some things to say. Yeah, so for those of you, I don't think there's anybody that new to this room to perhaps not know that Senator Priola and I sat next to each other for years. Senator Tate's in the chamber as well, and had Tate on one side and Priola on the other side. So you want to, if you've never felt sorry for me, hopefully now you have a reason to. So the conversations, because I'm the non-intellectual of that trio, right? So when there's philosophical discussions that have to happen, it's between Senator Priola and Senator Tate, and I'm just stuck in the middle while they're debating carbon credits and all of this types of stuff. So I had to hear all of it, and appreciate the comments that Senator Priola made during what was supposed to be a tribute to me that turned into a roast. But we had some very interesting conversations, and it's tough for me to, on the mic admit that I do have the car that I have because of Kevin, and I was able to recarpet my home based on conversations that Kevin and I had. So those were all true. And for those that now on the other side of the aisle have had to put up with Kevin Priola that I had to put up with, it's about time folks got a taste of their own medicine, I think, on this, because once something gets in Kevin's brain, it doesn't matter who you are. You're not talking him out of it. You're not talking him out of it. It's the decision. I don't know how many of you have read Elon Musk's book, but when you're spending as much time as you are with somebody who is driven and motivated and experienced and has got something set in their head, having these conversations can be quite frustrating, because there's your opinion is exactly that. That's about as far as it goes with Kevin. So now looking back on it, I actually appreciate that. I appreciate that quality in Kevin. Kevin is, as much as he'll drive you crazy, he's thinking ahead. So he's not thinking necessarily present day, not thinking current term in office or anything like that. He's thinking, what Kevin's going to be doing 4 years from now, or 8 years from now, or 12 or 16 years from now. So a couple quick stories to share with Kevin. So I don't know if you know this, but I walked not as many neighborhoods and knocked on doors for Kevin as I did for myself, but I walked neighborhoods and knocked on doors more for Kevin than I have anybody else. Successfully, temporarily. So with Kevin, you're not allowed to just go walk neighborhoods and knock doors, because there's a plan, and you have to follow the plan, or otherwise you don't get to walk the neighborhoods. And so Kevin had, I think, forgotten that I'd knocked 7,000 doors myself. So every time I'm getting on a roll and getting going, Kevin stops, pulls his truck over, and is like, has to stop and lecture me for a little bit about how I'm not going in the right order, and are you saying this? And you're saying, Kevin, leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. Just let's go. I mean, it's Saturday. Like, we got doors in. So I get to go. He'd allow me to go knock on 5 or 10 more doors, and all of a sudden the truck pulls up again. Okay, now are you doing this and are you doing that? Kevin, I am not going to be able to do this if you keep interrupting me every 15 minutes telling me how I can and cannot knock doors for you. So leave me alone. So eventually we got through it. And here's the thing that folks who have walked neighborhoods for Kevin are going to be really envious about is if you go and work on Kevin's campaign, you get a T-shirt. But if you work super hard and knock enough doors, you get a polo shirt. And I'm so ticked off because I forgot today I was going to bring my Kevin Priola polo shirt, which is reserved exclusively for those who have worked the hardest to get Democrats elected. Those of us who work really hard to get Democrats elected get a polo shirt. So that's first story. Second, this gets you into the brain of Kevin Priola just a little bit. You're gonna think I'm making this up. So, in addition to walking neighborhoods and knocking doors, I also made calls for Kevin Priola, which is partly why I earned the polo shirt. So the GOTV list that I got from Kevin, and I don't have permission to tell this story, so he's probably gonna hate me even more after this. So the list, so I'm calling, Kevin gives me a list, it's like 10 pages long. I need you to call all these people, encourage them to make sure they get out and vote and hopefully vote for Kevin Priola. Like, you got it, Kevin. I made a lot of calls in my life, so I'm calling. Bang, bang, leaving voicemails, talking to people. All of a sudden I get to middle of page 2. And it's like, whatever name, Trent Johnson or whatever. Kevin probably remembers the name. I'm like, phone answers, and it's like, hello? I'm like, oh, is this Trent Johnson? It's like, who's this? I'm like, oh, this is Jim Smallwood. I'm just, making calls on behalf of Kevin Priola. It's like, really? I'm like, Kevin? Is it Kevin? Is this you? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I don't understand what happened. I'm going through the list. I thought this was like some Trent Johnson's name. And Priola's like, yeah, I always put my own number in here just to make sure you're actually making the calls. Trust but verify. That's what he tells me. That's what this guy tells me. I'm making calls for him. His own number is on the list. So again, if you're ever wondering like what is actually going on in that melon, like this is confusing. I don't get it. Remember this story. Trust me, you cannot figure this out. You can spend time with it if you want to. But there's a lot going in there. So we had a lot of fun together. All obviously, of course, never forgive him for switching parties. That's a given. But regardless, as you know, there's plenty of folks on the other side of the aisle that I can work with, that I can have a lot of fun with, whether or not we agree politically or not. Kevin's one of those people. He has been a lot of fun. He did get me to become a Tesla convert. I wish I could deny that, but that would not be being authentic. So for that and many other things, I do owe you an apology as well. We'll talk about that later. But thanks. I wish you and your family the very best, buddy. Yeah, look forward to going. Thank you so much.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Priola, you are a big, lovable goober. You are such a goober, and I have said this behind your back so many times. I think I've probably said it to your face too, but you are a goober. You're just like a human goober. We were talking out in the lobby the other day. You're like a lab, a yellow lab. You are excited and you are there for it and you are not exactly sure what's going on, but man, you are here. And I can be in the middle of working on amendments to a bill. I can be negotiating something, up to my eyeballs, and you'll come up and you'll be like, hey, can I count you on this bill? I'm like, not now, Kevin. You're like, no, but can I just on this, just real quick? I'm like, Kevin, I'm in the middle. You're like, no, it's coming up, like in 2 weeks. I really need it. And I'm like, Kevin, I just need a minute, Kevin. You're like, no, I'm there. And you're like a dog with a bone. This is part of why the lab analogy works. There was a bill last year that only got out of the Senate because Kevin would not stop talking to me about it. It was a $20,000 study on nuclear, I think. I don't even know what. Desalinization. There we go. I don't remember. It was not very much money, but it didn't make sense. And, finally I let it out of the Senate, and it was in the House, and Emily at one point called me so mad. There was not a lot of things that Emily got mad at me about last year, but she was so mad that we had let that bill out because Kevin would not stop calling her. There was a day towards the end of session last year where she said you sat on the House floor for more than an hour waiting for her to like stop pretending that she was too busy to talk with you, to come over and talk with you about this bill. You have one of the biggest hearts in this chamber. You are led by that heart, and you are led to do crazy things sometimes. But you are led by your heart, like a yellow lab. You believe certain things. You are always great to work with on bills. It's not that you won't compromise, but you know where you stand. And when you decided to switch parties, it was not a surprise to me, because as whip, I had always counted you. Just to make sure, just to see if we had that one other Democratic vote. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, no, he was over here. So I would count all the Democrats, and then I would also count Kevin, because you never know. That might be your 18th vote, because Kevin did what he thought was right. And he still does what he believes is right. He is just so dedicated to making the world a better place, to building a state that he believes is the kind of place that we want to live in. It is inspiring to see someone who is just so lasered in on the things that they care about. But the biggest testament to this, the way that I know this isn't just like how Kevin seems to show up when he's here and maybe there's something else going on, is his wife, Michelle. Because like me, Kevin married someone much smarter, much better looking, someone that everyone likes more. And that is, I think, the highest tribute to someone's character. So, for Michelle, man, we are going to miss you a great deal.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, my first time down here, actually it was my second time, when I came in 2017, I was in the minority, so I understand. And you heard from the minority leader about a little bill that I came and complained to him about because it died, it was killed. And it made no sense to me because it was a really good idea. And I put my heart and soul into this bill. I worked really hard on this bill, and it uniformly was voted down by the majority party. It didn't even stand a chance. Didn't even make it out of committee. And I was so devastated because I was like, can't they see, though, that this is a really good bill? And why? So I went and I had a conversation at that time with Senator, was it Shuffle? It was Senator Shuffle. And I had a heart-to-heart with him, and I said, okay, so what's the secret of getting bills out of your committees? Please tell me, what do I need to do? And he said, oh, well, just present your good ideas and hope for the best. And I said, yeah, but I did that. I went all in and presented what I thought was a really good idea, and you killed it. What do I need to do? And he said, well, you might just want to think about working with another member of the caucus. And I was like, okay. So I took that piece of advice, and I got one of the little sheets with the names on it, and I kind of looked through the caucus, and I was like, okay, who could I go to that might listen to me and might be willing to work with me on a bill? And I landed on Kevin. So I went to him, and I pitched him the idea, and I said, what do you think? And to his credit, he was like, I'm in. And when he committed, he committed. So we get all prepped and ready for the committee, and we go in, and I was really nervous because I wasn't sure if it was going to work. I wasn't sure if this working together with a member of the opposite party was going to pay off or not. And it did. And it was the seal of biliteracy. I don't know if you remember that. But it was such a fantastic bill, other than the fact that I had to listen to Kevin speak Spanish to me all the time. Every time we talked about this bill, he would speak Spanish. But it taught me a lesson. It helped encourage me to not get too frustrated or upset. I think it was kind of the beginning of understanding the benefit of collaborating with the other side. He was a true partner, a true collaborator on legislation, and I just want to say that thank you very much for creating that memory for me. Thank you for being the inspiration for taking a different approach down here, for your heart and for your kindness and for committing to your bills. And then secondly, I want to say thank you for sponsoring the foster education bill, the higher education bill for foster youth. That was a bill that we did together with Hugh McKean and Barbara McLaughlin. And it was, to me, it was just such an important bill. It was really hard to not get too frustrated or sucked in. I married that puppy for sure. And you were just a very calming presence on the bill. You just kept saying over and over again, it's going to be okay. And you did a really good job, Rachel. And so it was a pleasure to have you by my side on an important policy. And that's because you cared about it too. And that made us a good team. So I just want to say thank you for being the first person to bite, for the first person to be willing to collaborate with me so that I could get some bills passed down here. And congratulations on a brilliant career.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President. I have thought a few times about the history of this building and the people that have been here, and wonder from time to time about the statistics that you could do on this place and what would be outliers and what would just blend in with all the information of all the bills, of everything that's ever happened here. I hope someday you can go on the Colorado legislative website and there'd be bar graphs available for sponsorship and co-sponsorship. Because the co-sponsorship bar graph, you're gonna have 100 years from now, you're gonna have like Kevin Priola, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, just Kevin Priola, and then number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nobody will ever come close to what you co-sponsored this year. A few months ago, I was at Kevin's house for the Super Bowl party. And Kevin and I are both married, as the Senator from Greenwood Village pointed out, to much more intelligent, much better looking individuals. Our wives are both Latinas and very strong-willed, and Kevin and I are just nerds. And we're at this party, and Bree and Michelle are hitting it off. It's the first time I think that they've been able to spend time together in a while. And Kevin and I and Jack Tate are watching the game, and we're completely vacillating between talking about football stats in the game and transit stuff and back and forth. Just if it was football, it was nerdy statistics. If it was transit, it was just geeking out on transit. And Bree and Michelle are just staring at us. And I get in the car for the ride home, and I ask Bree how she's doing, and she says, "The party was lovely. The game was great. Seeing the ghost of Christmas future was illuminating." And that was because we saw each other in Kevin and Michelle. A couple, God, it's been 4 years ago now, the 2020 election was rough for both of our families. And we didn't know how it was going to come out. My wife lost her reelection. Kevin narrowly won his reelection. And that evening, we spent our entire time with the supporters and the staff that had worked so hard and wanted to be there for them. And the next morning, what we really wanted was just time as a family. And, you know, after election, win or lose, the phone calls come in. And that morning after, what we really, really wanted was just, we'll get to the phone calls some other time. But we were going to have this morning as a family, just to be together as a family. But when Kevin's phone call came in, Bree said, "I'm taking that." And I absolutely wanted it that way. She respected and respects you, and I know that she appreciated her time working bipartisanship with you, working across chambers with you. You were the first member of the General Assembly that was not just a colleague, but a friend. And you were the call that Bree took after that election. Different parties, she genuinely wanted you to win, and I know you genuinely wanted her to win, and that call and the words that you gave her meant a lot to her, and it meant a lot to me. And I never imagined at that moment that, you know, a year later that we would be working together. And I have appreciated the friendship. Our first session working together was so interesting because I don't think there was anybody more opposite of me actually than you. If you go back and look at the 2022 record, there have to be at least a dozen third reading votes that were 20 to 15. There were 20 Republicans, there were 15 Democrats, and there are at least a dozen votes that were 20 to 15, but it's because there was a Henriksen no, always, without fail, matched with a Priola yes. And it was funny and a little infuriating, but it has been a pleasure to work alongside of you. And the last thing I'll leave you with, and why I think we bonded and why I became friends with you immediately, is because the culture of our politics at that time was awful. It's still awful. I hope it's maybe starting to get a little bit better in general. There are still problems in this building. There are still problems on the national stage. You are not an ideologue, but you are unfailing and unbending in your consistency for decency. And that is something that our body politic is deeply missing. And I want to thank you for bringing that to this chamber and to our state, and again, for your friendship.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I thought a lot about what I wanted to say about Senator Priola. Kevin, we've served all those years in the House together in the Senate. You know, I knew Senator Priola when he was a Democrat in the Republican caucus. And now I know him when he's a Republican in the Democrat caucus. And you have always believed the same things. And that's not an easy thing here in the Colorado General Assembly, to come here and hold true to your beliefs. So Senator Hendrickson was talking about all those co-sponsors bills that you have, and I said earlier that I probably, with Senator Fields' bills that I wasn't a co-sponsor, was more. Well, Kevin, I know this will come as a shock to you, but I think that my record of voting for your bills is about .001, and you know, we had a congressman one time who said that he voted against Nancy Pelosi like 110%. I have voted against your bills at least 99.9% of the time, Kevin. But I have always said, well, you know, Kevin is consistent and true to his beliefs. And we have done a lot of time together. I have always loved you. I've been, there's time for honesty. I've had smoke coming out my ears, but always cared deeply. And you have never, I think, in all that time when I had smoke coming out of my ears, you've never thought ill of me, which is says very well for you. You know, when we were in the majority, you brought a bill into House Judiciary, and I don't know what it was about that bill, but we weren't going to let it get out of committee. So you convinced me to not kill the bill. Do you remember this? Yeah, you know. Was it a gun bill? I don't know what it was. It was probably an environmental bill, Kevin, you know. And so I learned from Mike Mauer, who was Ledge Council Director at the time, you have to kill a bill. And he would come to me like every 2 weeks and say, Representative Gardner, Mr. Chairman, you have to bring this bill up. And I go, well, we just don't want to bring it up. And he'd say, well, you got to bring it up. And I said, what if I don't bring it up? And he goes, well, you know, but I never brought your bill up, Kevin.
It was a gun bill. You killed it 2 days before the session, I think.
No, I never killed it. Never killed it. It died. We had the last committee 2 days before the end of session, and then it just died. And Mike Mauer never forgave me because the rule said we had to do something with the bill. So, you know, we came into the House together. We fought some, together, we fought some really tough battles over there. And you have always been, as I say, always true to your beliefs. They don't really belong over there, and they don't really belong over there. And I respect you so much for operating in an environment that wants you to be there or there, and your steadfast commitment to be where Kevin is the whole time. One last story. You know, Kevin, it's not really the way I tell it's not really the truth, but Kevin was out knocking doors for his reelection. And I was the guy in our caucus that was sort of assigned to be Kevin's helper and confessor and all. And I get a call one day, and Kevin says, this guy said I tore his screen door off. And I'm like, well, why did you tear his screen door off, Kevin? And they go, well, I didn't just... And apparently, I don't know, he can in his rebuttal tell what really happened, I suppose. But this guy was going to sue Kevin. I think he was a Democrat, Kevin. I just want to know. He was a Democrat, and he really didn't like you because you were a Republican. Now, I don't know what that tells you, but I called the guy. He was going to sue Kevin. And I talked to him for a while, and I said, how much is... We don't think he did anything to your door, but he was just trying to put his literature in there. When we got done, the guy didn't want anything other than maybe Kevin to call him. And Kevin, I've never told you, the reason that was I said, he's not really a Republican. Seriously, I'm going to miss you. It's been a privilege to serve with you. I have to say, and all the times that I was just fuming about you, you never ever let it bother you, and always were good and kind to me and made me a better person for it. So I love you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. So before I got elected, up in Adams County, Kevin Priola is pretty infamous, especially on our side of the aisle. You would hear how hard Kevin worked and how many doors he would knock. You heard about how he helped Beth Martinez-Huminick get elected and knocked thousands of doors for her. And so when I was elected and I came to the House as a nurse, I thought science was pretty much agreed upon, and made a decision to run a vaccine bill. And that was an eye-opening experience. And Kevin Priola was on that bill with me. And it's the hardest bill I've ever ran down here, hardest issue I've ever worked on, most frustrating issue I've ever worked on as well, just with the disinformation. And there are some strong opinions on that issue. And so much so that my family received death threats. And what I will never forget is during that whole process, during what was a very difficult bill, and the good senator from Denver, Senator Gonzalez, and Senator Priola carried that bill over here, is neither one of them ever faltered. They believed in it, and they never backed down from what was a really difficult fight. And Kevin had to come up for re-election, and I remember that. And I remember getting asked to come out and support his opponent, and I said I couldn't go against Kevin because of the fact that he never left my side during one of the hardest battles that anyone could imagine. It's not the most popular thing to say when we have party politics, but I firmly believe that we have to be there for those who are there for us. And Kevin, you were always there for me. And it doesn't mean that we haven't had some disagreements along the way, but when it matters, you were always there. And I have had some awkward interactions with Senator Priola over the years. Some that I can say that I'll share with you now, some I can't. He decided that he was going to come help me get elected to the Senate once he left the Republican Party, and we were out getting ready to go knock, and I'll never forget, Kevin starts talking to me about health, and he makes some comments about maybe the size of my belly, and starts giving me like guidance on how I could be healthier. And I looked over to him, and I'm like, Kevin, you have the same size belly as I do. What the hell are you talking about? But he didn't even get it. He didn't get it. And it was the most awkward thing. I was like, yeah, it's muscle. Oh, okay. I don't know who's, I don't, the other thing with Kevin too that, and I haven't told him this, but I think it every time I see it whenever we're in committee room. Kevin drinks Mountain Dew, or he drinks soda, but Mountain Dew is the thing that I always see him do this on, is he'll drink Mountain Dew and he'll drink 3/4 of the Mountain Dew, and then he'll go over to the water thing and fill the remainder of the can up with water and drink it with like 1/4 Mountain Dew and 3/4 water. And I thought it was the grossest thing I've ever seen, and you continue to do it, and I never understood it. And geez Louise. And so, no, Kevin, I hope you know how appreciated you are, and I hope you know that that you've left this place a better place, this state a better place. And you're infamous in Adams County. We're lucky to have you. I'm lucky to call you a friend, and thank you for everything you've done over the years.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will give the Tide Concentrate version of these remarks. A few quick thoughts to share with my friend, the good senator from Henderson. When I started in the House in 2017, we had split chambers, and my biggest concern was, how am I possibly going to find bipartisan co-sponsorship on a climate bill? The answer to my prayers was here, and after we switched parties, it was one of the biggest losses we had, is we couldn't claim bipartisanship on some of our climate bills anymore. But these are the prices we pay to get a new colleague in the caucus. And it was so great to work with you on so many of those bills over the last 8 years. The second and most important point is I've been so lucky to get to know both the good senator, but also his incredible wife. And we've been on some wonderful trips together, had time to spend time as families together. I hope we can continue to do that. I know we will. And I'm so lucky to have you in my life. And the third thing, which to follow up on the good senator from Greenwood Village's comments about the dog comparison, in a good way, I just think the other thing that we have to remember is that he was a Ralphie handler at the University of Colorado, and that basically explains the whole thing. It all makes sense after you see him on that football field, the black hat flying off as he's trying to keep up with Ralphie, and everything he's done here at the Capitol just makes perfect sense after you have that image in your mind. I'm glad to call you a friend. I'm glad to have served with you, and I can't wait to continue our friendship.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my very, very good friend, Kevin Priola. So let me set the scene. It's Transportation Legislative Review Committee, which we always get to go on a trip. So we're on a trip, and it's an election year, it's 2018, and we're traveling around the state, and I knew a big transportation bill was coming, and I knew my friends on this side of the aisle would say there was no rural public transit, and so basically I planned the whole trip to only see rural public transit and take lots of pictures of electric buses in rural areas, and Kevin loved it. And we're in a van just traveling around Colorado, and we're like, come on, Kevin, you got to join our team. You're doing everything with us. You're doing climate, you're doing transportation, you're doing recycling. And I actually looked it up, and I've co-sponsored more bills with Senator Priola than I have anyone else in my time as a legislator. And he's like, well, I'm really pro-life. And we're like, it's fine, we'll give you a pass. He's like, well, I like guns. And we're like, no, we're the big tent party, come on. And on this trip, he's not quite ready, but we're planting the seeds. But as we're talking to all the local elected officials and we're in the vans, that's where the idea of Pegasus came up. So if anyone knows what Pegasus is it's the circulator vans that connect CDOT and busting to our local service providers. And we're in the back of that van, and we're like, we think we can do this. And so every time you see a Pegasus, I want you to think of Kevin Priola. And I think we should honorarily, as a chamber, call the Pegasus buses the Priola buses. And that led into 260, which he, at the time, was a Republican, and the sponsors of that bill were Fenberg, Winter, Priola. And he was on the bill early on and helped negotiate that. And so to my friend Priola that has, and how many people know he's been to Tokyo and he likes the density, right? And so to everything we've done together, from climate to transportation to substance use abuse and opioid abuse and recycling, I am glad to have carried more bills with you than anyone else. And he is that puppy dog. And that's part of what makes him so special is he is always excited to get involved, always in. And I think that shows. I think we're at a moment in time where there's politics of no and vitriol and status quo, and there's the politics of hope and aspiration. And you always have had hope and aspiration on what we could possibly be. So thank you. Thank you, Frank. Love you.
Senator Cutter.
Thanks, Mr. President. Wow, I'm getting such a completed picture now of these stories. I'm like, yeah, that is exactly right. So I first met Kevin when, Senator Priola, when I was the House sponsor of the Forward bill, the Front Range Waste Diversion Grant, which I'm sure you're all enthusiastic, as I am about that, as we are together. And we were at a bill signing, and I remember, it was funny, we were just talking about it this morning, and I remember he brought Cora with him, and I thought, wow, that's pretty cool that this Republican guys on this thing shared my passion for zero waste and a commitment to that, and we became friends and served on the Zero Waste Committee together and really bonded on our shared commitment to environmental issues and zero waste and all those things. And then when it came time for me to campaign, Kevin was out there knocking doors for me. First one to step up and out and come out. And he came out more times than anyone, I think. And we just became better and better friends and partnered on a lot of legislation. I have not checked the records, but I'm sure we have co-sponsored lots of things together. And we had a really fun habit last year that we unfortunately we didn't ever get time for. There was so much to do, but we used to walk the stairs, do the circuit. We'd walk all the way up, ride the elevator all the way down. It was circuit training, right? That's what, yeah. And we would make the lobbyists, actually, if they wanted to talk to us, we'd make them walk up the stairs with us. So that was fun. You got to join us. But Kevin's been a wonderful, wonderful friend, and I also loved the lab comparison because it's just so true. In the very best possible way. In the very best possible way. Enthusiastic, tenacious, just such a great friend, and I'll miss our walks and our talks, and I know we're still going to collaborate on environmental issues, so I will look forward to that. But we'll miss you.
Senators Fields and Buckner.
I would be remiss if I didn't come to this podium to tell you what a great guy Kevin Priola is. I served with him in the House, and it's been really a pleasure to serve with him in the Senate. And I liked him when he was a Republican. And I love him as a Democrat. But he's just a good man. I ask his opinion a lot on legislation, and he's just as smart as he can be. He really understands policy, so I ask his opinion all the time, and his input is always right on the money. And he loves his family, and he's been so supportive of me. We used to serve on health together. And this year, he's given me a lot of advice on all the committees I serve on. But he's just a good guy. The other thing is, I never have to worry about food while I'm in this. I never have to worry about being hungry, because if I say, Kevin, I'm hungry, he'll say, Janet, what do you want? I got some sausages, I got some chips, I got some cheese, I've got some candy. So I've never seen anyone who consumes that many calories and stays so fit. But in all seriousness, I am really going to miss you. I hope we will continue to be friends when you're no longer here at the state capitol, because your friendship means so much to me, Kevin.
Senator
And
Fields.
thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to stand here alongside my colleague because we share Kevin. Senator is on the right, this senator is on the left, and she's absolutely right. We watch him eat all day long. And so, Kevin, we worked together in the House, and I just want to thank you for all the bills that we ran together because you sat on education. And so you were like the go-to person in education because at the time you were a Republican, I was a Democrat, and you were always the one that says, if you want a bipartisan bill, talk to Kevin Priola.
Yes.
And you've just been a great partner whenever I needed someone to be the wing guy on a bill. You've been there for me. And so I just want to wish you all the best in your next chapter.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't prepare anything formal, but I couldn't let Senator Priola get away without saying a few words. So when we first found out that Kevin was coming over to our caucus, I called up President Fenberg and I said, is he really going to be a member of our caucus? And I said, he's coming to all the meetings, he's going to do everything. And he goes, yeah, he's going to be with us. And so then I saw you at the golf tournament, right, the golf match, and I was like, God, this guy can play golf. He can do it all. He was telling me, he took out his phone and he educated. I have solar energy. I have a solar panel. I have solar energy in my house. He took out his phone and he showed me how he knows every single bit of wattage, electricity that's coming in on solar energy. And I went, oh my gosh. I said, this guy knows his stuff. And then as I got to know you, not only did I get to know how smart you are and how committed you are to the environment, but I saw your heart. And working with you on some pretty interesting bills and taking on some pretty big policy, you're just amazing. You're so selfless. You're so gracious. I'm really going to miss you, Kevin. I'm really going to miss your runs to Costco also. And I just really appreciate who you are, and I hope that we can be in touch the rest of our lives. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Priola. I think back, I'll try to remember everything as I've been here 5 years. My first year I came in, you were on the Republican side. Kevin's our bipartisan vote. Everything that we do those years were bipartisan because Kevin Priola was on them. Which I don't know how that felt for you, but you've always stood for your morals and where you went at. But, I was like, okay, I think the first bill, I think Senator Hansen and you ran the electric vehicle charging policy, and I was like, no. I was like, I'm not going to make everybody pay for that. And Senator Hansen said, you want to come and take a ride in my car? I'll take you. You can check out the electric vehicle. I was like, no, I don't want to ride in your car. And it's not going to change my vote, but thank you. And then you're like, I have a Jeep we can run. I was like, I'll run. I can drive farther than you can, but maybe you'll get there faster. But it was exciting to see you and you holding to your values and being the vote on a lot of bills we did. And then you came over to our side, and then you became probably. I think I was talking to Senator Gonzalez about getting you a Democratic Socialist of America pin with some of the bills that you were running, and I was like, I think I told Kevin that, like, you're one of the stronger socialist Democrats we got in this caucus now, and he's like, what's DSA? And but your willingness to work, whether frustratingly you come up and try to throw one of your crazy amendments onto our bills. And we're like, no, Kevin, you can't do that. I'm just going to try. And I'm like, okay. But your willingness to compromise and help with bills, I think back to a couple days ago on a bill that you were running, and you came to me as like, here's a fact sheet. Please don't ride with Senator Winter on an amendment she's going to run on my bill. Please don't. I'm asking you not to. I was like, I don't know. And then I'm like, Look, see Pelton over there with the electrical code book and 15 amendments? He won't run any of them. He put that amendment on. Senator Winter moves it. I accept this amendment. Team player. But I appreciate the time you've given with us, and I look forward to seeing what you do outside of here. We'll be here for the next few years. Look forward to seeing you at Adams County events. That's a place where I grew up. You started coming to the Adams County events, and I've been there for a lot of my life, and everybody seemed to welcome you. I think, and I walked for the Democratic candidate in your last campaign, and I walked a lot of doors, and every door I went to was a Kevin Priola flyer on every door. So I know how hard you worked. You were always a fierce competitor. I think I worked in canvas for Janice May. You were one of those ones we could never beat. So, you worked hard for what you got. You did a lot of great things, and it was an honor to have you here, and I consider you a friend, and thank you for the work you did.
Thank you, Robert. Love you, man.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to come down and to share my appreciation and gratitude for the ways that Senator Priola, Kevin, has consistently demonstrated his affinity, respect, and love for Latinos and our culture. And having grown up alongside so many folks, and literally when I first came to the legislature, you were one of the first, you might have been the first person I spoke Spanish with here inside the chamber. And it was such a gift to be able to work alongside you on policies protecting the rights of immigrants, to speak Spanish with you, and to learn about your life, your childhood, and the ways that those experiences have translated into your policy. And so for that, I just want to say thank you. And those morals and clarity have, regardless of what party, you have remained true to those, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, my friend.
Damn.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Priola, I will tell you that the first time I was introduced to you was when I was knocking doors and our districts overlapped. And every time I would go to a door to put a piece of lit in, there was a piece of lit from Kevin Priola. Now, granted, we weren't running against each other because we're different. I was running for the House, he was running for the Senate. And on all of my cards, when somebody wasn't at the door, I was so proud of myself because I would write, "Sorry I missed you," and sign my name. And I was very proud of this effort. Kevin's cards had like paragraphs of I'm like, how do you know what to say to all of these people? And all of the, door after door after door with paragraphs of text. And I thought, oh my God, this guy is definitely unbeatable. Then I joined Commerce City Rotary, where you're a legend, and everybody loves you in Commerce City Rotary. And when Janice was running against you, I was like, ooh, this is gonna be a tough one, because you are so loved by your community because you so love your community. And I am honored to be in your community and to be your neighbor. Thank you for driving me these last couple of nights, because I don't think I would have been able to do it myself. It's an honor that I got to work in the same chamber as you, at least for 1 year. So thank you.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief, but I just want to say Kevin Priola is the strangest man I've ever met in my life. I mean, there's just nobody like him. You are so strange. So the first time I got to know Kevin Priola was, I didn't actually meet him. So when I ran, I was in sort of a unique position because I have a background in politics before I was in elected office. So when I was past the primary and everything like that, in 2016, I was actually actively working on the campaign side to help make sure that when I get in here that I'm in the majority. We were unsuccessful, partially because of Kevin Priola. He's really good. He is really hard to beat. And we made a TV ad, and I had never met him before, but I was like on the team that was like giving feedback and helping make these ads and stuff. I was just kind of like the kid that, you know, I didn't really know why I was there. But people are like, how do we capture Kevin Priola in this ad in 30 seconds so we can beat him? Because if we lose this seat, we don't get the majority. And so that 30-second spot, which I've been looking incessantly on YouTube for, and I can't find it. And if I find it, we are going to play it. But that was my first introduction to Kevin Priola. And the spot is, we found an actor to play him that kind of had the same build and body type. And we only filmed it from the neck down, right? So like he was talking, and you know, someone was essentially the body double. And the entire 30 seconds was this guy in a living room that was just like littered with like food containers and like leftover fast food and stuff. And it was like he was in some like frat house. And he's on a phone call while he's like eating. So he's like, yeah, no, I'm not going in today. But yeah, I'm gonna still gonna get that per diem though. He's like eating chicken. His feet are up on the coffee table. And the entire 30 seconds is him eating. Talking about how he's just like probably not gonna go into work today, but he's still gonna get that sweet, sweet per diem. And that's it. That's the best we could get on Kevin Priola. That was our shot. That was our ticket to getting him to not win. We were very much unsuccessful. And then I met him when I got elected, and I was like, man, that spot was so perfect. It was spot on for this guy. It's exactly him. And the voters were like, yeah, let's vote for that guy. That guy who ate, you know, chicken wings and pizza and didn't go to work. And I think that was like one of the biggest lessons I've ever learned in the last 8 years in this work is like, everybody might not agree with you. They might not like you. They might think that the policies you work on are silly or not the priorities that they would choose. But if you're authentic, people will have respect for that. And in some ways, the lesson is just be yourself. Do what you feel is best. Don't do what is being told to you to do from your party or from high up, but do what you think is the right course for your district and for your constituents. And I don't think anyone really does that better than Kevin Priola, and I think that's why he's so hard to beat at the ballot box. So I've run a few campaigns against Kevin. My side of the aisle has spent literally millions of dollars to make sure this guy wouldn't be in the state Senate. Imagine that. That is, and if I only knew that I just had to buy him an iced tea on a random Saturday in Boulder, Colorado, we could have saved so much money. Could just be like, hey, here's an iced tea. What do you think about being a Democrat? I don't know what I was thinking. It didn't occur to me until, 7 years in or whatever to the job. The best thing that Kevin Priola gave us, though, was at the end of the sessions, once we were in the majority and before he was a Democrat, we could say, no, we're not going overboard. We're not partisan. We are not going crazy with our majorities. There's not going to be any, pushback from the voters. We are being so reasonable. In fact, like 95% of the bills that we passed this year had both Democrat and Republican votes. 99% of that 95% was because of this man. And he was a huge gift for our talking points at the end of session and whatnot. And so it was so sad when he became a Democrat and no longer had that talking point. But what he did give me was because of how frustrating he can be sometimes, one late night in session, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but an interaction I had with Kevin Priola made it so I finally had, for the first time ever, a GIF made of me. Because there was a vote, and it was stressful. There was a stressful moment. There was a vote, and I said, are there any no votes? I was up there, and I called the vote, and it was like, 11:50 p.m. or something, and everyone was at each other's throats, and I'm counting, and I'm like, Fields, Henriksen, Buckner, Gonzalez, and then I hear, I'm like, what the hell is that? I look up, it's Kevin Priola in the gallery, whistling at me because his hand is raised. He's like, and I just lost it. I go, get down now. And then I said, you blank idiot. And he went, and then he's right here, and I said, Priola, luckily, I think I turned off the mic, but you can very clearly see what I was saying. I say, fucking idiot. And some brilliant person out there turned it into a GIF, and it was my first GIF, and I hope it's my last, but I have you to thank for being memorialized in GIF form. And thank you for reminding me of that, Jim, before I came up here. But Kevin, you really are one of a kind, and I mean that in all the best way possible. You are the strangest man I have ever met in my life. But I'm so glad that you have committed yourself to the state of Colorado, and you've shown us what it means to just be someone who thinks for himself. You weren't comfortable in the Republican Party. You're still not that comfortable in the Democratic Party. You are just Kevin. And I love you for it, and I've learned a lot from you. I still don't understand you whatsoever. And why, in, some random time of the year, like February, we're on a really important bill, and you would come up to me and say, I'll be back in an hour. I got to file my taxes. It's not even tax season. And what do you mean, don't we all do that online? What do you... And he's like, no, I'll be back right away. And he leaves, and he comes back. He did that today about getting thank you cards from his house. I was like, Kevin, we can find you thank you cards somewhere. Why would you drive home in the middle of important votes to grab you? And I just don't understand you, man. But you're really good at this job. You are impossible to beat, and we never did it. And I'm grateful for it. I'm glad we were able to serve together all these 8 years. And I'm glad to have you as an individual that just cares deeply about the state of Colorado and our future, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Just call me Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. The first bill I ever ran when I got elected was House Bill 17-1201. That was Science, Technology, Engineering, Math Diploma endorsement with Senator Zenzinger. But the second bill that I ran was House Bill 17-1211, Educators' Professional Development Discipline Strategies. This is a bill because, believe it or not, in 2016, there were over 7,000 suspensions in school in Colorado, only in the grades pre-K through third grade. Over 7,000 suspensions. So I ran this bill because I wanted to help decrease the number of suspensions and expulsions in the state of Colorado. Somebody said, when the bill goes over to the other chamber, you gotta have a good prime sponsor who is in education, somebody who knows the issues. And they said, man, you gotta go with Senator Priola. So I passed this bill out of the House. And mind you, the Senate was Republican controlled. And my bill passed through the House, went to the Senate, and it went to, not Education Committee, it went to State Veteran and Military Affairs. And I asked this question, I said, what the heck does my education bill have anything to do with veterans and military? And that was when I was told it was the Kill Committee. And I said, man, I hope I'm never on that committee. But thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to serve. So the bill goes over to the Senate. I don't have any chill, y'all. I don't know decorum. I don't know nothing about that. And I go over to the president's office, and it was Senator Grantham at the time, and hey man, I gotta holler at you, dog. I got a bill that I heard is gonna die, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So he happened to be coming out of a meeting. I go in, and he's there with Senator Holbert, who at the time was, I think, the majority leader. And after I got finished talking with him, going through the process, the bill, he agreed, some slight amendments that I pretended like were really tough to accept. He agreed to help get it out of the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee and then get it to Education Committee. So I had done all this work in the House. I followed my bill from that chamber to this chamber, got it out of that committee, and the bill's in education, and I'm hearing there's a problem in the committee with Senator Priola and Senator Owen Hill. So I come upstairs to the committee hallway, and there they are as the bill's about to be heard, fighting about something. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what y'all talking about, but if you don't get this bill out of this committee, we're gonna have a problem. So Senator Priola was able to get one of the bills for me personally that has made the biggest impact, because that bill was about kids getting expelled and suspended from school, which is a big part of my story and being able to get a good education, and it made a big difference. So the second bill I ever ran, I talk about that all the time, and I appreciate you for carrying that here in the Senate. That was the kind of opportunity that wanted me to spend time getting to know him, getting to know his family. My wife, Shana, and our kids went to go spend time with him and his family at their home. If he ever needs something done, he always offers game tickets. I'm just joking. He always offers Avs tickets, and I'm sorry, y'all, I just didn't grow up watching hockey, so I turned him down many a time. But we've had a chance to go to a couple different games, and everything is cool. And then I think it was last year, and you know what story I'm about to tell you about a bill that you ran and you asked me for my vote on. Oh, yeah. So Senator Priola has a bill, and the bill is to increase the amount of groceries allowable in a liquor store. And this is something that all of us think about, right? How do we increase groceries in liquor store? Food deserts, yeah. And so he needs my vote, and he comes to me and he's thinking about, man, how can I get James to support this bill? And out of all the things he does, he says, yeah, I'm gonna quote a Tupac rap lyric to my man, James Coleman. And I'm just like, so Kev, what's up, man? He was like, James, I really need your support on this bill. And I gotta tell you, we gotta change the way we eat, we gotta change the way we live, we gotta start making some changes. And I was like, dude, did you just quote Tupac? It's like, It's like he was quoting different music trying to get me to support his policy. And I think I ended up voting no even more so on that bill. But no, I appreciate, honestly, and it's been said multiple times, how authentic you are. Whether it's who you are personally and you don't care what people think, that's one of the lessons I learned in coming to this building is you take the work serious, but you don't take yourself too serious. You build relationships with people, and the fact that Senator Gardner talked about how you not always focus on one side or the other, but what is best for your district and what is, in your spirit, the right thing to do. I appreciate that about you, something that I've learned from you, and I look forward to going to no more Avs games, but whenever you want to go to the Broncos games, holler at your boy.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin. You've had the opportunity to serve in the majority as a Republican, in the minority as a Republican, and now in the majority as a Democrat. I hope you continue to serve in politics somewhere long enough to serve in the minority as a Democrat. Now, I wasn't going to come down here and speak, but Senator Smallwood talked about sitting between you and Senator Tate, former Senator Tate now, who's sitting over here in the chamber. And Senator Tate had asked that I share a thought with you, and I think it's a valid thought, so I'm going to share it with you. Senator Priola, when you are finished drinking the Kool-Aid, you're going to have one hell of a hangover. And Senator Tate and Senator Smallwood will be there for you with the aspirin and Tylenol. Kevin, in all seriousness, there are a lot of people who get really plastic in the land of politics. And, the phrase is, you do you, I'll do me. And the reality is, that is what you do. Republican, Democrat, false flag, Democrat in the Republican caucus, whatever it is, just you do you. And I appreciate the way you just live your life to be who you are. It's a good thing to do. Appreciate you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. All those stories are true, by the way, just so you know. Friends and colleagues, you don't know how many times I've suspected in prior legislative sessions that they would be my last. Having run for a number of targeted races, it was always a strong possibility that I wouldn't return. But here we are at the end of 8 full years in the House and 8 full years in the Senate. I can't express how much of an honor it has been to be a legislator representing my home state and home county. Colorado is the state that my great-great-grandfather immigrated to, and the place I hope to always call home. As a representative of House District 30 and House District 56, and as a senator for Senate District 25 and Senate District 13, I have worked on countless bills over the years. I've enjoyed learning about stakeholdering many issues. I've made many friends and probably some enemies too. But all of it has been an honor. I'll have to admit, what I enjoyed the most out of all of it was knocking on doors and talking to voters. I enjoyed it because it was so real. It helped me understand the district I represented and vote according to their beliefs when an issue came before me. First, I want to thank all of those who have come before me in this body and taught me about the budget, how to move legislation, how to build coalitions, and how to stakeholder. I also want to thank the Senate staff for the long hours of service to our state and dealing with the long-windedness of some of our members. The drafters for their long hours dealing with amendments and my not fully fleshed out ideas. The sergeants who take such good care of us and deal with our conversations on thirds. The janitorial staff for cleaning up our late night messes. Over the many years I've been in this building, I've seen many things change. The culture has changed. Less drinking, longer hours, and fewer food options. The technology has changed. iPads, not paper, fewer file cabinets, texting on thirds. The building has changed. When I arrived, its last renovation had been in the 1970s. The gold dome was in disrepair. The hallways had few benches, and the remodel of the chambers hadn't started. I can only imagine how different it will be here someday when I bring my grandkids back to show them where I once worked. Lastly, I've changed. I now have glasses. I now have gray hair. I'm a little heavier. And I have a perspective on many issues that I didn't have before. I'm grateful to reflect on the victories we have had along the way. For the people of Colorado, our legislation has highlighted and addressed the most urgent needs of Coloradans. We have made leaps in terms of environmental policy, healthcare reform, transportation funding, mental health access, and addiction treatment and recovery, as well as overall public safety efforts. I am proud to have worked alongside colleagues who helped to pass legislation and support goals to better the state of Colorado. We've worked tirelessly to promote a healthy environment which we can pass to our children and grandchildren. In 2018, with Senate Bill 200, we set the Para Trust Fund on a path to being fully funded in 30 years. It was stakeholdered for almost a year and succeeded because of the shared sacrifice between current and future retirees, as well as the state of Colorado. In 2019, I was a prime sponsor on Senate Bill 77, which helped develop EV infrastructure throughout the state of Colorado. The transportation electrification plan that came with this bill seeks to minimize cost, maximize the benefit of renewables, and promotes charging infrastructure. Through the help of this bill, Colorado now has over 4,100 fast charging ports across the state. I'm thrilled that SB 77 helped progress electric vehicle use and adoption in Colorado while improving our air quality along the way. I've sponsored many pieces of legislation on recycling since first being elected to the House. From requiring scrapyards to ID those selling scrap, which, by the way, I have to show my ID when I go to recycle now, to the Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise created in 2019 with Senate Bill 192. The legislation I'm proudest of sponsoring was in 2022 with Senator Cutter, who was in the House at the time. House Bill 1355 will be transformational for Colorado's recycling ecosystem, and I believe model legislation in other states. This year, Senate Bill 123 will help continue building a recycling ecosystem in Colorado, making our state a leader in recycling of waste tires. Soon after I was elected, an economic downturn created the need for the BS factor in our state. Just this year, we finally got the BS factor down to 0. We've made great progress in funding and protecting Colorado's early childhood, K-12, and higher ed. I sponsored the Higher Education for Foster Youth bill with Senator Zenzinger to help fund college-level undergraduate education for children who have been in foster care or live full-time with a caregiver. I worked on a House bill many years ago to improve Safe to Tell program for Colorado students, helping to make recommendations to strengthen its capabilities and work to enhance student safety. I'm proud to say that Colorado has been made great strides to invest in our youth over my many years in the legislature. I had noticed about 15 years ago that overdoses were drastically increasing in our community and across the country. I've also had many family members and friends who have struggled with substance use disorders. So I asked to sit on the Opioid and Other Substances Study Committee. I learned the importance of advocating for resources and policy changes to deal with one of the most serious medical issues facing our nation today, the rise in substance use disorder deaths. Be it fentanyl, doctor shopping for painkillers, educating members on the dangers of high-potency THC, or increasing awareness of AUDs. I've helped to sponsor and pass a number of bills pertaining to these issues. We've made great strides in the fight for adequate resources for those dealing with substance use disorder in our state. One of the treatment bills that passed and became law added residential and inpatient substance use disorder services and medical detoxification services to the Colorado Medical Assistance Program, making huge leaps for affordable and manageable treatment for the state's residents. Along with this, my co-sponsors and I have bills that just passed and are awaiting the governor's signature to address substance use disorder treatment, prevention, and recovery efforts. There are many things I'll miss about this place. The debates, stakeholdering, and drafting legislation, conversations with staff and my colleagues, as well as campaign season. There are many things I won't miss. Time away from family, late nights on the floor, special sessions, and missing much of Colorado's ski season. While we cannot name all those we have done, while we cannot name all that we have done as legislators, the efforts I've highlighted above truly reflect on my values and what it means to advocate for the residents of the state of Colorado. I'm extremely proud of the work I've done along the way with my colleagues, and I'm elated to say that I stood for this beautiful state and its people. This experience has been so rewarding to me, and I've truly enjoyed the ride. As a member, I've worked hard in advocating for higher educational standards and more renewable energy, more extensive access to prevention, treatment, and recovery services related to substance use, and top-notch educational opportunities. I want to thank all my fellow members, past and present, for their support and help in making these strides together. I leave you with this. What has motivated me from day one was the vision of me on my deathbed, looking back on my life and time in the legislature. I wanted to be proud of what I did and how I voted. It has been an honor of a lifetime, and I thank you all for being a part of it. Thank you.
Members, before we move on to the next one, I do want to provide a PSA that Marianne Goodland is playing the harp, as she does on the final day of session. I believe she's in the foyer. So at some point, make sure you get to check that out. We'll invite her into the Senate again like we did last year, but we'll see what happens. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the reading of the tribute for Senator Bob Gardner.
Senator Gardner was elected to serve in the 66th, 67th, 68th, 69th, 71st, 72nd, 73rd, and 74th General Assemblies, where he represented his constituents with dedication and honor. During his tenure with the Senate, he served with distinction as the Assistant Minority Leader. Senator Gardner served as the chair of the Judiciary Committee, the chair and vice chair of the Committee on Legal Services, the vice chair of the Local Government Committee, the vice chair of the Committee on Uniform State Laws, and he served on the Appropriations Committee. He also served on the School Finance and School Safety Interim Committees, as well as the Commission on Judicial Discipline. Senator Gardner found great gratification working on behalf of the developmental and intellectually disabled community, and was a fierce advocate for school choice. Senator Gardner also worked hard to support veterans and the military. He led the efforts on license plate bills for the USS Colorado and the Pikes Peak Hill Climb even after he vowed never to support a license plate bill again. Senator Gardner has additionally done great work for victims' rights and has been an unwavering supporter of law enforcement. He has served as an informal mentor to many members, and he is humbled by the fact that his opinion is sought by legislators of both parties. Senator Gardner has been great at reaching across the aisle to get things done, which is exemplified by passing 226 of the 287 bills he sponsored during his time here in the Senate. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Gardner's exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors.
Let the games begin. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm almost tempted to come down here with a bill folder, flip it open, and begin explaining what a legislative bill looks like. It is my honor to stand beside a man of substance, a servant, a gentleman, and an officer, and a friend, and talk just very briefly about him. Senator Gardner, Bob, is a man of substance. He shows up to everything he does and delivers with authority. He does it because he brings native intelligence to everything he does. He combines the insights that he has or will develop as he explains what he's considering with you. He applies the knowledge that is accumulated, and he's accumulated over many, many years, and distills that down into that most precious commodity that we all need and we all want, and he brings every time he speaks, and that is wisdom. How does this fit into our lives and into the world and into the law and into policymaking? He is, as we all know, a simple country attorney. And every time, whether I was in the chair back at the back, in the middle, or down here in front, that he comes into the well, I think that I am sitting in a 1L or a 2L law school class, and I'm constantly learning something. I mean, I had a 400, 800 level constitutional law class my sophomore year in college, and I didn't get nearly as much out of that class as I get with one bill presentation from Senator Gardner. He has, 2 law degrees. I've got a couple pictures here. This is when he got his law degree from the University of Texas. This is what Senator Gardner looked like. That's the University of Texas. That's law school degree number 1.
I think I was in the 8th grade.
Oh, he says he went through law school in the 8th grade. No, I'm kidding, obviously. This is a much younger picture, but I have another picture here to clarify the record. When he got his second law degree, his LLM, he was at George Washington University. He looked like this. Might have been the 9th grade here. He then continued his law career as a judge advocate general in the United States Air Force, and quite frankly, argued both sides of, I think, pretty much everything that he ever encountered along the way, which is why he's so incredibly effective and why he speaks with such authority here. You all know him as a legislator without parallel. He truly does this job in a way that we all aspire to do. I mean, we would like to get some percentage of what he delivers every time he brings a bill. 287, 226 passed. That is an astounding record. Elected to the House in 2006, then to the Senate after a brief hiatus in 2016. And he has been for us, as we've worked to develop policy, part of the institutional memory of this body that we love, and the House and the General Assembly more broadly. But that is something that we all can bring if we're here long enough, but he, Senator Gardner, Bob, brings something more than that. He actually is part of the institution. The institution has changed in meaningful and positive ways because of who he is and who he has been in our lives. You really haven't arrived in life, or maybe I should say it in a positive way. You know you have arrived in life when your name becomes a verb. The infinitive form is to Bob. I bob, you bob, we bob, they bob. He bobbed, she bobbed, I was bobbed, you were bobbed, we got bobbed. It's bobbing time. He's a servant as well, and has been for many years, and I would say he's been a servant in this chamber and in very personal ways for me as well. He's a patriot, a graduate of USAFA, the United States Air Force Academy, which resides in Senate District 9, the northwest corner of El Paso County, best Senate district in the state. He was an officer in the United States Air Force, and this has always been remarkable in my mind. As a young man, as a young officer, he was a missile launch officer during the Cold War. Now, you've seen movies, you've seen the movies about the potential and the threat for thermonuclear war, where there's two missile launch officers in a silo, and they each have a key and a 45, and the rules are when the president says you use the key, both of you, or one of you uses the 45. The tension and importance of that cannot be understated. And how that formed a man who is so gentle, is, I think, an important part of the conversation of my friend here. He was a teacher then, a couple of stints, both active duty and then I think reserve at the United States Air Force Academy, and passed on many of the things that we have received in the course of our time here, passed on to students at the academy, the culture, the demeanor, the presence of who he is, and the knowledge and wisdom that I talked about earlier in a meaningful way. Now, he has been an election judge in some of the most far-flung places on the planet, which is incredibly interesting, and I love the stories that Senator Gardner can tell you about his time being an election judge around the globe, but he has never been in a more hostile election environment than in his native county of El Paso, where the elections are always interesting and always in need of some sort of an election judge. He served for a number of years as a chair of the Republican Party of El Paso County. And back then we were actually kind of a coherent party. I'm grateful under his leadership and others. The piece of the senator that, because he is so direct, so legal, so precise in what he does in legislating, many people don't stop or pause if they're not watching carefully to see how gentle this man is. And he is very direct, but he is never unkind, always, in my experience. He is seeking to provide the best of himself and the best outcome in the policymaking conversation. As a gentleman and an officer, I didn't know him as an officer and then a gentleman, so he's a gentleman in my mind and then an officer. He has been very professional. He's provided legal expertise, and his personal conduct is the type of conduct I think we all could aspire to. And this is something that I would say we see not only on our side of the glass, but I've had so many individuals who work their lives on the other side of the glass and have, many of them, elements of that institutional knowledge of this place, where they also acknowledge he is indeed a gentleman. Bob's a family man. Bob Jr., Laura, who was here earlier, we talked too doggone long, so Laura has had to move on, his partner-in-law at this point. And he, Senator Gardner, has spoken many times to me so lovingly about his granddaughter, Lily, And that, I got 5 grandkids, and they're kind of the prizes of my life, and I see that same sort of thing and hear that same sort of thing when Senator Gardner speaks about Lily. Our community down in Colorado Springs is benefited in so many ways by Bob's involvement, not just in the political arena, but in foundation work and community support organizations. He, for years, has been a leader for the IDD community. The Resource Exchange has been a group that he's helped in so many ways. And there are multiple other aspects of our society that are so much more benefited by Bob's engagement. Everybody who knows Bob respects him, and everybody who really knows Bob likes him. But I'm going to turn and speak very briefly, very personally. Bob, you are a dear friend to me, and that friendship has grown as we've been in this very shallow trench of political engagement. You are an advisor whose counsel I always seek on every matter. I mean, if I don't have time to talk to you, I'll plow ahead, but I'll know I'm plowing ahead in a way that is not as well advised and thoughtful and helpful and beneficial for everybody involved as it will be if I have a chance to chat with you first. And you are a partner to me. I mean, the language that I think of is he's your right hand, he's your assistant. No, he's kind of like the right half of my body in terms of this business and how we go about it. But you've also been a dear friend and counselor to me on a personal matter, matters of faith. I'm very grateful for your engagement. So, having given that very brief preface, I now would like to actually prepare an appropriately sized and present an appropriately sized tribute for Senator Gardner. And I intend to read the tribute at length. Yes, Mr. Chair. This bill, the one that says the Colorado State Senate hereby recognizes the most honorable, simple country lawyer from El Paso County, State Senator Bob, we could be done by now, Gardner, for his many years of service to the state of Colorado and his undying love of the spoken word in the great saga of Colorado's political landscape. There emerged a figure whose, I will suspend reading of the tribute, but you get the picture. I'm sure that the good senator will be glad to finish the tribute here as we get down to the 2-point font at the bottom of the page here. Bob Gardner, I admire you. You are an incredible man. You are a dear friend.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Here's your tribute.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear, dear Bob, Senator Bob Gardner, we go back a mighty long way. And when I looked over my shoulder, when I first came into the Senate in 2011, you have been an ally and a partner to me on so many different levels. What stands out the most for me is all the work that we've done in judiciary as it relates to bills, criminal justice bills. And it was hard for me to navigate some of those things because the law is very technical and it's very precise. And when you don't have a legal mind like the country lawyer does, I was coming from a position of emotion, of being a crime victim, of being a survivor, and sometimes my legislation needed a little touch of legal finesse. And you helped guide me through so much. It's just hard for me to put it all together. I remember that we were the founders of the Victims' Rights Caucus because we found out, well, I found out when I got here, that a lot of the legislation that was being passed down here was not balanced as it relates to, I would say, with a victim's voice and a victim's mindset. It was kind of more stuck on sentencing, and we need to have good sentencing guidelines, but there was really no truth and justice the way I was seeing as it relates to some of the bills that were coming through. And we were able to change that over the course of time, and we did that together. We also did a lot of work that dealt with the disability community. I remember one of my very first bills that I passed, and I think a lot of these bills we probably did together, was a hearsay for those who are intellectually disabled. It was a constituent of mine. She worked at Goodwill, and she was assaulted, and it was her boss. And her boss was saying, you know, come over to the house and whatever. And she wasn't able to articulate her thoughts to law enforcement. And so the hearsay bill, which passed, was allowing her to use the interaction that she had with her victim advocate or with her counselor. They were able to interpret what was going on in that situation, and they were able to testify the merits of what happened in that situation, and now that person is serving 36 years in jail because of his repeated assault. It's that kind of work that I think that you and I and all of us can be proud of when we have done good by crime victims. We have done some good work. When I think about the work that we've done to enhance and restore victims' rights, you know, part of the work that we've done together with Voices of Victims is there was a time when a victim could not even be in the courtroom. They had to stand outside of the courtroom. But because of victims' right, I can now, and I have, made a victim's impact statement. We've done so much work as it relates to criminal justice, as it relates to survivors of crimes. I can go on and on and on. But I do have to talk about the death penalty piece of it, because that's part of my history here. And in the House, there were several attempts to try to repeal the death penalty. Of course, I was out there all alone, along with you and others that helped me frame my discussion as it relates to that topic. And I can tell you that what I've learned along the way is that's just a tough topic. You cannot convince anybody on that position. Either you believe it or you don't. And because that was my viewpoint and my stand on that, I never tried to convince anybody their position on that. I just knew where I stood, and I knew the kind of justice I was looking for. That was the kind of justice that my son received, just based on the facts and the circumstances of his death. But I was able to get through all of that because of the allies that I had in you and others that understood my position and how that would be a good thing for the state of Colorado to do. Of course, as you know, the story goes that we repealed it, and because of that, there has been a ripple effect in reference to not having capital cases. We've had to make other adjustments. It was hard for me to do that, to take on that position, because I knew it wasn't popular. It wasn't popular. But for me, it wasn't about being popular. It was about doing what I thought was the best thing to do for the state of Colorado. What I've learned most about Senator Gardner is his political theater. You know, he's really good at political theater. And by that, I'm talking about his tone and his topic. Whenever he gets at the podium or if he's in a committee room, his tone and topic causes you to listen because it's thought-provoking, and that's because you know the law. So if he looks at a bill, he's just so casual and relaxed about the questions that he asks. And I kind of shake. I said, well, I don't know how I'm going to respond to some of these questions. And I feel sorry for some of the witnesses that are coming in there or the presenters, because a lot of times he doesn't mess with them. when it comes time to questioning. He really goes to the attorneys, the people, other experts that are there, and they have these dialogues about the law. And he causes them to rethink their logic. You're really good at political theater as it relates to how you present yourself. And the tone is always up and down, but it always causes most people who listen on the other side to think, because they know there's going to be another follow-up question after the first one. I see Senator Gardner as a statesman. I really do. We've already heard from the minority leader that not only are you kind and that you're a gentleman, that's all true. But it's also in your walk and in your talk, the way you've handled yourself down here. You are a good Republican. And like I'm saying that because he has been a trooper, a soldier. I've seen you get up here, whatever's going on, you really protect the values and the standards that you believe in. And you don't shy away from it. And some of those topics are really difficult to communicate and to express. And I see you deliver on it every single time. I might not agree with it, but I like your delivery of it. Because the way you deliver your arguments doesn't demean me. It doesn't make me feel that I'm less than because of the position I might have. You're very tactful about that. So I've learned so much from you. I call you friend. Whenever I see you, you will always be my friend. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you, my dear Senator Bob Gardner.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Bob, while we're over in the House and then you come here, you go from that raucous environment over there to here, to the Senate, and you're hoping for someone after whom you could model yourself. And pretty right away, that looked like you, and it still does to this day. You epitomize what I always hoped the Senate would be, that it's thoughtful, that it's mature, that it's a discourse that begins in principle and reason, and certainly accounts for the emotion of things, but walks through reason. You have a remarkable gift of revealing to us the unfolding thought process where it goes deeper than any of us have been, but as you're thinking out loud and streaming, we're following along. You're bringing it to a level where we can comprehend it, but boy, that picture just comes together from a cloud to something solid that we can all understand, and that's a remarkable gift. I'm going to miss it a lot. So thank you for sharing that. I wish that I had anything like that I could carry on for a long time. We will obviously miss the tool of Bob Gardner to come and exercise the tool of the minority of talking at length, that the thing that we don't call filibuster here on the state level, but it's filibuster. But it's filibuster with an amazing amount of substance. So for those of you, to no surprise, that don't sit in the caucus meetings on Monday mornings with the rest of us, while we're in there in a closed environment, and Bob takes a breath because he's about to say something, the rest of us kind of shut up real fast so we don't want to miss something that comes out of that mind. I'm going to miss you, Bob, except I'm going to track you down because as you're in your simple country lawyer, we have a lot of defense contractor legal issues that I hope to work with you on in the very near future. In the meantime, man, there's some big patent leather shoes that are going to have to be filled somehow, and I don't know how we're going to do it. Thank you for everything.
Senator Liston.
Forgive me. I don't want to be emotional, but it's probably one of the, I've got Kleenex. It's probably one of the hardest days of my life. I've got Kleenex. But keep it handy. Keep breath. This is the day I've dreaded the most. Most of you don't realize that Bob and I, our friendship goes back some 35 years. Sit down, please. Sit down. I'll get over this. But Bob and I have known each other and have been friends since the late 80s. When I say friends, we have traveled together. You name it, we have done it together. And in fact, Bob, you've been a better friend to me than I've been to you. But I knew this day was going to come. And you don't know how much I'm going to miss you. We're all going to miss you. As my good colleague from Aurora said, you know, I've pardon me if I'm going to kind of ramble here a little bit because I've been jotting down things that I can say about you for weeks. But first and foremost, you are a statesman. I just can't tell you how much I admire you. We all admire you. Whenever you get up and talk, we all listen. No matter what you have to say, and you have such a unique way of saying it. You can interject wisdom, and it's so thought-provoking, and humor, and you do it with such grace and ease that we all tremendously admire. You're wise, sage, your depth of knowledge, and what you have to say, if we would all just listen, we would all be better legislators and better people. You've been a mentor to me, been a mentor to everybody here in this room. I'm sorry that the room isn't full. It should be. But you've come up to all of us and shared your immense wisdom and experiences, and what you know have just been a tremendous help for all of us. I can always banter with you, and we have a lot of good memories. You know, a lot of people don't realize that before there was bobbing, Senator Gardner and I have served together for years and so forth, but I remember before there was bobbing over in the House, I think that was probably when about 20, I'll say 06, 07, right in there, when we were in the House together, way back when we were both young kids, is that the minority leader, Mike May, who some of us remember, some of us know, when we would get in a situation where we need to have some time, is that we would send the good representative down to do as nobody else can do, is not only talk, but talk eloquently, talk intelligently, and just talk and delay. And we learned to use Bob as an effective weapon. We weaponize Bob. I just made that up. We weaponize Bob. Is that I remember the minority leader, Mike Bay, we were in some long situation where we wanted to get our way, and I don't remember who the majority leader was at the time, but we had Bob in reserve. And Mike May goes down, and they were saying, oh, you know, giving us a hard time, and Mike May goes down and says, okay, release the Kraken, if you know what I mean. And the other side just immediately gave up, because they know that when we were going to release the Kraken, which was Bob, that there would be heck to pay, and there was. So I always laugh about that. Is that Bob was our secret weapon, and today in the Senate you're not so secret. We know that you're a weapon, and you do it in such a way that even no matter what side you're on, is they go, wow, you know, you're so effective at it. You're going to be irreplaceable, Bob. We all know that, especially on our side. There is not going to be a person that can fill your shoes. I would probably say that my colleagues on this side of the aisle are the happiest people in the chamber, because we will no longer have you as our effective spokesman, as our Kraken, and that could bob, because nobody will be able to bob like you. You know, we can put in pretenders, but we know what that. So, gosh, like I say, you've been such a great friend to all of us, and to me especially. I love your sense of humor, and I hope we'll always be friends. And to borrow a phrase, you're the air beneath my wings. Thank you, and I'll miss you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Gardner, I am going to miss you very much. What some folks don't realize about Bob is he had a name before it was considered bobbing. I remember being a freshman over in the House, and Minority Leader Mike May would say, "Release the Kraken." And what that meant was Bob Gardner was supposed to go down in the well and drop anchor and slow the entire thing down, or basically bring it to a screeching halt. And there have been many that have come since to try to approach your abilities. And I've told you this more than once, probably. I see it as a superpower. It's like seeing someone who can fly like Superman, and you just know, I can never do that, and neither can most other mere mortals. I am going to miss it. So much so that the other day while you were doing it, I took 1.5 minutes of video of it. And my colleagues on that side of the aisle were like, "What are you doing?" I was like, I want to remember this. I want to have a remnant of this where I'm old. Maybe I can pull it up and show it to my grandkids. Just what a talent you had, and how you employed it so gracefully. I've really admired how you've carried yourself, Senator Gardner. And if the former president was a statesman like you and had your grace, I probably don't switch parties. You spoke about how you voted for Harlene and my bills. I think I voted for almost all of yours, except for, I did not vote for the Pikes Peak plate. I remember that. And I remember coming down in the well and explaining why. Part of it was just to rib you, but I must stand corrected because I actually saw one of them the other day in Adams County, and I was like, well, I guess somebody actually wanted that plate. No, Senator Gardner, you'll be truly missed, and you have served the people of El Paso County with such distinction and grace. I don't think they can ever replace you. Thank you very much.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have this very, very strong memory of the first time that I chaired the Committee of the Whole, my first year here in the legislature. And at the end of that, at the end of chairing the cow, we came back and Senator Gardner ran a couple of cows. And I remember coming down and I was like, fake news. We were all there. This isn't how this works. This is about the truth and whatever. And I very much was like out of line. And got called into the president's office to let me know that I was out of line. But I came, and my first year here was marked by a lot of tension because we had just flipped the chamber. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be great. And Presidente Garcia was really struggling to manage, herd these cats and also balance the dynamics between the two caucuses. And so much so, things got so rancorous that y'all sued us. And you won. And I just remember being so mad so often with you that first year because you have been so damn effective at injecting reason into what too often can just be a lot of froth, a lot of churning up of ideas that don't have much substance. And I remember, I think it was towards the end of that first year, that you struck up a conversation with me about where we went to high school together. And it turns out that the good senator from Colorado Springs and I, our high schools were high school football rivals. The Divine War Horses versus the Carrizo Springs Wildcats. And that was the first point of us to actually kind of get out of the roles that we sometimes, the oppositionality, I guess, of the roles that we sometimes engage in here at the Well, to remind it was a good way to remind me, I guess I should say, that we do these works, we have these policy positions, but we're also just people as well. And I so deeply appreciated that because we've been through some really challenging, big, grappling with big issues. Certainly, COVID, and how do we react to that crisis, but also the scandal at the Supreme Court and all of that work that we've had to navigate. and figure out we don't have to agree, but we have to ensure the institution. And so, when we have to ensure that people can trust in the institution, Larry, you didn't drink it, so I will.
It's Jen.
Yeah. I think that my time alongside you for too many hours, at least 2 days a week in the Senate Judiciary Committee, has been such a joy. Because what I want most as we battle about policy is I want rigor and discipline and commitment to values and ideals. And you embody that. And I've learned so much, not only about how to do this work, but also why it matters so much. We have joked often about how Denver and Colorado Springs are mirrors of one another, that you've got your own politics that I don't understand at all.
Me neither.
And so too, we'll talk about what's going on in Denver politics, and I don't get it either a lot of the time. And sometimes, in the midst of, again, challenge, confronting our ability to trust in the institutions, when we are the human beings who work within and make these institutions work, not only do you want a worthy adversary, which you have been, but you want a friend. And so I just want to say thank you and best of luck to you as you leave this beautiful, strange place.
Senator Smallwood.
I'm not going to cry, so I don't need any water or tissues. That's one thing I can promise. So what's hilarious, watching these two hug. Because when I said I have a list of things that I need to apologize to everybody about, what I have to apologize to Senator Gonzalez about is that for 6 months, my screensaver, I'm going to send everybody the picture. My screensaver photo was of Senator Gonzalez right here on May the 5th, 2023, with Senator Gardner right here talking about the bill that they were on together. And the look she was giving you was so epic that I had it as my phone screensaver for at least 4 months. And I'm going to share it with everybody here because it is the best. And I felt so guilty once we started I think it was special session after that. I took it off because I was afraid somebody would see it on air and be like, why do you have a picture of Julie Gonzalez as your screensaver? So now you see everybody hugging, and it's all like fine now. So that's part of why I'm ticked off. Second part of why I'm ticked off is I had a tribute Nobody started crying during my tribute. Right? How fitting, I'm the only one crying during my tribute. Is this not like so telling, right? Like Senator Gardner, now granted, he was in the House and established all these old relationships and everything, but we came in together. We came into the Senate together. I remember it like it was yesterday. And this is what knowing Bob Gardner does to people, right? You have a line of people that want to come up and cry and hug him and all of this kind of stuff after he tortures you for 8 years. He tortures you. You like wanted to throw him off the balcony, and now it's just like, oh, we're gonna miss you so much, and like, so, right, all right, maybe that's what it is. So I wore the ascot today in homage to Senator Gardner constantly ridiculing me of the gated community that is Douglas County. So this is for you today. And even though I'm not going to cry, because I feel like Senator Gardner and I are going to have plenty of free time to hang out without all of you. Senator Gardner, you have been, first of all, you're a patriot, confidant, more times than I'd like to admit, certainly a friend, a mentor, and I mean, I think it's important that people know that. Like when I'm really like tied in knots over something over the last 8 years, well, it's usually on policy. Sometimes it's on politics, but it's usually on policy, especially Title 18. I would go to Bob and I'm like, I know you're busy. You got a million things. Can I get 10 minutes? I got to run this concept by you. I got to run this idea by you. Like I can't quite get it squared away in my head. Like, what do you think I should do? And Bob was that person for me. So the tough issues, you've been great. I mean, you've never, ever steered me wrong. What was it? It's from Bob that I learned all the anecdotes and cliches and colloquialisms about the third rail, and what was the one about thistle? The thistle? Grabbing a thistle of some kind? Yeah. Grasping the nettle, right? You know, we all know what that means. Like, Senator, I think you might be grasping the nettle on this one. So I mean, that's where I learned these is by going to my mentor, Bob Gardner. Everything that I learned about speaking, everything about debating, I already mentioned this already. These two, Senator Gardner and Senator Fields, learning how to be on the offensive. All Senator Gardner, learning how to be on the defensive. You don't want to have to face Senator Fields when you've said anything incorrectly. So thank you for that. These are skills that have helped me so much in everything. These are not just effective techniques in the chamber, right? This is like life techniques where you can formulate an argument and actually know what you're talking about and command a room and not just agitate people for the sake of agitating people, agitating people because I've never seen you lose a debate. But we can say all we want that we've disagreed here about policy, but we know that if there's going to be an actual debate, which doesn't happen very much, sadly, here that much anymore, but if there's a back and forth, like I think about this and I think about that, over 8 years I've never seen Bob lose a debate, ever. People have agreed to disagree, but I've never seen you lose a debate, and I think it's because you don't get into debates that you have a chance of losing. And that's also a life lesson and a marital lesson, perhaps. I so appreciate that. I appreciate the expertise, you being so willing to share time with me, all these questions I've had about complicated issues. You're an extremely kind person, and here's the interesting balance with you is you're one of the kindest people I think I've ever worked with. And our caucus, by the way, is full of pretty darn kind people. when it comes to, caucuses are complicated, right? And particularly since Bob and I served in the majority together. And for those of you who have only been in the majority and haven't, again, got to experience the back and forth, it was tough and it was contentious. And Bob was always the level head in that room that wasn't always full of a bunch of level heads at any given time. Bob was as even-keeled as you can imagine. Now, that being said, I pity the person sitting up there who asks Senator Gardner to stick to the bill. I mean, if you want to take what would have been a 1-hour conversation and turn it into a 4-hour conversation, I suppose we can do that by insisting that we stick to the bill. If Bob's attacked, he's not a coward. If you want to poke the bear, in life, in politics, or whatever, again, you better be prepared, because as kind as a person is, he also knows how to stand his ground. I don't know where that came from, but it's striking that balance has been a great life lesson for me as well. Senator Gardner, you are so much more, I'm saying this incorrectly, I get nervous talking in front of groups. But I just wish I was as bold as you when it came to policy. I really do. You will put your name on bills and run issues that you know are the right things, as unpopular as they are going to be. Things that I look at and I get weak-kneed over, like I'm not gonna carry that, or I don't even know that I can vote for that. Now, obviously, after you hear the debate and after you see the vote, you're like, oh, yeah, I probably should have carried that. That was actually a really good piece of legislation. But it takes that boldness, and I think there's probably a reason why people come to you on those issues, is because they know that you don't get mired in JV politics and that type of stuff. You have your principles, you stick to them, and if there's something where our side needs to bend a little bit in order to get the other side to bend a little bit, and it's going to be the way things work, I've seen you carry in a bold fashion more pieces of legislation that help this state than I can think of virtually anybody else in the caucus doing, and I really, really, really respect that. Although I'm not going to cry like all of my colleagues, apparently, I am sad to see you go. I am sad to see you go. The 8-year thing that we talk about, and you'll see when you get here, those of you unfortunate enough to spend 8 years here, when you spend 8 years with somebody, and now you know they're going to be gone, and there is no, hey, good to see you, it's May, whatever, and we'll see you again in January, plus at a caucus retreat and this and that. And I mean, to know that this is the end, which it is for us in a place like this, is sad. I really, really do hurt with that part of it. It's hard to imagine our caucus functioning without you. I mean, there's going to be somebody that comes in that's going to fill that void. I just can't imagine who can do the kinds of things that you can do the way that you do them. You have so much institutional knowledge, and again, we talked about the way that you carry yourself. That makes me sad, actually, selfishly. That makes me sad to know that our caucus is going to lose. I wouldn't go as far as to say a weapon, but Senator, it's true. But at least I wouldn't say that on the mic. But to have a legislator of your abilities, capabilities, not part of our group anymore, really does make me sad. And I would say, and I'll wrap up, what makes me probably the most sad, knowing that you're not going to be here, is because everybody knows that you can talk forever. I love the superpower analogy or reference. A lot of times people lose interest in what you have to say after the first, hour or two. And I've tried to be here. I don't even know if you noticed. I sit over here in front of you as he's speaking to the state of Colorado. But I tried to listen because within that hour or two or three are nuggets that are so brilliant and in a lot of cases so hilarious. And to catch one or the other or both is just absolutely fantastic. And then you look around the room and you realize there's like a half a dozen of us in here. I'm like, man, everybody missed that. That was so good. It was absolutely brilliant. And there, at some point, maybe when I'm retired and have an extra few years to spend on this, to put together like a collage of all of the actual Bob-isms would be a ton of fun because you're extremely wise. You're extremely wise, you're extremely funny, and because you're possibly the only person that hears as poorly as I do, you take a lot of the load and the jokes that I would normally get, and they come to you, if I fall on you and said, you've got broad shoulders, so you can handle it. Senator, it has been, exactly. It has been an absolute honor, a pleasure as a fellow Colorado Springian. I don't even know, I haven't lived there since I was 4, but it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna miss you a ton. Look forward to seeing you over the summer. God bless you, sir.
Senator Zenzinger.
Well, I'm definitely not going to break any records and try to bob it here. I'm going to try and be brief. But just wanted to offer up a couple of quick reflections because when I first came here, I was in the minority, and you were in the majority, and you seemed very loud when you were at the podium. And I think I was a little intimidated as well. So I kind of kept my distance for a little while because I wasn't really sure. I was a little, I don't know, scared, or I wasn't really sure if you were like a good Republican or a bad Republican or a mean Republican. So I just kind of kept my distance. But over time, and it was already mentioned by Senator Smallwood, when you would be standing up here at the podium and you'd be talking and everybody would be like, oh gosh, how long is this gonna take? All of a sudden you would just sneak in like a really funny joke. And I would sit there and I'd think, that was really funny. And I'd look around and I would be like, how come people aren't laughing? Because that was really funny. And it was just very subtle, and you just move on with your point. Then we're in the majority, and so I'm standing up there in the podium, and I'm having to listen to hear the very long speeches, standing up there and wondering, why did I wear heels today? Because, I might be here a while, so I'm kind of shifting my weight and trying to decide whether or not I should say something or not say something. Should I say to the bill or should I just wait it out? I'm not sure. But the thing is that if I said something, and if you were speaking to the bill, and I came in at your level, then you automatically respected that right away, like without a beat. And if I did not come in at your level, you made me pay. You would just roar, it would just be like turning the lever and you would just start back again. I really, truly came to admire listening to your logical, very philosophical conversations here at the Well. I rather enjoyed them, actually. I found them interesting. I would wait for the little joke that I know you would slip in there. I didn't have any problems going to any committee down here except for one, and that was judiciary. I always just felt so outside of my comfort zone going to judiciary because I'm not a lawyer, I don't have a legal background. I dreaded it. I really dreaded taking up bills that meant that I would have to go and defend that bill and that idea in the judiciary. But almost without exception, I refused to do it unless I had you at my side. I think the only other time that I ever went to the Judiciary Committee was with Bob Rinkin. But you were still there. You were still on the committee, and you were on my side, and I was very thankful for that. And that's because I knew that I could trust on you. I could trust you. You had my back. I didn't have to know the law because you did, every time. And I look back on that now, and I was like, why was I ever intimidated? Why was I ever scared of this guy? He is like the best little teddy bear. Honestly, you are. And it is true. I mean, you heard it from all of the other speakers. You're kind, and you're witty, and you're intelligent, and I really respect that. So I just wanted to come down and say that.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. But I know, but I can't be like you.
Feel no need to be brief.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Gardner.
I remember a couple of things that we've been through together, and one that kind of always sticks out in my mind, a couple of them. But one was when I think I was running a PACFA bill, and it was about animals, and it was about animal facilities. And never in my life had I thought about dogs and swimming pools. Do you remember that one? If you weren't there, it was here, right? It was over there? Well, no wonder none of you are laughing, because it was about safety at animal facilities, and it was about dogs that had swimming pools. And what Senator Gardner did was he said that he wanted to run an amendment, or that safety for dogs needed to have the goggles, and they needed to have the life vest. But the life vest was one of those blow-up ones, the little round ones you used to have a long time ago, and he had a picture of that. And so I'm like, oh, you can do better than this. And so I went and looked up doggy life vests, and I had the best, the newest things that fit tight, and colored pictures, and not only of dog life vests, but of pigs and cats. Do you remember that? They all had them because you only brought up dogs, and that was your golden retriever, if I recall. But I know it's funny to both of us, but I don't think anybody else gets it. I will always remember that. And one of the other things that I remember is you and I had an office in SSB, but it was so weird. I'd look for you sometimes because I would have to pass by it. But he'd always have this, printed sign on his door that said, "Do not disturb recording in process." And I'm like, what is that all about? It's like, I look in and it's dark, and he's not there. And then every once in a while, you're there. And I wanted to talk to you, but I kind of was a little scared. I don't know. That maybe you didn't want to be bothered that recording was in process or whatever it was, but it did work. I wish it didn't. I have so much respect for you, Senator Gardner, especially working with me working with you on a number of bills that have to do with guardianship and elders and that, and it's near and dear to my heart. I don't have the knowledge that you have, and so I appreciated so much being able to be on those bills with you. It meant a lot, and I'm going to miss you too, and I respect you very much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. You know, I've sat here for 4 sessions now. And members, that's 4 sessions that I have sat through. Watching from afar, you as in the good senator, country lawyer from El Paso County. I have watched in awe. In fact, I think we've all made this observation where we have watched the good senator from El Paso County speak ad nauseum in a very slow, thoughtful, sometimes, meaningful tone. Here's what y'all don't know about the good senator from El Paso County. He's a teddy bear. Now, you know a teddy bear. It's that little, kind of little stuffed animal that sometimes my granddaughter might have been carrying around. You know, typically they're about this high, fluffy, soft, gushy in the inside. You just want to hug them. Teddy bear. The good senator from El Paso County, he's a teddy bear. Which is why, Senator Bridges, you should not poke the bear. You should not do that. I know, you know, because here's the thing. That is somewhat problematic. Colleagues, it's problematic when you poke the bear. When I know you want to try, and you tried, and you wanted to attempt to slow him down and get him back on track, back on the bill. But the minute that you say, "Are you at the bill? Senator, are we talking about the bill?" How many times have we seen the good senator, Mr. Teddy Bear, raise the bill up and say, "This bill? Do you mean this bill right here?" And we watch the teddy bear turn into the, I thought curmudgeon was a word, but kraken, oh yes, thank you, turn into a grizzly bear. And then all that did was, of course, he had been going along fairly well. Yes, he does have a tendency to talk very slow. But you know, it takes time to read through a 95-page bill. So I just want to know why. Why, friends on the other side of the aisle, that you would decide to poke the bear when he's on page 84. Really, it's just an observation, members. Somewhat problematic that you brought on to yourself. I think it's always interesting I would watch Senator Gardner, and I would be amazed, because I'm a pretty fast talker. And I'm thinking, wow, he has really slowed down. I am going to have to learn how to do that. I'm going to have to learn how to say in a nice way that this bill is kind of a paradox. You know, that's one of his favorite words, I'm thinking, because I have heard you say that several times. It's a paradox. For those of you who don't know what paradox means. Paradox, a proposition that, despite sound, or what you might think is sound, or apparently sound, reasoning from maybe acceptable premises, leads to a conclusion that seems senseless, logically unacceptable, or self-contradictory. So any time that Bob has told you it's a paradox, he's basically telling you you don't know what you're talking about, you're not logically smart enough to figure out, and you're contradicting yourself. But he did it in such a nice way that I don't know that anybody really picked up on it. But maybe you did. Anyways, I'm trying to emulate Bob here and talk really slow, because I'm thinking this is what he needs so that he can hear everything I say, that I need to talk slow. And I wish I would have thought of this earlier, like over 2 years ago, when he kept talking to me about helicopters. Now, I don't know if any of you have been kind of listening to Senator Gardner. When he makes a point, he makes that point again and again and again. In fact, even today, he has talked about helicopters and about how he needs more helicopters, even though we have 4 now, 4 helicopters. There are times when he says, well, I have to do it because I'm afraid of Barb and she'll hurt me if I don't. And I'm thinking, I wish I would have known that, because I wish he would have thought that earlier, before we had to get 4 helicopters. Do you want me to start over? Colleagues, we're in a dilemma. We're all sad to see our good colleague, the country lawyer, go. Well, at least some of us are. And it's an emotional day. I'm getting there. I can take my time, he said. I am taking my time.
It's only 8 hours till session's over. Keep it up.
Exactly. I can make it. You know, I was trying to really be a lot like Bob. And I consider it high praise that after my first kind of 45-minute to hour-long session, Bob said, well, you did okay. I guess you did fine. You could have gone a little bit longer, but you did okay. But I'm getting there. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. But in all seriousness, I don't need to carry this out too much longer, but in all seriousness, I want you to know that I respected you before I even knew you. When we were at CCI, Commissioner Waller would talk about his good friend, Senator Bob Gardner. And he would talk about the bills and things that you were doing. And I thought, wow, I'm going to have to meet that guy someday. He sounds pretty darn smart. But it was clear how much he thought of you. And he passed that on. And he would talk about what you were doing here, even on behalf of counties. So I would say I respected you before I even knew you.
But after getting to know you, and I just want you to know, Bob didn't really talk to me for about the first 3 months of me being a state senator. I just don't really recall you talking to me that very much, but he talked to everyone else a lot. But we have had, he was afraid of me even then, no you weren't. But I would just say, not only did I respect you before I didn't know you, I respect you even more now. And I admire you. I admire the conversations. I'm so very thankful of the conversations we've been able to have. Just even a few weeks ago, I walked into Bob's office. He was busy. He put down what he was doing and took the time to have a sincere conversation with me. And it was extremely helpful. I mean, it felt really good from my perspective to be able to just open up and have this very sincere, open conversation about what I was trying to work my way through. And you were so darn good at it, at helping me walk through a decision that I was trying to make. And you've done that on numerous occasions. Sometimes you've done it right here in the well, but other times you've done it one-on-one. You've done it in our caucus. You've helped us all become better senators. I hope you understand that. We admire you. You are a wonderful individual. We all look up to you. You're a great person. You're very sincere in your thoughts. And I am sad that you are leaving. Sad that you're not going to be here to bob along, keep bobbing it. I'm sad that you're not going to be here. But I am so thankful and so grateful that I got to know the man, the senator, and the legend, Bob Gardner. Thank you so much, my friend.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just couldn't resist the opportunity to come up and say that most of you, I'm sure probably no one knows that I actually had the opportunity to know and work with Bob Gardner many, 20 years ago, I think it was. And I just want to tell you that was a very different experience. Bob was the attorney working for one of my clients. I was doing some crisis communications for, hold your breath there, charter school. And Bob's job was basically to tell our client, our mutual client, to not say anything. No talking. My job was to tell them to say something, but say it this way. So I just think that's ironic that the tables have completely flipped, and Bob is a very different person here. But it's been wonderful to have the opportunity to work with you here, and thank you for the help you've given me on some bills this year, and I wish you the best. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, of course, then there's the appropriations clause. For the 24-25 state fiscal year, $300,000 is appropriated. $300,000, well, that's a nice round number. And round carousels are also round. And of course, on carousels, you have horses. Mermaids are often on carousels, and mermaids, they swim in water. So to the bill, please, Mr. This is a bill about fire protection, and water is how you put out fires. I am on the bill, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure working with you. I will miss you. I have learned a great deal about how to slow this chamber down if I ever need to. Thank you for that. We could be done by now.
We could be.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Gardner, now you know what this feels like. I just want to thank you for the years of service. Sitting on Judiciary with you I learned many things. I was always thankful, me and Senator Cook, that we didn't have to talk unless each other talked, because you, Senator Gonzalez, and Senator Lee usually did all the talking for us. And generally, we're like, if John would get passionate about a bill, then I was like, darn it, now I have to say something, which probably was good for you guys to take a break. But you were always gracious, even if you didn't agree with policy, and I came to you on a bill, and you're like, I can't vote for this, but you would always give me advice and help. So I always appreciated that about you. I think back to I've gavelled you to the point at the well. That was the start of the fight. And you go in knowing that. and I'll also being the victim of my first cow of you and Cook reading the reviser's bill at length, and I sat here for 8 hours while they read it with the computers. That was my first cow. Really? Was the revisers when you and Cook, then my parents were in the back of the room watching me chair the first cow, and I'm like, you guys can go home. It's like, no, we'll sit here, and that we used the computers, and it still took 6 to 8 hours reading multiple things, and then you sued us. Well, the whole premise was for people who couldn't read, so it was an argument. But you know, that's what Bob's people are paid for. I learned a lot, and I have always appreciated you and your thoughtfulness and kindness, and you are good to your party. And many times I would talk to you about policy, and you know, I know you were a no, and you're like, look, I'm a lawyer and I get your policy, but I'm also part of the Republican Party, and you were always gracious about that. So I always knew if I brought a bill that was at least reasonable, you weren't going to filibuster me unless leadership asked you to, so they could go somewhere and do something. Yeah, whatever. But I've always appreciated the time. I think the best gift or lesson you gave to me, I think my delve into what I did in privacy and AI and all that stuff started with the remote notary bill. My second year, I come in my freshman year, and I was like, hey, we got this bill, remote notary, da-da-da-da. I didn't know that was a 5-6 year fight in this building. I think my first time taking it to your committee to have the discussion, and I'm all prepped up, and they got it all, and you started asking me questions like, Senator Gardner, you should like all of this, because I pulled most of this from your bill you ran last year. And that just started the whole fight. He's like, I know, I'm a no, and no. And this is your last year, and you passed my ticketing bill. Touche, Bob. Touche. Well done. I just want to thank you for your years of service, the lessons you taught me, the journey we did together, and I will always remember my years on the Judiciary Committee and us as a team, and was always thankful that we weren't the House Judiciary Committee. But I appreciate you, man.
Senator Finberg.
Listen up! Listen up! Colleagues, this is an outrage. Oh, Bob Gardner. He is just so excruciating and exhausting and painful, laborious. But I really like you. It is interesting how much pain you can inflict. And yet, as Jim said, we come down here and we say, man, I'm going to miss you. And I am. We all have our moments down here. We all have our period of time where we are legislating, where we are going to have an impact and make a mark on the state of Colorado. But not very many of us are legends, right? Most of us will come and go. And somebody will remember you. Most people probably won't. It's the reality of it. But Bob Gardner is going to go down in history for so many reasons. For the policies you've carried, for how obnoxious you can be, and how much of a statesman you can be in the same day. And many of us will look at an issue and say, well, you're probably right, but I can't take that vote, or I can't sponsor that with you. But I actually agree with you. Maybe we'll say that sometimes to each other behind closed doors or in a private meeting, and then we'll get out here and, we'll do our thing. But I've always known Senator Gardner to be the guy who would say, let's try, let's do it. Let's try. And sometimes it wouldn't work out. But seeing you and Senator Gonzalez working on bills together,
is really a wonderful thing. It really is. And I think it says a lot about both of you, because I don't know how you work with this man. But you have put so much into this institution. I hope you got a lot out of it as well, because the state of Colorado is better off for it. For you being someone who clearly has principles and values and an ideology, but at the end of the day, you just want to help solve some problems. And I think when a problem comes to your desk, you can't help but want to work on it. And I really appreciate that about you. I think at the end of, I think it was 2 years ago now, when we ran a bill together, it was a bill that was kind of out of the blue. And I don't talk about it, but I have a personal reason for why that bill is so incredibly important to me. And I thought to myself, I really don't want this to be partisan. I don't want this to be a political thing. I genuinely just want to do this. I think it is it is good public policy. We're going to be one of the first states to do this. It's very important to me. And I thought, who can I get on the other side of the aisle that's going to help me, that's going to sort of be almost like a validator, right? Someone who people are going to say, well, I mean, if Bob's on it, or if he's on it, then it's probably fine. And I thought, it's Bob. I need Bob on this bill with me. And I don't think we had run a bill together before that. And I asked you to have a conversation in my office.
I thought it was in trouble.
Yeah, I know. He was kind of like, yeah, I did probably go a little long on that bill earlier today, and the president's going to yell at me. But that's not what it was. And I laid out the issue, the problem, the potential solution, and I was ready to share everything with Senator Gardner, because I really wanted him on this bill. I was going to share my personal story, something that I don't ever talk about to anybody. And I didn't even have to, because Bob looked at the problem and he said, this is a tricky one. This is a tough topic. Some people are going to maybe take it the wrong way. Some people are going to turn it into something that it isn't. But it's important, and I'll do it with you. And that was all it took, because he's smart and understands an intractable problem, and I think gets something out of trying to solve problems that others can't. And I really appreciate that about you. You have committed and provided so much to this state. The state of Colorado is so much better off. Congress doesn't deserve you. And I know you will continue in public service one way or another. And, all those times when you say, we could be done today, the ironic thing is that without Bob Gardner next year,
You're stealing my joke, man.
we could be done like on day 30, day 6, like we don't need 120 days for this, guys, especially without him. So next year when someone says, we could be done today, they're right. You could be done today because you don't have a Bob Gardner. Thank you, Bob. I consider you a friend, and I am honored that I've been able to serve all 8 years in this institution with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Love you.
Senator Gardner.
So, thank you, Mr. President. I truly don't know where to start. all of the kind words, everything you've said. I actually sit there and I think, I don't know that guy. I want to thank all my colleagues, all of you, for your really unbelievably kind words. The minority leader commented a few days ago that I had 9 words written down on a piece of paper and it turned into 45 minutes. I've got 36 words here. But the more I write, the less I talk. So let me stick a little bit with the script. I am profoundly grateful for all of your kind words. And again, I don't know that guy. I'm about as imperfect a person as ever served. I had my really good days here, and I had some bad days. A reporter asked me earlier if I had any regrets, and I said, well, you know, I'm not much one for living with regrets, but I have some days I regretted when I wasn't as calm as I might have been, I wasn't as civil as I might have been, I wasn't as professional as I might have been, and for those days, if with any of you, I beg your forgiveness and ask that you remember the good and kind times. I want to start by thanking my family, my partner Sarah, who managed all my campaigns, and my children, Bob Jr., who is neither Republican nor Democrat, but as libertarian as they come. His favorite comment is, Dad, I understand why you Republicans like rich people. Why do Democrats hate poor people? Think about that. So, he says you tax them. You tax them for gambling. There's a theme here. You tax them for gambling. You tax them for smoking. You tax them for drinking. You tax them. So that's my son's politics. My daughter, who was my aide my very first year. In fact, on my photo memories came up today was her senior prom, and she commented that the photo was old enough to vote. But that was how old my daughter, who is 35, was when I came to the Capitol, and it was the rarest, most meaningful of all experiences to have your high school senior daughter serve as your aide. Some more about my family, my loved ones. You know, they sacrifice more than we do. We have people follow us around everywhere and tell us how smart we are, and we can say the craziest thing in the world and nobody says, Senator, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Fortunately, there are people in our lives who won't quite tell it to you that way, but will at least be honest with you that maybe that's not such a good idea today. You ought to think about that. And at the same time, dust you off at the end of the week and say, that must have been hard, and be more hurt that your bill lost than you are. Thank you, baby. I'm pleased to have my good friend Rachel back here. And Jerry, I thank you for coming and sitting. This is Jerry's 24th year here in the Capitol. Jerry, thank you for sticking with me all that time, having my back, telling me where the bodies were buried, since you buried some of them, and they're down in the tunnels. And let me say that again. Our families sacrifice more than we. They sacrifice us. They don't get all of the compliments and all of the gratitude. And when we get hammered and when we go to the mailbox and get the mail piece, it cuts them more than it cuts us. We put them through a great deal for our service for the people of Colorado. Colleagues, thank you all. For those of you current and past, so many, I haven't sort of added up, it must be 200 or 300 with the turnover now of so many people I've gotten to know. Our staff here in the Senate chambers, our sergeants, Frank, Ted, Matt, all of the team. I got my coat on. Thank you for looking out for us. For Legislative Council staff who staffs our committees and does all of that, and particularly on this round, Julianne Jensen for staffing Judiciary all of the years. Before that, Conrad Emmel, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you, Ms. Shipley, if you happen to be listening. So, I brought the Bob mug today. It's gotten a little fragile like me over the years. It's a gift from Sarah, and you can call the mug by his first name. You don't have to call him Senator. You know, someone mentioned earlier, and I do want to thank those who spent so much time, and I know our secretary dedicated herself to doing this, to refurbishing, redoing, renovating our chambers, the House and the Senate. When I first came here, there was this asbestos board. Senator Liston will remember there was this asbestos board, and no one knew what was behind there. And with the work of people like the late Senator Hugh Fowler and colleagues, we've turned this into a place that you look around and you just feel honored to be here. What I'll miss. People have said, are you going to miss it, Senator? Are you going to miss it? And my first reaction has been, in the past couple of days, no. Not going to miss this. Not going to miss, so I'll tell you, I'm not going to miss the last 2 weeks of every session. Nothing good happens, I'm sorry. Well, maybe that tax deal was a good thing. Maybe that liquor bill was a good thing, but it didn't matter who's in charge. A lot of things happen and happen very quickly. What I will miss more than anything is working with each and every one of you. I think what Senator Fields said, I was a performer. I don't believe in performative politics, I really don't, but I do subscribe to Shakespeare's statement in As You Like It, that all the world is a stage and the men and women its players. We, every day here, live out a very human drama of public policy and the good of Colorado, and being part of that is a privilege that we, each and every one, ought to cherish every day. Our constituents, even if they just checked the block because we had an R or a D after our name, nevertheless, in some small way, and many of them in very large ways, by putting money, time, energy, and effort into our campaigns, vest in us the confidence to come here and speak for them day in and day out. And it's an honor, it's a privilege, and it's a much greater responsibility than I think we sometimes remember every day. So every day that you spend here, I've said this, and not that I ever repeat myself, but do cherish it. Cherish each and every day. Cherish the bad days for what you learned, and I learned more on my bad days than my good days. I got pulled aside by a reporter and said, well, what did you learn, or what lessons do you take away? And I said, and I think I knew this when I walked through the door, but you have to live this out, and I think you've heard it from colleagues. You know, in party politics, we live in an echo chamber, and in this day and age and in this world, we turn on one TV station or the other. And it's okay, we live in our neighborhood and we work in our profession and we talk to a certain type of people. I will say, as a lawyer, I talk to a lot of different people who believe a lot of different things, or they at least represent different positions than mine. But learning to find out where people come from, what brought them to this place at this time, right now, believing what they believe and advocating what they're for. You may disagree with them vigorously, but I have never served with anyone who was here that did not want the best for the state of Colorado. And they may well have thought that what was best for the state of Colorado was something wholly different than I thought was best, but they believed it sincerely, and some people who also believed it sent them here to represent that, and we have a process to work through that and have the clash of ideas and policies, and what comes out the other end is what we live with. Just a piece of history. So there's been talk about being a verb. I've only told the story once, and so I'll tell it here, and it'll be of record. One night in the House, very late, about 10:30, on second reading, Minority Leader Mike May at least thought he had a deal with the majority about what bills were going to be heard, and we were pretty late in the session. We weren't the last 3 days, but we were probably 2 weeks left. And I actually was sitting, you know, if you served in the House, you know, there's chairs back in the corner by the, I'm actually sitting back there on second reading, and I was reading a law book because I was more worried at the moment about a problem in my law practice than what was going on in second reading. I know it's a shock that people aren't listening at second reading, and Mike May comes up to me and says, "There you are." And I'm like, "What?" And he said, "I want you to go down there and I want you to talk. I've heard you, you can talk, and I want you to talk, and I don't want you to stop till midnight." And I'm like, "Okay, what am I talking about? What bill are we on?" Now, they have a board in the House, so it's the least helpful. And I did that, and I talked till 11:45, and it worked, and that's how that all got started. I know that those of you who are completing your service this year have had the same comment made to you of, we're going to miss you, what will we do without you? And there really is only one answer to that. I mean, thank you to those who say that and express that, and it's sincere. And while I'm talking about that, let me thank the lobby. No matter who you represent, which side you represent, this process, this thing that we do, particularly in Colorado with limited staff and limited session, would not work if those of you who represent all sorts of voices and views don't come every year, stand outside the glass, and you're better than I wouldn't stand outside the glass to wait for me to come out. And exercise what is a First Amendment right for your clients. And you, in many ways, are the continuity, and it's very important that members learn quickly who they can trust, what organizations and lobbyists represent things that you most agree with, and frankly, what lobbyists across the aisle, and lobbyists generally, that when you look them in the eye and go, sounds like a great bill, who's going to hate it and why? We'll give you the honest answer to who's going to dislike your bill and why, which most of the time goes, well, I figured as much and that's fine, but occasionally it's, well, that's a problem and we've got to deal with it. So my thanks to the very professional lobbying corps that we have here in Colorado that serves us so well. And to come back around, I will miss all of you. I will miss this process and the excitement of it, having 3 bills up in committee on an afternoon, 2 of which are going to make it and 1 of which isn't. And I, like all of you, I'm sure will be missed, and I will, I told the minority leader I was going to, in January, I was going to send irate emails to every member of the General Assembly demanding that you live up to your oath. Copy all. I'm going to be that person. But come January 8th, the gavel will come down. And Mr. or Madam President will call the Senate to order. The votes will be certified, the roll called, and the first bills will be read across, and that is what we have been a part of. It lives beyond us. My hope is that, as people have said, that I and you have made it a stronger, better institution, that our state is better, that our nation is better, and that we are, for all of our problems, that we still are a beacon to the world of freedom and liberty and justice. Thank you.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate read the tribute for Senator Janal.
Will the clerk please read the tribute to Senator Joanne Janal?
Senator Janal was elected to serve in the 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd, 73rd, and 74th General Assemblies, where she represented her Fort Collins constituents with dedication and honor. During her tenure with the Senate, she served with distinction as the chair of the Local Government Committee and vice chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, and as vice chair of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. In addition, she served on the Health Insurance Exchange Oversight Committee, the Joint Technology Committee, and the Statewide Healthcare Review Committee. She served as chair of the Police Officers and Firefighters Pension Reform Commission, as chair and vice chair of the Interim Wildfire Matters Review Committee, the chair of the Colorado Legislative Animal Welfare Caucus, and the legislative chair of the Colorado Commission on Aging. Senator Janal worked primarily on issues that improved the lives of Coloradans with respect to their health care and public safety. Her passion was to be the voice for older Coloradans and persons with disabilities and to support the welfare of animals. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Janal's exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I've had the great pleasure of being able to sit next to Joanne for these last 2 years and really got to know her probably about 4 years ago. And one thing that I know about Joanne is that she always had a little bit of envy over two things. First, my binders. She used to ask me about these all the time. And what's in them? And who puts those together for you? And could I get one of those? And the second thing is my aide. She was constantly trying to poach my aide for me. Like every day, she'd be like, well, do you think that he might want to work for both of us? Do you think that maybe just during the summer he could work for me? Did he put that together for you? Could he look over my stuff as well? So what I have done here is I have put together, with the help of my fabulous aide, a Senator Joanne Janal binder that says, this is the RZ24-001, Senator Joanne Janal, concerning the service of Colorado State Senator Joanne Janal and in connection therewith being mildly inappropriate. So, the first thing in my binder, as some of you may know if you've ever done a bill with me, is the front page is always talking points that I will take to committee with me. So here we go, my talking points. First of all, education. Did you know that we have a doctor in our midst? We do. Because Senator Joanne Janal received degrees in the following programs. She has a BS in Animal Science Microbiology from the University of New Hampshire. She has a MS, a Master's of Science in Biology, Histopathology, Electron Microscopy from Iowa State University. And she has a PhD in Neuroendocrinology, Reproductive Endocrinology from Colorado State University. A very degreed person. And then she also has an honored certification in political science and government from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. This is a very educated person over here. In addition to that, her experience. She has over 20 years' experience as a medical science liaison in the pharmaceutical industry and in clinical research, developing opinion leaders in the geography of the Southwest. She has a strategic development, clinical research development, advisory board development, also training of new MSLs in medical education, and she is an opinion leader development. She developed key speakers for promotional research initiatives, supported business area objectives by defining relevant issues and educating representatives, and she's done an extensive amount of research support and proposal development in these areas. Her specialties are interventional cardiology, neurology, general and reproductive endocrinology, psychiatry, GI, and women's health. How many of you knew that? Yeah, I did, and I never even served with her on the Health and Human Services Committee. So let's get to the Senator Joanne Janal fact sheet. The second tab in all of my binders are the fact sheets. She was elected in 2013 as a representative of District 52, and Senator Joanne Janal has been a force in the Colorado legislature for 11 years. She has served as vice chair of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, chair of both the Health, Insurance, and Environment Committee and Senate Local Government Committee, but her legacy hardly starts here or there. Who is Joanne? Well, you heard that she has received many degrees in lots of different areas. And outside of work, Senator Joanne Janal enjoys hiking with her partner, Deb. Animals, she's a huge animal lover. Her Jeep. spending time at home in Arizona, and being smarter than everyone else. Her supporters of the Joanne Janal bill is Deb Ellington, her partner, the Apartment Association, right, Senator Gonzalez? Her Jeep, and pharmacists. Her time at the legislature, during her time at the legislature, Joanne has passed laws that improve health care, help our seniors, address environmental issues, and protect our animals. And so with those introductory comments, I would like to read to you the bill that we have prepared for Senator Joanne Janal. This is a bill for an act concerning the service of Colorado State Senator Joanne Janal and in connection therewith being mildly inappropriate. This summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not necessarily reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. It recognizes the complete local authority over the actions of Senator Joanne Janal and eliminates any state preemptions over her day. Section 1, Legislative Declaration. The General Disassembly finds that, 1, state support for Joanne Janal has been consistently underfunded since January of 2013, creating one of the largest disparities in any state entity. 2, during that time, the populations she has supported have increased over 46%, including a large one-time adjustment on January 24th of 2019. To address this disparity, the state of Colorado wishes her all the best in her future endeavors. Section 2, in the Colorado State Senate Chamber Desk 29, strike Joanne Janal and replace with an unfillable void. Definitions. As used in this part unless the context otherwise requires. 1, senator means whatever we make it mean. And she made it stand for a person who is dedicated to serving their district, the state, and their conscience, using their best judgment and discernment on every measure that comes before them and acting out of principle and compassion rather than expediency. 2, colleague means someone who knows that the process is not a competition but a collaboration, someone who makes the best work of those around them better and holds to principle while opening the door to possibility, who can be serious about serious matters and still gentle in their judgments. They bring joy to our shared striving and find their full strength for every difficult lift. 3, friend. Friend means someone who walks with you on the journey in hard times and celebration, who can be both honest and kind, who trusts you and earns your trust, and who has the vocabulary of smiles, which can mean endless things, each worth rereading over and over again. Section 3, Safety Clause. The General Disassembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety, and shall take effect at the moment of final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that if the governor, using the authority in Article 4, Section 9 of the Colorado Constitution, recalls the Senate into a special session of the Assembly, at which point he can try to find us, but there will be a wall of margarita glasses so high that I doubt he will be able to see us. I do have, unfortunately, one amendment to this bill. This amendment is RZ-L001, and we would amend this bill as following. 1, amend printed bill, page 2, strike lines 4 through 5, and substitute paren 3, I love you, Joanne. I'll miss working with you. Let's get together soon somewhere in the real world. Rachel. We also have a fiscal note on pink paper. This fiscal note says that the bill ends state preemptions on the days of Joanne Janal, and in the appropriations summary, it says nothing appropriate is happening in this bill. The fiscal note status is that the fiscal note reflects the introduced bill, which is a negative number of $43,977, which is approximately your salary, and a negative 1.5 FTE. In the summary of legislation, it says that the current law permits Joanne Janal to be housed under the legislative department, and this bill transfers authority to local control. Sorry. Assumptions. This note does not reflect proposed increases in per diem rates or any other aspect of reality, making it a lot like any other fiscal note. State transfers, maybe to Arizona, you never know. State expenditures. The losses to the state are incalculable and therefore largely left out of this analysis. Other budget impacts. This opens a space in this circle for another Jeep. Effective date. The bill takes effect May 8th, 2024, unless, no, let's not even think about a special session. Departmental difference. The legislative branch will never be the same. And state and local government contacts, you can look up the Jefferson County Commission at 303-271-8525. There is no opposition. Witnesses, we have a long, long line of witnesses, which we had to gather from your defunct 2014 website. Contacts. I have my contact information there and the name of a really fabulous Mexican restaurant in Arvada. We should go sometime. And lastly, background. We found this wonderful article about Senator Joanne Janal called Tour de Corgi Takes Over Fort Collins. Did you know that in addition to being a well-educated woman, she also frequents dog shows and serves as a corgi judge? Are you serious? We also have in here an article when Governor Polis signed your Canadian drug import bill in Fort Collins. That was a pretty big deal. And then lastly, the thing that I probably am most proud of and that I'm going to get to tell people I knew her when is Colorado Democrat wants voters to strike down constitutional provision banning same-sex marriage. So there is your own Rachel Zenzinger binder with your own bill, your own fiscal note, and in all seriousness, I want to say that it's been a real pleasure getting to know you. You're funny. You're really smart. We have a lot of fun together, and I'm really going to miss you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
You just don't think you're getting out of here, do you, without me going through this fiscal note? I mean, come on now. Let's see. Let me get to the bill. Members, I stand in strong support of Zenit, that's with the Z, Bill 24001, concerning the service of Colorado State Senator Joanne Janal, and in connection therewith being mildly inappropriate. Just mildly. And here I am at the fiscal note. Members, I just want to know why none of you have brought forward a bill like this. We're actually reducing the general fund. We are reducing our general fund obligation in this bill. That's why I can stand up here and say I support you and this bill wholeheartedly. This bill ends state preemptions on the days of Joanne Janal. I say let's proclaim every day Joanne Janal Day. It would work, right? But again, and we didn't have to put any money in the general fund reserve. I mean, she saved us nearly $44,000. Now, I've been going through fiscal notes here recently in the last week, and I don't recall any of you saving us $44,000. So y'all need to get with it. I don't think it's right, though, however, in the summary of legislation that she has to be housed under the legislative department. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. And anyways, this note does not reflect proposed increases in per diem rates. Sorry, because they are going up. You're not getting them. And if you do transfer to Arizona, you can expect some visits from your 2 margarita pals. We're going to be there because I know they have good margaritas in Arizona as well. Anyways, and as I'm looking through this, I just want to point out that there are a couple of things missing in the fact sheet with regard to my good friend, Senator Janal. And those would be this. First of all, I don't see anywhere in here where it says she is time challenged. I'm looking through, I see your supporters, I see who you are, impressive resume there. But I don't see anything that says you are time challenged. Members, my first senatorial 2 hours and 42 minutes senatorial 5 happened when Senator Joanne Janal was chair of the Health and Human Services Steering Committee. That was my first experience. I thought, senatorial 5, like, it's now after midnight. Do we think we're coming back anytime soon? Do we think that? But so I don't see anywhere where it says she is time challenged. The other thing I am not noticing in here is any kind of remarks that says while she is a friend of pharmacists, because we both received that award in my first year, why it says she is a friend of pharmacists, it does not say specifically she is not a pharmacist. Joanne Janal is not a pharmacist. I just hope everyone knows this. There's also nothing, I don't see anything in here in a fact sheet. Nope, nothing in the minutes, amendments. Gosh, I just don't, and it's not in her background where it says that she is a professional meme sender. She has become a professional meme sender. This, of course, was after several weeks of demonstrating to her on a daily basis how to send a meme. And then, of course, we had to remind her, don't text that to people you don't want to see the meme. But she has become, just in a merely 2.5, 3-year time frame, a professional meme sender. Now, I just want you to know, a lot of her memes have dogs in them, but they also have these flying pills. And if you have ever seen Senator Janal start laughing contemporaneously, just in a meeting, she starts laughing, it's because she just sent a meme. Or someone sent one to her. And I don't see anywhere in here, like me, she regrets her moment of insanity when she voted yes on that PDAB bill. What the heck were you thinking? It was a moment, but I forgive her because it was after that 2-hour and 42-minute senatorial 5. It was. It was after that, and then it was after a couple, I don't know, about another 1.5 hours worth of amendments. So I'm thinking, as I said, moment of insanity. But I will say in all seriousness, you have been a wonderful friend. You know, you are smart, you are quiet, you're a very nice person. You do have a tendency, though, to tell me what to do a lot as well. Oh my God. Joanne, I will just tell you, just even a few weeks ago, she's like, Barb, you're going to do this, Barb, you're going to do this. And I'm like, Joanne, I have to go to the Joint Budget Committee. I have to go there. Like, we are voting. I have to go. But I need you to do this. I'm like, I can't, but I need you to do this. And then she's like, you need to do this. When are you going to do this? And I'm looking at her thinking, am I going crazy or is Joanne going crazy? But as smart and quiet, as thoughtful as you are, don't anyone let that fool you. This is one of the gutsiest women I know. You've got a lot of guts. You stand up to people, you stand up for yourself. Sometimes it takes a little push, but you are tough, and you are smart, and you are a darn good senator. And I really greatly appreciated this summer and fall when you came with me to be on the no on Proposition HH. You stood up and you said, no, this is wrong, even though several of your colleagues that live in your county were hammering you and giving you a rough time, You stood by your principles and your values. And I admire that, and I appreciated it. You are a great person, Joanne. You are a wonderful person. You've done what you need to do. And I really am so thankful that I got to know you pretty much my first couple of weeks here at the Capitol, because you were the chair of local government, and I was on that committee with you. And you were the vice chair of Health and Human Services, and I was on that committee with you. We had some great times. We had some great laughs. We've had some great margaritas. I really appreciate you. I'm going to miss you, but I have your phone number. You have my phone number, and I know we're still going to be friends, and we're still going to meet up. So thank you, Joanne. You're my friend.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I first met Joanne when she sat at the end of the row of my first, I was right smack dab in the center of the row in the House. And there was this woman who was sitting at the end, and she seemed to know some things. So I started to get to know you a little bit and listen to what you had to say. Then I found out you were a member of the Jewish caucus, and that was really special for me because there aren't that many of us. And I want to thank you. I'm not going to be as eloquent as the previous presenters, but I just want to thank you for the friendship that you have given me, the kindness that you have shown me, and for being a member of my community. I'm grateful.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got to start spending some time with Senator Janal on the Health Committee here in the Senate that I spoke about on Senator Smallwood's eulogy just the other day. And I'm sitting over here thinking about it and thinking about that committee, and I almost feel like it was like a prank or an initiation or something. Like thinking back on that committee. It was definitely, it has been an interesting journey the last 2 years. The committee is known for its senatorial fives. And my welcoming senatorial five, one of my most memorable senatorial fives involves Senator Janal and Senator Hawkes Lewis, and they always didn't agree on everything, and it was quite the interesting senatorial five. But I think the thing that I loved about you, Joanne, is even though I don't know if anyone else in this chamber could almost reverse somebody's feeling on supporting your cause by you coming up and asking them where they're at on it so many times, and confirming where a person was at. You were always true to what you believed. And even if I may have disagreed with you sometimes, there's times I agreed with you. It's something I always respected about you and your tenacity. Might have been mildly annoying sometimes, but I really enjoyed getting to know you, serving on health with you, serving in this chamber with you. You are a very, very intelligent woman who is a strong believer in her values, and I think that we have to respect that. And I think that we are lucky to have you. I feel lucky to have served with you. And I hope that we can stay in touch, because I think you're a pretty neat lady, and proud to consider you a friend. So.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Baisley, that'll be a $1 fine.
Is that right? Are you in the president's seat? All right. Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Janal, my strongest memory of you is my first memory of you. And it is, I knew of you and about you when I'm serving in the House, and I needed someone in the Senate to co-sponsor a bill, in the Senate side, of course. And I thought, she seems so interesting. I'm going to approach her. It was the first time that we spoke. And I talked with you out here in the hallway, and your question right out of your mouth says, who is the lobbyist that you have working this? And I go, no, this is just my idea. I don't have a lobbyist. And you go, I only work bills that has a lobbyist. I go, why? And you said, because they will carry the water. They will do the work for you. They will make sure that it gets pulled across the finish line. So that's my point. And I thought, well, there's a lesson from someone who's been around here a lot longer than I have and knows the ropes better. So what a smart lesson. And so I have tried to, I don't always, I have tried to apply that and find that lobbyist, find that industry or that organization that has an interest in that would be willing to fund a lobbyist work on that. So anyway, thank you for that kind of wisdom that you bring to this chamber. You're an important piece. You're a critical piece to this. I don't know how the gears are all going to turn when you're not with us here anymore, because there's going to be some teeth missing in there, and I'm going to miss you terrifically. Your independent-mindedness and your thoughtfulness, and you're just brilliant. I mean, you're the scientist in the room, and you bring all that intellect, and I don't know, you're approachable and a joy to work with, and I'll miss you. Go for it.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. President Pro Tem, or something like that.
President. Always
Senator Janal, Joanne. First of all, I have to set the record straight. So the bill was in the House. I think we're carrying the reauthorization of the Pet Animal Control Facilities Act, PACFA. And PACFA is a pretty important agency, as my daughter, who's a great lover of dogs, tells me, because it controls breeders and all. But it so happened that year, whoever in the Department of Ag was running the PACFA program was kind of way far out there. John Salazar, who's though a Democrat, a fairly conservative guy, was the commissioner of agriculture. And yet he had this one person running the PACFA program, and that person suggested that for doggy daycare, we needed to require doggy life preservers if there was a pool for the dogs. And while I didn't really have a lot of problem with the PACFA bill, that was just too rich. We were in the minority, and we were just looking for things to do. And if you haven't served in the Senate, or in the House rather, over there they have a screen, and you can just put everything up on the screen. And so I got all of these pictures off of the internet of doggies and the craziest life preservers. And your bill passed, but we had a good time with it. And I actually think that's when we kind of got to know each other and become friends. And then we found ourselves over here. By the way, just a comment, someone said, it was Senator Zinzinger said that I talked loud when I came over here. And I still talk loud, but not nearly so. It used to bother Senator Martinez-Humenick just a lot. But the House chamber is twice as large and twice as many people, and they're all talking in the whole time. So it took me a long time, but my aside. We have carried some phenomenal legislation together to help people who are under guardianship, families who have guardianships. You have been a tremendous ally for law enforcement, a voice for law enforcement in very difficult times. I mean, I recall that when we came back for part 2 of our session in 2020, I came back thinking I was going to spend that second part of our session worried about things COVID, and what we found due to the killing of George Floyd that weekend was we spent those next 2.5 weeks struggling with police accountability, which you and I both believe in, and yet there's a requirement for reason. And as someone whose father was a police officer, understood and understands what it means for your family member, your loved one, your father, to leave at night and whatever anyone thinks, the family just says, come home, come home. And so I've so respected you for being a voice for that, for being an ally on our bills. As kind as people say I am, I really don't have a heart. Then that's why it's so important on bills like the guardianship bill that I had such an ally as you that had a great, wonderful, sad, but compelling is probably the better word, compelling personal story about the importance. You've been such a great friend, an ally. You've stood up for what you believe in, and I'm going to miss you, and hope you and I both find other things to do next year that aren't being county commissioners. Thank you. We love you.
Senator Smallwood. Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I'm here to speak on behalf of my dear friend. I can call you friend. We've been friends for a very long time. And no one's ever questioned why we're friends. Yeah, but I like you. And we relate to each other, and we have deep conversations, but I've really appreciated how you work your bills. Your passion for seniors is something I haven't seen any other lawmaker really take up. My first exposure to trying to do legislation related to our aging adults and seniors was through our Lieutenant Governor. She was the one, when we were serving in the House, that created the Office of Aging. And from that, we've been able to build on that organization to make sure that the state of Colorado understands that our population is aging and they need different types of resources. And what I've noticed about you in committee is you always make sure, and I always tell, it's covered. But you always want to make sure that the kinds of bills that we run also protects and celebrate our seniors, especially as it relates to their health care. And so I want to thank you for making sure that we're always mindful of those who are aging and our seniors, because they do require a different level of care. The other thing that you have been instrumental in has been your love as it relates to protecting animals, animal rights. And you've done some marvelous work as it relates to the Animal Caucus and being a champion for so many who have that same passion, and just making sure that we're doing the right things as it relates to animals. And I can't count how many bills that you've done as it relates to that. And that was also my office mate was Beth McCann. That was another, she also was a champion for animal rights. And so I got a chance to understand how important that work was through her, and to see you continuing that kind of work. And then you have the support of other members that support the same kinds of issues. And it's just been something that requires our attention. It really does. So I just want to thank you for being my friend over the years. Thank you for being my friend.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, don't want to take too much time, but definitely could not pass up on an opportunity to talk about Senator Janal. With the years we spent together on the Health and Human Services Committee, and I most importantly, I need to correct the record, because when I say that Senator Janal and I have passed, well, that Senator Janal has been the sponsor on the second most number of bills that I've passed behind the good senator from Arvada. It's actually not true, because Senator Janal and I are famous for actually failed legislation together. So Senator Janal and I have worked together to lose more pieces of legislation than with any other member that I've sponsored bills with. Therein lies the obvious problem to a lot of folks, and why I think Senator Janal and I get along so well is because we think we have great ideas. and those ideas usually involve healthcare. They usually involve patient rights being supreme. And like me, Senator Janal is one of those, well, unlike me, we should say, I guess. Senator Janal is one of those rare Democrats that, in looking at healthcare legislation, very, very consistently brings the premium payer into the conversation. How much is this going to cost? How much is it going to cost the premium payer? We see that it's probably good, it's a good idea. We love the concept, but how much is this going to cost? And because of that, when we get together on a bill, it tends to cause problems. But Senator Janal likes to say that our first couple of years working together, that either she found me to be a snob or I was a snob. That's the part that's up for debate. But I deny either one of those allegations. I think right away we found common ground pretty quickly. We were, our introduction to each other, I think this is the first introduction, was on that giant healthcare panel, or one of them. So we were both invited as kind of healthcare policy folks into some giant room. And I wish I could remember what it is. It doesn't matter. She can let you know later. But we hadn't really met, and healthcare is generally a nonpartisan area, and somehow I got baited into the moderator's questions that were quite political, and of course, me being me, I couldn't resist. I took the bait, and Senator Janal, and then all of a sudden had to defend, her party in what was supposed to be a nonpartisan healthcare conversation, which turned into a political debate, which wasn't great fun. But I want to let you know, Joanne, how much I appreciate getting to know you. It's been an absolute pleasure, an absolute joy. I honestly can't think of a time. This is rare. I don't even know that I can say that with a lot of members of my own caucus. I don't know of a time that we've actually angrily disagreed about things. Everything's been really respectful. We know where we agree and we know where we disagree, but you have been the one that has found a way to always make that civil, always make it clear, always maintain decorum, and just always being so pleasant to work with. It's refreshing, and very much like we said about one or two other folks, I am so impressed with how fearless you are, how you are, you're ready to take the slings and the arrows. You know when they're coming. It doesn't bother you. You know where your principles are. You know what's important to your constituents. You know what's important to the folks that you represent. And for that, I've got a tremendous amount of respect and always will. So thank you for teaching me about parts of Tucson that I think I wouldn't have never known without you. You are the OG, and I can't wait to see you after we're out of this building. We'll look forward to it. Thanks.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Janal and I best bills I ran with you. I'll keep it short, but you're a dear friend, and you're one of those people that anytime you walk into a room or you see you, it's comforting because I know you're a dear friend, and I know you're a great legislator. I have to say one really funny story that I remember from this year, because I get to serve on Human Health and Services with Senator Janal, and we ran a bill, and we all voted, and it was 5-3. And she requested the consent calendar. And I said, well, Senator Janal, there's not just a Democrat consent calendar. You got to get you have to have the Republicans vote aye too. So you remember that? Didn't happen too long ago. Anyway, the bill I just talked about, our wild horse bill, what a great thing where we brought together the state, the Department of Ag, the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, the feds, everyone together, along with the advocacy groups, and that bill has really gelled, and we're going to do a really good thing for our western landscapes, our livestock producers over there, our wild horse advocates, the feds, everyone. It's brought everyone together. They're talking. They have a working group, and things are working well, and that's quite a feat. So that bill, really proud of running that with you. So enjoy, and please stay in touch. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Janal, I just want to come up here and tell you, you didn't realize it, but every time I came to talk to you, I knew you were going to give me a hard time, and I liked it. I looked forward to it. It was, maybe call it a little bit of legislative schadenfreude, but no, it's been really good to work with you, and you are of the utmost moral standards and unequivocally cannot be bought, as I tried with many cases of Diet Dr. Pepper this session especially. So just want to wish you well up in Fort Collins, and stay in touch.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was waiting for this one because I couldn't wait to say my favorite things about you is your integrity and your toughness. My favorite thing is I was standing over here trying to get into the well my first year, and I was just standing over there, and this is what Joanne did to me. She just looked up at me and said, "You need to toughen up if you're going to be in here." And I was like, I said, wow, this nice lady just told me I need to toughen up. So I do appreciate you so much. Your integrity is amazing. You were on a bill with me that was a little controversial this year, and I totally appreciate you very much for standing up and being on that bill with me. I so appreciate that. So I'm going to miss you a lot, being back there and somebody that I can get to talk to and hang out with, and just to see how happy you are, and it always puts me in a great mood in the morning. So I really appreciate it. I'm going to miss that so much. So thank you very much.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a deep respect for Joanne Janal. We served together in the House, and I confided in her because I was brand new. And when you confide in Joanne, you know that it's going to stay with her. And that means so much, because that's something that I can't say about everyone. And she is just a brilliant woman who is so modest about it. And when we were on health together in the House and in the Senate, I knew I could always follow her lead because she does the research. And she really does listen to every side of an issue. And when I say every side, she listens to every side. She taught me to do that. And then you make your decision by the information you've gained from stakeholders. And that has been something that I will never forget, Joanne. So I just want you to ride off into the sunset on your motorcycle or your Jeep and just enjoy life. And I hope that you will continue to stay in touch with me because I value our friendship and just want the best for you in the future. So no matter what you do, go big or go home.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief because I've been scared of the good Senator Janal for most of my career here at the Capitol, and for very good reasons, which I will not go into today, but it is well earned. I will just say that I very much admire your extremely quick wit, your sense of humor, your dry sense of humor that always cracks me up. And of course, your maverick, your independent streak is always appreciated, your thoughtfulness. So it is an honor and privilege to have served with you both in the House and especially here in the Senate. I'll never forget it, and thank you so much for your service.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Janal. I feel like I gave you my tribute this morning when we talked about I tried to talk about what my journey through this process has been with you. And, you know, I succeeded Dr. Aguilar in my seat. And when I was running, I came here to watch her drug importation bill die in the Republican-controlled Senate. We can hash that out later. But, so my first year coming back was to take one of her bills and run it as an homage to her legacy, the work she did. And I filed the title, didn't know what I was doing, completely like, okay, I'll do this, work with what we had. And then I get an email from the drafters, there's another bill in the other chamber, and it was yours. And you're like, I'm gonna run this bill. I was like, well, I'm gonna run this bill too. And everyone's like, it's my bill, I filed it first. And then I go do checking in, it's like, you can do whatever you want, she can't stop you. And she's like, I'll drop my bill if you let me be the sponsor, in the House sponsor. And I'm not sure, that didn't last very long because I think shortly you came to our chamber in the same year. So we ran the bill together. It was my first experience running a bill. It was not anything I had expected to be Senate Bill 5 in my first year and something that had never been done. And it was a cool experience to have you by me to learn that process. I did learn a lot. Then after that bill and we got that bill across the finish line, we had some changes in the committees and I filled in a year in the Ag Committee, which was my first experience with your pet bills. And Senator Zenzinger's pet bills. And I was super cool. This is super cool committee. I love water, whatever. This is gonna be fun and I'll make the best of it. Except the pet bills. You had pet bills. Rachel, was it the whip, the elephant? Yeah, it was the circus. And that was my last year on the Ag Committee. But it was a joy. It was a learning experience. I've always enjoyed our relationship. You served with me on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. You know, we served. What other committees did we serve on? No, I never was on health. Behavioral health? I don't know. I don't know. But we always got along great. We sometimes agreed on policies and we sometimes didn't. Never really argued about it, just agreed to disagree. Generally, you were wrong, but I respected that. But, you know, always appreciate your tenacity, your holding to your values. Many of you, you know, last year, a lot of new people. Next year will be a lot of new people, and every new session is getting to know where your colleagues' policy thoughts are at and when you go approach them and when you don't, or when you go approach them early, or you just know, and we have that camaraderie, and you've always pretty been straightforward with your ad, and I've always respected that. I try to model after that too. It's easier just to say where you're at and move on than get bombarded with emails and phone calls. But I wish you all the best. I know that you have a lot of fun things planned for you after this session. Going back to Phoenix, Tucson, Arizona. I should have just said Arizona. Enjoying your family and the stuff you've done. You left a legacy here, been in both chambers, and I've welcomed serving with you. Thank you.
Senator Janal.
Wow, thank you. Thank you all very much. Not quite sure about this notebook and binder. Have to go through it a little bit better, and interesting stuff in there. You know, first of all, Cindy, can you put Ron down or down? Never mind. It's okay, you're busy. I just want to say that goodbyes aren't easy for me because I've done a lot of them, and my hope is that I will see you all at some point in time again, and as friends or colleagues. And I really appreciate the folks who came up to talk today. It meant a lot to me. Some of you left a few things out, and I'll get to that in a minute. Senator Van Winkle. You know, I'm not an off-the-cuff person, so usually I have to write things down. But if you had told me 12 years ago that I'd be spending these years here at the Capitol, I'd have laughed at you. I would have said, no way. I'm a scientist. I would have said you were crazy. This was not on my to-do list. I just asked a question one day to a city council member who wasn't in my council district, and I said, well, what do you think about running for city council? And all of a sudden, this person got a look on their face, and I thought, well, and she came around and she hugged me and she said, I found you. And I'm like, what do you mean? You could be the next state representative. I'm just like, I had no idea what she was talking about. Here I am. Started in the House 6 years, came over here to the Senate for 6 years. I've never had a political science class. I've taken, high school history. So I guess you could say I wasn't really looking for the Capitol, but the Capitol found me. And maybe it's probably the best way sometimes. Maybe it was fate. But the last 12 years have been, to me, more valuable than any of the classroom training, any of the degrees that I had. I've learned about issues that I care about and tried to better people's lives in the state of Colorado and in my district. But I've also learned about issues that I never would ever know anything about had I not been in in this beautiful building. So it's given me quite the education. And I've spent my time fighting, like I said, to make lives better in healthcare primarily, thanks to the wonderful folks who were on the health committees, both in the House and in the Senate. I just want to thank the many people who have made this experience a lot easier for me. First, to my friend and colleague who gave me this wonderful binder, you've helped me to understand a lot of things because I had a lot of learning to do. And the teacher in you came in very handy for that. You are one of my best, closest friends here. You've always been there for me, and I'll always be there for you. You taught me a lot about politics and kind of different things that I never would have thought about. And I really appreciate everything that you've done, and your friendship, I know, will never go away. Barb? Senator Kirkmeyer? Can we talk? Yeah, can I talk to you? Yes. I don't know anybody who could tell Barbara Kirkmeyer what to do, but I really respect you for your knowledge and your wisdom, and also for the things you have taught me, and also for standing strong when I stood for things that might not have been popular with this side of the aisle. But I have to say that I do believe in what standing for what I stand for is true, and I won't divert from that. So I appreciate all of your help, all of your friendship, just letting me know that I wasn't standing alone on my values, and I really appreciate that. That goes for you too, Rachel. I'll always remember our time in HHS, and a few other people, Senator Rich as well, and maybe a few others of you. And you got it with the memes. I didn't know how to do it. I'm not really, I never did that until you sent me you started it, you did the first one. But really, Rachel and Barb, you made the Senate fun. And of course, the margaritas, they helped as well. There's other folks I want to thank first, before I get into the other people that have spoken, that I have something to say about. But I do want to thank the staff, these folks that are behind me, actually lift all of us up and do everything necessary to make us successful here. Cindy and everyone that's in the back, Frank and Ted, and I don't see anyone else here yet, but all the sergeants, thank you. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for being my friends. Thank you for all that you do. I also want to thank Captain Hahn. Captain Hahn was the first person I called when I got in an accident, a very cold January day, coming here, not this year, but the year before. I had gone over black ice and on the interstate, on I-25, and did a couple of turns and then ran into a guardrail. And I don't know why, somebody asked me this, the first person I called was Captain Hahn. I thought, okay, Interstate Highway Patrol makes sense. And he has been a big help, as well as Senator Marchman, who came to pick me up after I wrecked my car, and all the other people who had helped me get my Jeep fixed. And God, that was a hard thing to do because it's 24 years old. So, and I wanted it fixed. I wasn't gonna have it towed away. But they all helped me, some of the lobbyists, and really, really, really appreciate that. Also want to thank all the drafters who've helped me, the lobbyists, like Senator Baisley said, some of them that you love one day and work with one day and we're all good, and then maybe a month later, they're not happy with you for whatever reason that is. But all of them have been wonderful people that I really appreciate all their help. You can't really do everything to have a good bill without the help of them. It's hard to do these things by yourself. I also want to thank Senator Mullica, who I ride with. There's a meme for that one too, but. But I also, there were a few people who came up that I was walking away. Senator Van Winkle, he was the one that was talking about, he had a few good laughs over the years, and that was when we were in the House, right? I was chairing Health Committee at the time, and we were at the end of a bill testimony, and there was his last name on there. And it was the name was Ben Dober. And I didn't even put it together. I just innocently said, Dober. And I couldn't keep a straight face. And I found out it was him that did that. And then the other people who came up afterwards, I felt really bad for them because I couldn't stop laughing. And but thanks a lot, Senator Van Winkle. That was my first encounter with him. And then I did borrow his baby girl, though, because I did a bill that was to grant immunity for people who break into cars if you have dogs, babies, or elderly or disabled that are in hot cars with the windows rolled up. So you can break that window and get in without being charged anything and save the lives of the dog or the baby. And we had a bill signing ceremony with Governor Hickenlooper, and we decided that we'd bring in babies and dogs. And we had golden retrievers that we lifted up onto Hickenlooper's big table and desk that was kind of in an L form or a U shape for this. We had dogs, and we had Van Winkle's baby girl, Haley, and other babies, and it was awesome. It was awesome. Great bill. I just want to thank you for lending me Haley for that day. It was a great bill. But I'm trying to, I also want to thank Senator Fields. I know I spoke before, but you did lead a committee that I believe was the most entertaining committee and important committee that we have in this body, Health and Human Services. And I do have one request, though. And whoever is assigned to be chair, or whoever chooses who's to be on the Health and Human Services Committee, I really hope that you choose Senator Gonzalez, to be on HHS next session. Senator Gonzalez, I truly am so glad you filled in that day. That was a bit. I want to tell you, even though we are asymmetrically opposed to some things, you have my utmost respect. I appreciate you, I really do. I know that we've had battles on, tenants and landlords, whatever you want to call them, but housing providers, did you ever wear that button I gave you? Oh, you did? Well, good, but you never wore it. Anyways, I have the utmost respect for you, Senator Gonzalez, and I really, truly, I'm serious on this. I hope that you will be on the Health and Human Services Committee. A senator in this chamber said something to me, or I heard him say something that struck me the other day, and I think it's true. We have politics and we have policies. And somewhere along the way, this building's changed in some ways, where politics are becoming policy. And in my opinion, some of the reasons why I pushed back on some of these bills have been because it's too much at one time. And we need to go slower, and it's my belief. But I used to consider myself a progressive, but now I'm sure my colleagues consider me a moderate. It's because the time here, would that have done it? All those 12 years? Or is it because I've gotten older and think a little differently? I don't know. But I'm one of the lucky ones, because I've always been in the majority. 12 years I've been in the majority. I haven't had to fight and talk like you guys. And it's been a blessing sometimes. But I'm truly honored to have had this experience. There's nothing like it in the world. And it's just something that I have memories, I have issues that I will never forget, people that I want to consider that I never considered in my life before, and I care so much more about things that are going on in this world, in this state, in my city that I love so much. I've learned something from every single one of you. Every single one of you. May not be good, but I've learned something. Seriously, in all seriousness. I will miss you. I will miss this building. I will miss everyone who makes this building work. But, it's time to move on. And it's time for a new adventure. And I just love each and every one of you. Please be safe. Please stay in touch. And this is an experience of a lifetime that we should treasure in all the years that you're here. Thank you.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to proceed to the reading of the tribute for Senator Perry Will. Will the clerk please read the tribute to Senator Perry Will?
Senator Will was appointed by a vacancy committee to serve in the 72nd General Assembly and elected to serve in the 73rd General Assembly. He was then appointed by a vacancy committee to serve in the 74th General Assembly. Each time, Senator Will represented his constituents with dedication and honor. During his tenure in the Senate, he served with distinction on the Business, Labor, and Technology and the Health and Human Services Committees. Senator Will also served on the Colorado Health Insurance Exchange Committee, the Colorado Health Insurance Exchange Oversight Committee, the Statewide Healthcare Review Committee, the Opioid and Other Substance Use Disorders Study Committee, and the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. Senator Will has always been proud and honored to represent the people of the Western Slope and has been a tireless advocate for all of rural Colorado. As a result of this hard work, Senator Will was awarded the 2023 Dan Noble Award for Outstanding Public Service for Western Colorado. Senator Will is proud of his work on behalf of conservation, whether plant or animal. For example, he was a prime sponsor on a wolverine reintroduction bill this year. He has continuously supported nursing, dentists, and dental hygienists, and he has always been a strong advocate for better health care. Senator Will is truly a living example of Colorado's legacy and the Colorado way. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Will's exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors.
Minority Leader Lundeen.
You look way better than me, buddy. That's excellent. That's excellent.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, colleagues, please have a seat and put away the damn cameras. There are three primary currencies in politics. Credibility, that's when you know you can do it, they know you can do it, and you do it. Senator Will has that locked down in spades. There is no question about that. The second currency of politics is trust. Will he or she do what they say they're going to do? Senator Will has that locked down in spades. The third currency in politics is likability. There is no one in the Colorado General Assembly more likable than Senator Perry Will. Ow!
Who wants to follow that? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I am one of the few people in this room that's known Perry for a lot of years. So long that my dad had the unfortunate privilege of going to school with Perry all the way back in Cheyenne Wells. And one of my favorite things about talking to my dad about Perry is he says, Byron, I don't know how he did it, but every time we went out somewhere, he always had the girls around him, always. He says, I think it's because he's as full of something as a Christmas goose, but I'm not going to say that here. Perry's a great guy. I have a story to tell you. My first year moving up to the Western Slope, there was an incident that happened in Old Snowmass. And the incident is that a mountain lion took a child out of the backyard. And do you know who that person was that saved that young child? It was the mom, but Perry Will was there to help. Perry's dedication to this state is unmatched. He does an excellent job. He loves this state. My dad said that So ever since Perry's been 7 or 8 years old, he knew what he was going to do. He wanted to be a DOW officer. He wanted to be a warden. That's what he wanted to do. And it's funny because when we were talking about the HUT bill earlier this past month, I was telling Perry about a couple of the cabins that I stayed in up there, and he knew exactly where they were. Triangle Peak, right above the cow camp there was what I was talking about. He knows the state like the back of his hand. One of my favorite things, and then I'll be done, but one of the things that I'm going to miss about Perry Will is every Monday morning at the end of the caucus meeting, we leave by hearing. Every morning we leave by Perry saying, Republicans go forth and be attractive, Peltons do your best. He would say that every time. One of the things is he says, we need to come up with a band name for us. We can't be the Cheyenne County Cartel. We have to be something else. And he goes, what about Perry and the Peltons? And Rod said, I don't like that. I said, neither do I. Perry, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss everything about you. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with you. And I'm just going to miss you so much every day. And you make everybody laugh. And we have such a good time. So thank you for everything that you've done for me here and everything you've done for all of us. Thank you.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's one little phrase that Senator Pelton forgot in how we end the meeting. It's caucus go forth and be attractive. Like Perry will. Peltons, do your best. I actually knew Perry's dad before I knew Perry. Perry was my school bus driver. First day to school, Perry's dad drove the bus. Perry was 4 years older than me, so when he was a senior, I was 8th grade. So I didn't really get to follow him a lot, get to know him much then. But when he was appointed to the House, he is the best friend I have in this building. We've shared several meals together. There's so much I will miss about Perry Will. But don't let him know that. Perry, it's been an honor to get to know you and to serve with you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think the first conversation I had with Perry Wills, and I asked him, what do you think about the wolf reintroduction? And he said, 23andMe can't prove anything. I was just raised by him. I said, well, what about Wolverines? He goes, distant relatives, just far away. You know, Perry's the kind of guy that I sat next to in middle school, where he had me laughing so hard that I'm crying. I'm trying so hard not to laugh. And I was always the kid that got in trouble when he's the one that's making me laugh, doing all the cutting up. And that's what happens here on the Senate floor. And I get to laughing, and it just makes the time pass by faster. It's enjoyable. I look forward to it every morning. Can't wait to come in and get razzed by Perry from me wearing something wrong. But boy, he's just become such a dear friend for me. I just have one very typical, I guess I'll call it, story about Perry that sums up his style of humor. And if any of you knows Kimberly, who served in the minority Senate office and now is serving over in the minority House office, very pretty girl, and she's sitting over here, and we had just come from from our caucus meeting in the morning, just like the senator from, where are you from, Senator? Well, anyway, Rod was talking about earlier, no, it was Byron, talking about how Perry always leaves us with, now go forth and be attractive, Republicans. So we come walking over here, and Kimberly's sitting on the side bench there, and she goes, Senator Will, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm just trying to be attractive. And she goes, well, it ain't working. And so Perry says, that girl will never find a husband. So it's like, you won't ever get ahead of him, so you kind of got to quit early on in the conversation. Perry, I love you to pieces. I'm going to miss you so bad. You better stay in touch, buddy. So I just love you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to miss Perry Will. First off, we live fairly close, and we'll still see him. I will miss him being here, but I'm not going to cry about that. When I first got into the House, there became this vacancy, and then all of a sudden, there was this man in the chamber, and I was like, who is this guy? Who is he? But we got to know him real quick, and he got to be one of our favorites, and we looked forward to the time that we had with him every day, because he was always in such a good mood. In the worst of circumstances, he was always in a good mood. Now we've been serving on a committee together, and oh my gosh, in the most serious of times, he will say something, and you're listening to people that are testifying, and oh my gosh, I'm starting to laugh, and I'm like, okay, I've got to turn my chair, and I'm laughing uncontrollably, and I'm thinking, oh, this is not good. So I always have to just not look at him because sometimes he'll just have that look about him, and you just can't help but laugh. But so I apologize to anyone that was testifying, because it wasn't you. It was him that always did this. But it has been just a real pleasure to get to know Senator Will. And like I said, I'm not going to miss you, because you're just going to be down the road. And I know that it'll be so fun when he comes to the Capitol to testify. Can you imagine what that's going to be like? Oh my gosh. But good luck to you, and Godspeed.
To speak next, rock, paper, scissors between Senators Mullica and Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Will, Senator Rich just mentioned it, but when we were in the House in 2019 and the vacancy came up and you were appointed, a picture of you quickly circulated around the Democratic caucus. I think of one of you holding a skull with your big mustache and cowboy hat. And a lot of people were like, oh my God, who is coming to the House? Who could this person possibly be? So a few weeks later, or maybe a week or so later, and I think there was some paperwork issues, you weren't able to be sworn in right away, but I remember I was chair of the, I think it was called the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Committee at the time. We're having a committee meeting, and all of a sudden the person from that picture walks through the door, comes around and takes a seat at the dais with all the other committee members. And I hadn't met you before. I was a little intimidated after the picture, but after that committee meeting was over, I remember I walked up and we shook hands, and you greeted me with that big smile. And I remember you said something, I think to the effect of, I want to work with you. I'm excited to be here, I want to work with you. And boy, we did, Senator Will. I had my aide actually look up this morning. You and I co-primed 30 bills together, and even 30 during our time in the House and in the Senate. Some big battles on water, wildlife. We've given the administration a hard time on wolves, CPW, housing, I-70. And we've done some tough battles together, and I know, I've come to you with bill ideas before, and I'm like, oh, is he gonna be okay with this? He's gonna get a lot of heat from his party or from certain groups. And you always say this to me, you say, nope, Dylan, this is a good bill. I wanna be on this. And that's who you are. You're here for the right reasons. You're here. We all know this guy. He loves the Western Slope. He loves his community. He loves his family. We hear about his family all the time. And I know, we don't talk about it often, Senator Will, but I know you and I both ended up here shortly after some pretty big losses in our life. I ended up here just less than 2 years after I lost my brother. Just a few years after you lost your son. And I just wanted to note that you honor him and your family every day when you're here with your work. And I just have to share, Senator Will loves his community and the Western Slope, but they love him back. And I just have to share one story that really illustrates this, but also my love and respect for my friend Senator Will. So it was in 2022, if you know the district lines, I have the northern part of Garfield County and Perry Will has the southern part. So I was over campaigning at the Garfield County Fair Parade in Rifle with the Garfield County Democrats, and our float was pretty early on in the parade. And if you know anything about Rifle, the Garfield County Democrats weren't getting quite that warm of a reception in the parade. I'm walking down with my sign and a few of us, and it's a lot of comments coming from the side of both sides of the road. Not very pleased to see us, and it was a tough parade. I've done a lot of parades. That was one of the toughest. So we get to the end of the road, and my campaign manager and I are walking back on the side, kind of like behind the crowd, like, oh, I don't want them to see me. I don't want to have any more of those comments. And all of a sudden, as we're walking up the parade, the noise and the cheers started getting louder and louder, and I'm like, what float is coming? And then I look right up over the tops of the heads of the folks standing along the parade route, and there are horses coming down the street with and a wagon, but it looked just like this massive chariot. And sitting up top there, like the king of Garfield County, the king of the Western Slope, was Perry Will, just on top of his chariot, on top of his wagon, the crowd going wild, clearly loving him and everything that they know about him. But in that moment, I get to the side of the road, Perry sees me, and he points down at me and gives me that big smile that he gave me that first time I met him. And I honestly felt so motivated and honored after a pretty tough morning that I knew that man up there on the top of that wagon, and he respected me, and that was just a moment that illustrates me how much of a good person this is. We're gonna miss you, Perry. I'm gonna miss working with you on all these bills. I'm gonna miss running into you at 6 a.m. at the Come and Go in Frisco on Monday morning, or passing you on I-70 as you drive kind of slowly in the right lane on our Monday morning drives. But I'm gonna miss the work we've done together. You have made me a better legislator. You've made me a better representative of my community, and we've done some great things that I'm very proud of. I know I'll still get the memes, the texts, and the GIFs that he likes to send. But thank you, Senator Will, for your service to this chamber, to the legislature, to the state of Colorado. You are a true public servant of this state. You love everything about Colorado, and you've made it a better place. Thank you, friend.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Perry Will. I remember, just as Senator Roberts said, when you came into the House, and there was a lot of murmuring going around, and who's coming, and you were CPW for a number of years, and I know there was some dates that had to be worked out, and so there was a little bit of a delay, and that just added to, I think, a little bit of the drama with the handlebars coming in and the cowboy hat, and but I can honestly say I don't think there's been a nicer person that I've served with. Now, I do want to say that, I think that we need to really start looking at some sort of sainthood nomination for your wife, Suze. She's put up with you for a long time, and I know you've been down here and you've been away from her, and you're going to be able to spend time with her. Now, I'm not sure if she's going to kick you out here in a couple weeks or not when you're going to start spending more time with her, but Suze is a pretty amazing woman, and I know you wouldn't be here without her. I think, obviously, serving with you, Senator Will, over in the House and now in the Senate, it's an honor to serve with you in this chamber. But just, when I look at this and I look at folks that I build relationships with, it goes beyond these walls right here. And what kind of person are you? And getting to know you, Senator Will, has been the true honor. Getting to hear about your children, about court, about your grandchildren, and seeing the pride in your eyes is a really neat thing. And we had an opportunity as the Capital Development Committee to go up and visit your neck of the woods this summer. And it was a really eye-opening experience that any place we would walk into with Senator Will, we couldn't get to our table. We couldn't get anywhere because everyone knows Perry. And come to find out, Perry signed everyone's damn hunting card or hunter's ed card. And so, so it was really an eye-opening experience of how much your community truly loves you and what you mean to them. This place isn't going to be the same without you, Perry. And it's a true loss, and I think we need more folks like you serving in the legislature. And I know they're lucky to have you going to be a commissioner up there, but I'm going to miss you. And we're going to stay in contact. We're going to go hunting. You're going to show me around, and we're going to get an elk. And this isn't going to be the last time, but I'm going to miss you here between these four walls. Love you, Perry.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's a little less than 6 hours away, and we'll all be will-free. Finally. Freedom. This side of the aisle doesn't appreciate what it's been like to sit behind Perry Will for the last 2 years. You could only imagine how tough it's been. So we've been counting the hours and days. We're now down to the final stretch here, and we'll all be will-free. But, and if y'all didn't know, it's quite a little corner over here that, Perry dishes it out pretty regularly. But he's an easy target as well. We get to fire it back at him. He's a big target for sure. And if y'all didn't know, he has a nickname here. He's called Walking Eagle. That's because he's so full of excrement, he can't fly. He's owned that badge of honor for nearly 2 years now. So, I see him routinely. I see him down getting his boots shined down on the bottom floor, and I go, "Really, Perry? You had to pay somebody to listen to you?" And it just keeps coming and coming. He's telling me about going to his psychiatrist, and I said, "There you go again. You had to pay somebody to listen to you again." Look, there's nobody else like Perry. It really has been an honor and a privilege. It'll be he's made coming to work here at the Capitol a pleasure and a joy for the 2 years. Again, he's such an easy target to just pick on routinely because he dishes it out. But we will miss you, Perry. I keep telling you we won't miss you, but we will. Again, it's been a pleasure to serve with you. Godspeed, my friend.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Will, I've really enjoyed serving with you. As you know, we're on capital development together. And if you're on capital development, we travel across the state. And this was like pre-COVID. And so we were in a state van, or we would get a ride, and we would go to different areas of the state and look at what their capital development needs were. And that's when I got a chance to get to know you. You now sit on the Health and Human Services Committee. And what I've been able to discover is really what you value. Because no matter when I'm around you and we're in committees, you always represent your community. I feel like I know your community because every time you speak about the needs of your community and the people you serve. And I would not have that insight if you did not share it with us and others that you encounter. So thank you so very much for representing your community so well. I appreciate you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I might get fined in the next couple minutes, which is fine.
That's all right. We need the money.
And I'm not just being nice to Perry because the last text he sent me was, "Damn, we look good, Faith." Thanks to you both. It's the last text I got from Perry. We've done some really, really important healthcare legislation together, but the most important thing we have done together is conservation easements. And conservation easements would not exist in this state without my partnership with Perry Will, and it matters so incredibly much. And in this building, you know, we all get caught up in speculation and rumor and stress, and we were counting votes on conservation easements and talking about different concerns and seeing if we were going to make it out of committee, and I was sharing some concerns. And Perry always reminds you to actually concentrate on what matters and not the superfluous. And he goes, "Faith, I don't give a shit. We're going to pass it." And so I really appreciate Perry always calling me out on what's actually important and calling us all out on what's actually important, and I really appreciate you.
Senator Liston.
Is there any Kleenex? No. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Perry, I wanted to let you know, as a fellow office mate in the leper colony, for those of us who are over in the leper colony, there's a lot of you that have not ever been over to the leper colony, which we affectionately known as LSB. But if you have not been over there, you need to go over there and see the Perry Will Wildlife Museum, otherwise known as his office. Because if you have not seen the Perry Will Wildlife Museum, you are really missing a treat. You go in there, and with everywhere you look is filled with some sort of critter. Would that be the right word, Perry? Some sort of critter that he is either hunted or trapped, or however you've gotten it, wrestled to the ground. And you name it, he's got it. Perry, all I can ask is that when you leave, I hope that you'll leave that so that we can have the Perry Will Wildlife Museum still over in the leper colony. But no, it's been a real pleasure working with you. You and I have served on business, labor, and technology off and on. You epitomize what a real Westerner is. For us city slickers, honorary rural legislator like me. But no, you've been a real joy to work with. You give as good as you get because I pick up on some of it over there. We love the banter back and forth. We're definitely going to miss you. We wish you all the luck and success. Say hello to my good friends, Kent Jolly, Russ George, some of the other people that I do know over there. And God bless you. I know you're going to do a great job as a commissioner, and don't be a stranger.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President. There's only one Perry Will, just one. Such a good man with a big heart, genuine, and I really love you. Perry and I were in an interim committee, and I don't remember what year it was, but there was some talk about relations, and Perry and I looked at each other, and he said, "We're cousins." So that's why you all hear us say "cuz" all the time, because something was said in this interim committee that made us think that we were cousins. So I can't think of a better person to be my cuz than Perry Will. And birthdays will never be the same without you. So happy birthday to you. Good tidings to you. May the good Lord bless you, Perry. We all love you.
Okay, everybody, come on, join in and do it the Perry Will way.
May the good Lord bless you. Shower blessings on you. May the good Lord bless you, Perry.
May the good Lord bless you.
Woohoo!
I can't understand what you're saying. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I will just say that Perry Will reminds me of my oldest brother, Horton, because my brother Horton was a person who didn't like Denver, could do it, but didn't like it, and as soon as he could get out of Denver and get back home, that was the best. And I appreciate that, the way that you show up, the way that you are true to who you are and true to your community is beautiful and so respected and just a joy. Because I feel like so often in this place, this pressure cooker of a building, that oftentimes there is a desire and a tendency to try to smooth out the rough and to just even things out, don't let it go. But you are so indescribably you that when I first heard that you were coming over to the Senate, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. And it has not only been fun, it has been a joy. So thank you for that. I am also grateful, colleagues, to report that probably for the first time ever, the House has done a good thing. They, in their wisdom, decided to not strike the amendment that we put on to Senator Fenberg, President Fenberg's choo-choo train bill. And so, may it be so that the state of Colorado, should we ever build this Front Range passenger rail line, chooses Perry Will to be the voice of the Front Range passenger rail. Thank you for your service. It's been an honor and a joy to serve alongside you. I can't wait to see what comes next. Thank you.
I have that amendment framed in my office.
That's awesome. Yes.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. President, sorry.
Mr. James.
Mr. President, thank you. Perry Will. Gonna miss you. In fact, a couple of times we were going along I-70 and I kept missing you. I was coming from Grand Junction and you were going the opposite way and you told me where you were. I got to, what was it, Parachute or somewhere? He wasn't there anymore. So then I called him again. And he was in parades. I think it was in July or something. But always trying to get hold of you when I come up that way. I've really liked being on Health with you, always fighting for rural Coloradans. And again, I'll mention that Perry got on the wild horse bill, wild horse sanctuary bill, which is a very important bill. And as he had mentioned, brought together federal, state, local, and Native American Ute tribes, tribal lands as well, to make sure that we keep Colorado wild and keep those wild horses, beautiful horses, in our state and alive and well. And thank you, Perry, for working with me on that bill. It was not an easy bill, but we got it together, and we got everybody to work together. And I will miss you on Tuesday mornings as well, and your smiling face. And God bless. Thank you.
Senator Will.
I'm humbled. Thank you. Thank you all. And Senator Rich, could you show me the clock? You know, some of the people, and Senator Simpson mentioned it over there, but they've been doing for the last months about how long it's going to be before I go. Yeah, I got 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 35 seconds, but who's counting? And I can tell you over there they've been counting. But I'll also tell you that here the last few days, and I told them, I said, there's going to be such separation anxiety when I leave, especially Senator Pelton and Simpson, are going to be, the tears are going to be uncontrollable. Well, they say tears of joy, baloney. So anyway, they've been over there, and I turned around, you know, and they're already missing me, and I haven't even gone anywhere. But I turned around, and you know, they're chewing on Claritin and all this stuff and tell me it's allergies. Well, I think I know better, and I think you all know better. So, but anyway, I'll talk a little bit about what brought me here. Good Senator Mavon spoke to it a little bit. But, you know, it's suffered a huge loss, and I won't talk too much about that because I'll get too choked up. But I wanted to honor my son, and something that was really negative to turn it into a positive. And I thought, I think I can do some positive and do some good in the legislature. And I think the good Lord pointed me here to do those things. So that's kind of my my reasons. And then my reasons for leaving. And good senator from Thornton talked about my wife, Suze. Suze, I hope you're listening. Love you. I think you are listening or watching in with the other millions of other people on the Colorado channel. But she supported me in anything I've ever done her entire life. She's my rock. And but you know, I sit here and I've thought a lot. I thought about it a lot. And I'll just tell you straight up, I'm in the fourth quarter of life. I know that. Hopefully there's some overtime. But I got some good years left, and I kept assessing, you know, I got some good years left. Do I want to spend it under this gold dome? And the answer kept coming back, no. And I missed too much. Anyone, especially the rural legislators, understand, but all legislators understand. You miss so much, you sacrifice so much with your family and your children. And, you know, my granddaughters are running in track meets, and where am I at? Right over there, you know? And so I don't want to do that anymore. And they're more important than this. And this is important. I'm not diminishing anything. I'm just saying they're more important to me. So I want to go home and do that. I had the opportunity. I think the good Lord pointed me here into the House in that vacancy. I think the good Lord pointed me to the vacancy here in the Senate. And I think the good Lord's pointing me home for the commissioner job. So that's my story. And, you know, it's been mentioned that when I come into the House that I wouldn't, I guess I'm probably not your garden variety legislator. And I know, I found it shocking too. But I'll never forget, after my first year in the legislature over there in the House, a bunch of people, and mostly from the other side of the aisle, come to me and they said, dang, Perry, you know, you showed up here, we thought, what in the heck did they send us, you know? And I said, well, what do you think now? And they said, we think the same, but we love you. So I'm like, okay, well, I think that's good, you know? And I don't know if I should say this or not, but one of my favorite moments there, my first year in the House, I was getting kind of an exit interview, and I don't remember the reporter's name, but she was a young lady, probably just out of college and maybe first reporter job, I don't remember. Some of you may have heard this story. But she's interviewing me and said, hey, you know, you're a Western Slope legislator, and you were game warden for over 40 years, and you've been in the woods your whole life, and, you know, man, just coming down here to downtown Denver and the Capitol, and it's such a change from what you're used to and what you've been doing. And she said, so being a rural legislator that's been in the woods your whole life, and then to come down to this urban environment in downtown Denver, what's been your biggest challenge? And I said, learning to pee inside. and she looked at me like I had a third eye right here and didn't quite understand rural, I don't think. And I don't know if she understood any of it, but, and my wife Sue said, my God, I hope she doesn't print that. And I said, then I got to praying about it too. I didn't want her to print that, and luckily she didn't. But, you know, and it's been said, I stick up for a Western way of life, our heritage and our time-honored traditions and our wildlife resources and our natural resources. That's what I'm here to do. And I want to represent my people that I represent, and so much of the areas like good Senator from Avon and I represent, that's what we represent. So that's been my focus, being down here in that Western heritage. I think the cowboy hat, and there's a wolf coat running around here somewhere, that plays into that as well. But anyway, it was a big change for me, but it's been an excellent change, and I've learned so much, so much. When I came here, I had 8 game wardens that worked underneath me that I supervised, and I used to tell them all the time, promote up in the agency, because you get comfortable in your home life and all those things, and you get comfortable, and it's a little scary to step outside that comfort zone. I used to tell them all the time, if you don't go, you don't grow. Well, when the vacancy came open, I had 8 of them in my office go, if you don't go, you don't grow. And I'm like, you're just doing that to get rid of me. But anyway, that was part of it. And but it's been a true honor to serve here, and it's been a true honor to serve with y'all. And I want to thank my wife for allowing me to do this, and I want to thank all of you that have been here that have helped me, and I want to thank the staff. I panic every time I come to the well, so I asked Cindy for give me the clues. What am I supposed to say? Because I don't want to goof up, and you've noticed I never have. Okay, maybe once. I thought I made a mistake once, but I was wrong. And but I have to tell you that the policy and the bills, that's all great. It is all great, but I have to say that what I'll take with me from this gold dome and from this red room and from the green room is the relationships I've built here. That's what counts, the relationships. And my legacy here is that's what I really want to leave, is that I was a good person. I worked with everyone and tried to do the right things, do all the right things for all the right reasons, despite the bill. And I just want to represent everyone in my district, and that's been always really key to me, because I think sometimes we're thinking, well, we're a Republican, we represent the Republicans in Senate District 5. Well, that's not true. We represent all the Democrats, we represent all the Republicans, we represent all the independents. We represent everyone. So, and I have to say, I've loved doing it. I've learned a lot. It doesn't define me. This job or this right here does not define me. That's a $5 name badge, right? Doesn't define me. And I've had my day in the sunshine doing other things in my other career and other life, but I tell you what defines me is I don't be known as a good husband and good father and a damn good grandpa. I really appreciate you singing happy birthday to me. And I have to say, I have to admit it, even with the good minority leader singing in there, it was even better than mine. But I know Barb and my cousin over there were definitely singing better than me. But, you know, we talked about the sacrifice, and the trouble, you know, with me is if I was just a half hour from here or something, it's one thing. But, you know, when you're several hours away and can't go do those things, that played into my decision a lot. And, you know, I come in on Fridays, Perryville Fridays. Sometimes I could get out some of my Perry's Pearls of Wisdom. Sometimes I didn't. Last week, it kind of got away from us, got so late, and I didn't give my pearl. But my pearl from last week was that, you know, common sense is like deodorant. Those that need it the most don't use it. That's a pretty good pearl. But anyway, you know, honor and honesty go together. You know, don't count the days, make the days count. I think you've all heard some of those pearls, and you know, life's 10% of what happens, and the other 90% is how we react to it. And I think that's really applicable right here. I think it's just it just really plays into this. But you know, thank you all. You're all my friends. I want to say that our caucus and our leadership, and it's just been such a pleasure to work with you all. You're all my friends. It's one of the best teams I've ever been on, and I think it's such a cohesive and loyal caucus team, which just makes me feel wonderful. So I'm going to leave you all. I've given my thanks, and I want to thank all the staff. I want to thank the sergeants. All the sergeants have been nothing but pure gold to me, and everyone in this building. So I want to leave it that way, and I mean everyone sitting on the sides, in the seats, wherever behind me. Thank you. I know I give a few nicknames around here that some people don't like, but I'll just stick with them, Queen. And but as a parting shot to all of you here is I'm not going to sing happy birthday to you, but I am going to say that Godspeed to everyone in here, and whatever journey you're on, and may the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you all. May the dear Lord bless you. Thank you.
Perry. Senator 05. Senator 05. We're already in recess. Okay. Pausing for a minute.
Senator Winter.
Mr. President, yesterday we were a little tired and cranky, and I did not get my birthday song. And so I asked Perry to give me my birthday song today.
Will
Let's
the
go.
Senate choir please assemble to wish Senator Winter a happy birthday?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Faye. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless your face. May the dear Lord bless you.
Yeah.
Boy, this coat.
I know.
Look at you. What is this?
It's Wolf.
It's wolf. It really is wolf.
Yeah, it really is.
Ooh,
Thank you.
boy.
Take a look at it, should be good.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Senate will come to order. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Yep. Will the clerk please read the title? Oh. Message from the House.
May 8, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 221 and 13. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bills 231, 111, and 84, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bills 174 and 212, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 55, 120, 223, 7, 153, 142, 160, 109, and 232. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bill 139, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bill 214, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. Page 2073, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bill 228, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bill 205, amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. Page 2076, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2024. The House has voted to adhere to its position on House Bill 1462. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted not to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1173 and requested a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representative Valdez Chairman, Kipp and Soper as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1173. The bill is transferred herewith. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1369, 1468, 1006, 1280, and 1349 as repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bills 1351, 1030, 1036, 1134, 1157, 1295, 1302, 1307, 1311, 1316, 1434, and 1448, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has adopted and returns here with Senate Joint Resolution 9. The House has adopted the first report of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348 as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2024, and has repassed the bill as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1273 as printed in House Journal, May 8, 2024, has repassed the bill as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 65 as printed on page 2125 in House Journal, May 8, 2024, and has repassed the bill as so amended. The bill is returned herewith. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser Statute. Senate Bill 233 as amended as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024, page 2076, and amended on third reading and printed in House Journal, May 8, 2024. The House voted to adhere to its position on House Bill 1219. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to recall House Bill 1173 for purposes of reconsideration and request the return of the bill.
Message from the Reviser.
May 8, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 84, 111, and 231. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 139, 174, and 212. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 205, 214, and 228. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 233. That's it. I have signing.
Sign of bills.
May 8, 2024, the President has signed Senate Bills 1437, 69, 89, 143, 169, 179, 194, 197, and 202.
Delivery to the Governor.
May 8, 2024, to the Governor for signature on Wednesday, May 8, 2024, at 2:41 p.m. Senate Bills 1437, 69, 89, 143, 169, 179, 194, 197, and 202.
Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 65. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 65 consider the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle and in connection therewith making appropriate has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. Senate Committee, Chris Hansen, Chair, Rhonda Fields, Byron Pelton. House Committee, Meg Froelich, Chair, David Ortiz, Matt Soper.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 84?
Senate Bill 84 by Senator Cutter and Representative Garcia concerning a requirement that the Attorney General coordinate with the Department of Education in an effort to prevent the proliferation of factually inaccurate data by sharing resources to encourage respectful discourse.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 84.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 84. Are there any no votes?
I did.
Just out of gut instinct. Mr. Minority Leader, Van Winkle, Pelton R., Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Baisley. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 84.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 84. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts. There's no votes on Senate Bill 84. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 84 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez. Will the clerk please add Senator Mullica to the roll? Yeah, this whole time you didn't have to be here.
I could have been home all day.
Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 111?
Senate Bill 111 by Senators Colker and Hansen and Representatives Leader and Young concerning a reduction in the valuation for assessment of qualified senior primary residence real property.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 111.
Is there any explanation?
They added a sunset, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 111. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 111.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 111. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton R, Gardner, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundeen, Will, with a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 111 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 139?
Senate Bill 139 by Senator Gonzalez and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Lindstedt concerning the creation of the 9/11 Services Enterprise and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments made to Senate Bill 139.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. In their wisdom, the House amended in an additional factor for consideration from the enterprise, and I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 139. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton R, Pelton B, with a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 139 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
So I have what they did. Oh, yeah, I'm going to just talk real briefly. We did stuff in favor of the housing and consensus and local governments.
Guys, that was just the amendment. The motion is adopted. I was asking for co-sponsors on the motion, which makes no sense. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to repass Senate Bill 139.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 139. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Lundeen, Smallwood, Bridges, Malika, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 139 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 174?
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger and Representatives Byrd and Pugliese concerning state support for sustainable, affordable housing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 174.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, we worked on a variety of amendments with different environmental advocates and housing advocates and the governor's office. We improved some of the concepts around the neighborhood centers. We also brought into alignment some of the methodologies and the criteria for the grants.
See no further discussion. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 174. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 174 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges. Gonzalez.
We got Senator Gonzalez, the good senator.
Malika. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senator Rodriguez and Representatives Tatone and Rittenell concerning consumer protections in interactions with artificial intelligence systems.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 205.
Is there any explanation?
Yes, we made some technical wording changes, added some more disclosures, put some more wording to appease some of the opposition people, clarified, did the insurance exclusion as required by the insurance companies that they asked for. I have multiple lists, but most of it was technical or wording changes that clarify definitions. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 205. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 205.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 205. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Pelton R, Roberts. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 205 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg and Representatives Brown and McCormick concerning measures to facilitate the construction of renewable energy projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 212.
Is there any explanation?
Mr. President.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you. The House made 3 changes. The first was to change the deadline from January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2024. Second was to add stakeholders for the final report from the bill. And third was to strike 6 lines of the legislative declaration. I urge support of concurrence.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 212.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption, or is the repassage of Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood,
You should have seen the ledge deck.
Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson.
I got one more.
With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 212 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 214?
The trifecta tonight. Hat trick.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Hansen and Cutter and Representatives Amable and McCormick concerning the implementation of state climate goals and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 214.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House made 4 changes. One was to make sure and clarify that the Sustainability Office created in the bill does not have any jurisdiction over higher ed. That is handled separately. Number 2, they fixed some wording on the heat pump tax credits. Number 3, they gave some flexibility on the window appliance standards, one of the tax credits covered in the bill. And finally, there'll be some interest, I think, on this one. They removed the provision in RTD around the fair market value for land around transit hubs and stations. This will enable more affordable housing near those transit stops, and I urge the adoption of those amendments.
See no further discussion. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton R, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, with a vote of 31 ayes, 4 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 214.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. Lundin. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 214 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Malika and Lundin and Representatives Degree Kennedy and Pugliese concerning mechanisms to refund excess state revenues in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the amendments, the House amendments to Senate Bill 228.
Is there any discussion? Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. It really is just a technical amendment that we had forgotten to do over here, and so it's just technical in nature.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 228. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 228.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 228. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 228 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B.
Bob.
Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 231?
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Rodriguez and Gardner and Representatives Snyder and Frizzell concerning implementing consensus recommendations of the Liquor Advisory Group convened by the Department of Revenue to conduct a comprehensive review of Colorado's liquor laws and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 231.
The motion is for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 231. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, motion is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that for the repassage of Senate Bill 231.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 231. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts.
Yeah, I'll do the repassage.
With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no,
For me. Okay. So
0 absent, 0 excused.
still
Senate
have
Bill
this for
231
next
is
week.
repassed. Co-sponsors.
Exactly.
I will not be mentioning that on screen.
Yeah, please don't. That would be good.
Per your instructions. 5's enough anyway. Don't you think?
I gotta
Yep.
proceed out of order.
Oh, what?
Oh, she's got a reconsideration?
No, we got something else.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of, do I have to lay over the ballot? I just have to do this and we'll go back into it.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the consideration of House amendments to Senate rules.
Motion is to lay over the balance of the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills to later a few moments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the balance will lay over until a few moments from now. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order to take up consideration of conference committee reports.
Motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it.
Dylan.
We will proceed out of order, even though it was actually next in order.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to proceed. 11:35.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1135.
Motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1135. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1135?
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Soper and Snyder and Senators Roberts and Will concerning offenses related to requirements for operating vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1135.
Is there any discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we made one clarification in the conference committee this morning with regards to the amendment that the good senator from Highlands Ranch put on here, second reading, to ask the TLRC to look into careless driving resulting in injury or death. The amendment we did in conference committee says they need to consult with DAs, defense attorneys, and CSP and other law enforcement when they're doing that analysis. I think it's a reasonable amendment.
Senator Will.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just add a little bit to that, that the civil claims related to traffic accidents are in there, so that's kind of critical.
See no further discussion. The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1135. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1135 is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1135.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the bill sponsors, another Roberts and Will bill. It sounds like it's their 30th bill. But with the amendment that they added on in here and the good work that was done by them in the Conference Committee report makes at least a couple parents who have lost their kids to careless driving incidents while walking to school very happy that that will be examined. So thank you very much to the bill sponsors from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
The motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1135. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1135 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Smallwood. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we lay over the balance of the calendar to proceed back into consideration of House Amendment.
The motion is to bring up consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Frizzell concerning property tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 233.
Is there an explanation?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, there were 5 important changes made in the House. I just want to make sure the Senate is aware of the House amendments on this important bill. First of all, they extended all non-res reductions from 2023 into 2024. That was a drafting error in the version that we were looking at here in the Senate, so we got that fixed. Number 2, we lowered the local residential assessment rate to 6.4 for 2025. That is the year that is the transition year to the permanent construction where we have the value exemption of 10% of the first $700,000, which starts the year after that. So this is a 1-year change to that RAR to make sure that we're continuing the relief. Number 3, the House adopted conforming amendments to make sure that the bill matched up with Senate Bill 111, which we just repassed. So that is now headed to the governor's desk. And that is the senior homestead portability. Thank goodness we finally got senior homestead portability into law. Number 4, the House did a rewrite of the 60-40 cap. That's the part that applies to the school district assessment rates, and that 60% is the amount of local share, 40% for state share, and that's part of the cap mechanism that we have on the school part of the bill. And finally, we changed in the House, they changed the ag rates down so that they matched the reductions we were making on the commercial side, and I urge adoption of the House amendments.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hansen, my ears definitely perked up when you said senior portability, because as you remember from prior discussions, that was one of the only policies my mom wanted to pass this year in this legislative session.
You're welcome, Mom.
See no further discussion. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? With a vote of...
No.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, motion is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 233 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes?
What can we make?
Short remark?
Oh.
Short remarks?
Short discussion of that motion?
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the chance to make a couple of quick summary comments. Certainly, this bill had a short amount of time through the legislature in the sense that we had 3 days to move it through the whole process. Of course, this was years in the making, this package that's come together. I wanted to highlight two important aspects of what we're asking for repassage on tonight. Thank you for accepting the House amendments. I think they made some important improvements to the bill and made sure we matched up with some other legislation, principally the senior homestead portability that is so important to so many of us in the room. I wanted to highlight two important pieces. First of all, this is significant tax relief compared to current law. This is $1.3 billion in tax relief for next year, and we make sure that we're focusing it on lower and middle income families throughout the out years of this package. The second thing that I want to highlight is not only is this significant relief, but we're doing it in a way that balances the needs of our local services and make sure that we do not return to a negative factor. I would say we have near universal agreement in this room and in the one a few yards away that we should not go back to a negative factor. It is so critical that we pass this bill to make sure that we deliver big relief for homeowners, but do not recreate the negative factor. And that, to me, is the overwhelming reason why I'm asking for a yes vote on Senate Bill 233.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comments are going to reflect pretty much what I said before, but I am going to say them again. In the special session, we made a promise. Whether you voted for it or not, the General Assembly made a promise to the people of the state of Colorado and the property owners in this state that we would find a fix to repealing Gallagher. We created a tax commission. They met for 6 months or so. We created that tax commission to come back and have recommendations and make sure that they were going out throughout the state and talking to folks. And we made a promise that we would come up with a permanent decrease, that we would not use Tabor surplus funds. Could we have gone farther? Probably, but not without seriously crippling the state's budget. Could we have gone farther? Probably. We could have, but not without being in violation of the state's Constitution. And folks, the Constitution matters. We cannot return to a budget stabilization factor. This 233 provides for the extension of the temporary reductions that we passed last year. We have to do that because, folks, this is what I think is the most important part of 233. Nothing between now and January 1 of 2025 will stop a huge tax increase next year to the property owners in this state, except, of course, if you want to come back to a special session in November. Nothing stops that huge tax increase next year except for passage of 233. That is the most important reason. Whether ballot initiatives pass or don't pass, we need Senate Bill 233 to keep our promise and to do a $1.3 billion tax relief for Coloradoans. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is for the repassage of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Just a repassage.
Senators Peltonar, Peanut Gallery. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm voting on the prevailing side. I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 174.
The motion is for reconsideration of
174.
Senate Bill 174. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and reconsideration is granted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 174 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 174 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman.
Okay.
They're a little bit sweet and tart. Jim, they're like you, a little bit sweet and tart all the time. I think maybe they just said recall it in here. They said they're gonna declare, now you're here, but just making sure.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 65?
Senate Bill 65 by Senators Hansen and Fields and Representatives Froelich and Ortiz concerning the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 65.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 65. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 65 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 65.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 65. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Pelton R., Liston. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 65 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of House adherence. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1462?
House Bill 1462 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Bridges and Zunzinger concerning a third-party evaluation of the Department of Corrections budget practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
You move it.
Senator Zunzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to recede from the Senate position on House Bill 1462, and Senator Bridges will explain why.
Senator Bridges.
Thanks. That's a great bus. Looks nice from under here. In short, there are two provisions added by the Senate that could be problematic. This is via the state auditor. One would entail an additional cost of $200,000. If we're making recommendations to the JBC, I'd advise the House either adhere to the position or that a conference committee be appointed to strike one of the problematic provisions. The second problematic provision should either be struck or the appropriation should be increased. At this point, we added an amendment here in the Senate that increased the cost and the difficulty of the study that we were asking to be done. The auditor suggested we not do that. The House adhered to their version, and we are asking to recede so that we can conduct this very, very important financial audit of the Department of Corrections to make sure that their books are in the kind of order that we need in order to do our books. Yes, proceed and concur.
Senator Gonzalez.
As the author of the amendment, I find this concern from the auditor to be a bit frustrating, I gotta admit. Particularly because that bill came out 35-0 from the Senate. That being said, what I understand to be true is that the Department of Corrections is deeply in need of an audit. The parameters established from the joint, salud, the parameters established by the Joint Budget Committee was an audit into their budget practices. What I will say is that budget practices then lead into policy decisions, and policy decisions then lead to questions from community about said policy decisions. And so what I want to name is that if there is, in fact, only space for an audit in regards to their budget practices, I think it may be deeply needed within the audit committee. So those of you who are on the audit committee, stay tuned because I'm not done. It may be also worthwhile to run an audit in regards to a number of issues of policy that are concerning to those of us in the Judiciary Committee and stakeholders across the criminal legal system. And with that, this is one of the frustrations of the pressure cooker at the end of the legislative session. Because had we had some more time, even another day, I'm confident that we could have worked this out. But given that we've got 4 hours and 20 minutes left together, it is with great disdain that I also support the the motion to recede.
The motion is to recede from the Senate's position on House Bill 1462. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate recedes from its position on House Bill 1462.
Would you like to make
Senator
the motion
Zenzinger.
that you will make from the well?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1462.
The motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1462. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1462 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219 by Representatives McCluskey and Lynch and Senators Pelton B. and Malika concerning state-funded programs for first responders through multiple employer health benefit trusts and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move that the Senate recede from its position on House Bill 1219.
The motion is to recede from the Senate's position on House Bill 1219. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted and the Senate recedes from its position on House Bill 1219. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I moved for the repassage of House Bill 1219.
The motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1219. Are there any no votes? With a vote, Senators Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's not on the calendar.
Julie, are you a no? You a no or a yes? On the bill. Please mark Senator Gonzalez as a yes vote. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1219 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of resolutions. Never mind. Message from the House.
May 8, 2024, Mr. President, the House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1173 and has passed the bill as so amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1135 is printed in House Journal May 8, 2024 and repassed the bill as amended.
Mr. Majority Leader. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 20?
Senate Joint Resolution 20 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Duran concerning the appointment of a joint committee to notify the governor that the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly is about to adjourn sine die.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SJR 20.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 20. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 20 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the current roll call be added as co-sponsor.
See no objection, the current roll call be added as co-sponsors. Senators Janal and Smallwood are excused to meet up with their counterparts in the House to notify the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn sine die. And members, Senators Janal and Smallwood, scurry down there because I think the House members are already down there. Members, you know what I'm sure all of you want to do right now? A couple more tributes.
Please, please, can we?
We have two left. They are for the one and only Cindy Markwell. And some other guy. I will say Cindy can request whatever she would like, but please feel free to be succinct for mine. Everyone is tired, I understand, so I will not take it personally if you don't say a few words.
I will say a few words.
Honestly. So, yeah, and that means you especially, Barbara Jean. No words. So, given that, we will wait for our committee to come back. And in the meantime, I would like to actually call a few folks out here. We've got the enrolling room clerks that I would like to ask to come out to the floor. John Escamilla, Shannon Lochtefeld, Mary Klinger. We've got the assignables, Mary Ann Admire, Sadia. Get over here, Sadia. Frank the Tank Lombardi, Ted Abad, Matt Flora, Ben Trujillo, Vic Pogorski, Randy Martinez, Tom Gross, and of course we have Rick Callow as the Senate Services Clerk, Eric Hubler, you've heard about him, Tammy Yancey, Jonathan Brown, Ryan Breitweiser, Esther Van Morick, and the Queen of the Senate, Cindy Markwell. Thank you all for all of your work over the last several years. Many of you have been with us for a long time. And sometimes you probably really want to leave. But we're so glad you are here. I just want everyone to understand these, especially the end of session, it is grueling, it is tough, it is exhausting. We all know that. We are at our wits' end. We snap at each other. Even Barb. But when we finally finish our debate, and it's like 1 a.m, like the other night, or it's 10 o'clock, or it's 11 o'clock, we all pack up our bags and we get the heck out of here. Most of these staffers are sticking around for 2 more hours after we have left. So when you get home, you scurry into bed, you start getting some sleep before you have to wake up to come back here. These guys are still working. So let's give them one more round of applause. And they are the unsung heroes of this chamber, of this institution. Now, to illustrate that, let's take a look at Sadia over here. Sadia the other day was on the job, and she took a little spill because she was moving fast for us, and she got injured. I think she's going to be okay. But she is so committed. She loves this institution as much as we do. She's not working today. She has a dislocated shoulder, and she got a nasty bruise on her head. And she's here with us because she didn't want to miss Sine Die. Thank you, Sadia, so much for your commitment and your service to the state of Colorado. And thank you to all of the staff for everything you do every single day for us. Thank you. All right. And feel free to stick around as we roast Cindy for a few minutes. The Senate will now stand in recess for the remaining tributes.
I've done 4 of them already. I gotta read it.
We're in recess. Go.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. You haven't been here all night. We had a cadence. Mr. President, or Mr. Hubler, will you please read the tribute for Secretary Markwell?
All right. The Colorado State Senate extends its gratitude, appreciation, and sincere admiration to Cindy L. Markwell for her decades of service to the function of the General Assembly, to the historic beauty of the state capitol, and to the general welfare of the citizens of Colorado. As Secretary of the Senate, Cindy played the vital roles of parliamentarian, caretaker of the Senate spaces, and manager of the budget, Senate staff, and chamber floor. In every role she has taken on, she not only succeeded, she excelled. No challenge has been too large for her to tackle, be it leading the Senate through a year of upheaval and pandemic, restoring the Senate chamber from subfloor to skylight, or guiding her staff through long days on the Senate floor. Cindy has performed with expertise and aplomb. Above all, Cindy has shown every day that she cares deeply about the Senate, its members, and its staff. It is difficult for us to express the depth and breadth of our gratitude to Cindy for her indefatigable effort and tremendous amount of care she has shown throughout her years of service. And so for everything she has done to assist us in our work to make our capital a more beautiful building and to help Colorado thrive both now and in the future, we say simply, thank you.
Cindy, get down there.
Loving the tunes.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Cindy Markwell. Am I okay?
Yep,
I'm good?
yeah, sorry.
I'm just trying to figure out whether it's howling or music or what's going on. Cindy, you are the connective tissue of this institution in so very many ways, and we're so very grateful that you're so good at that. And quite frankly, we've been on borrowed time with you for at least a couple of years, 1 year obviously and certainly. I'd say 3 real quick things about you. You are a total pro. When it comes to the rules, yeah, Ed DeCecco thinks he knows what he's talking about, but you are always our first arbiter as we're trying to figure out what's going on and how we're working together well or not working together well, but the rules are what hold us together, as do you, and you're a total pro on that. when it comes down to the custom and practice of the things that are the nuanced portion that goes even beyond the rules, you are the institutional memory of that. We're going to miss you desperately. And Esther, if you slide into this role, hopefully you'll pick it up as quickly as you can. Another defining characteristic, Cindy, about you that is so amazing to me is your comfort and calmness under fire. You got Finberg in this here, you got Lundin in this here, and we're both going like this, and you're calmly processing the mortal combat that is happening between the president and the minority leader at times. And I think the third reason, the third thing I want to honor you and praise you for is why all of that happens so well, as your nature is part of it, but you are a fierce advocate for this institution, specifically the Senate. And the General Assembly is critical to the state of Colorado, but the Senate is our home, it is your home, and you have been an incredible advocate for it. Not only in the beautiful restored chamber and the careful work you've done to rebuild this. I mean, this was concrete, and this was a mess just months ago, and it's the beautiful chamber that it is now, largely due in part to your efforts. I also want to call out, because I don't think everybody's completely clued in, that the annex, the Capitol Annex, that building across the street, that beautiful Art Deco building that's getting the sandblast on the face, so it's going from yellow back to white, is going to be an integral part of the Capitol, and something that I think is really important, and Cindy, you've been key to this, getting all the legislators, all 100 members of the General Assembly back in the Capitol building, and you've been a key component in making that happen. So you are a fierce advocate for the institution. You are an artful curator of the beauty, and architecture matters, and you've brought back some of the grandeur and the hopes and aspirations that can be seen and felt when you walk into a room like this with so much grace and dignity. It's an honor to work with you. I'm going to miss you so much. I say to you, enjoy your family, Godspeed, and I don't think we could have done any of the good things we've done without you, and the bad things, well, that's on us. Thank you, Cindy.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you. I think everyone here knows, do not mess with Cindy. And that is because she is fierce in her protection of this chamber. I think we all love the Senate. We all love being here. We all love the service that we give. No question for anyone in here on that count. I don't think anyone in this chamber loves the Senate as an institution as much as Cindy Markwell. And that is evidenced even in the carpet that we are standing on. Every detail in this chamber was poured over, was thought through. The reason this room is as beautiful as it is because of Cindy Markwell. And I remember when I was in YMCA Youth and Government in high school, coming into this place, and it was foam board, drop ceilings. It felt like an office building with a really large and echoey conference room. It did not feel like the seat of power for the state of Colorado. And look at it now. This is the physical manifestation of Cindy's love of the Senate. And in case even this doesn't convince you, the fact that she is here right now is a testament to her love, because she's not here for us. Sorry, Mr. President. I don't think that Cindy was like, you know what I really want to do is not retire for another year because I love working for Steve. I mean, I would stay around for sure. No, you're gone. Never mind. Yes, no one wants to work an extra year for Steve. Cindy was ready to retire next year. That's a lame duck thing. Sorry, Steve. It's how it's going to be now. Cindy was going to retire last year. I remember coming in after session and seeing her, and she broke the news to me, and I was devastated. And she skipped out on this So she didn't tell anyone, so we didn't get to do this last year. She was gone. And then we couldn't find anyone to replace her. And Cindy would be completely within her rights after decades of service to this state to say, you know what? I'm really sorry, but I'm out. I got retirement, I got family, I am not gonna stick around this place for one more year. And instead, it's not an easy job. We are not easy. And she took one more year and said, you know what? Yeah, I love this institution so much. Not the people necessarily, although I'm sure you love all of us as well. But she loves the institution of the Senate so much that she gave another year of her life. She gave up a year of her retirement so that she could see this through. I don't think anyone in here loves the Senate as much as Cindy, and we are going to miss you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Cindy, it wasn't personal.
I know what we're talking about here.
Not everybody in the room knows. Cindy was a party, just got to talk about this. Cindy was the defendant along with a previous president in Cook versus Markwell in the reading at length case because she holds the position of Secretary of the Senate. And I think what speaks so well of you, Cindy, is that through all of that, you were incredibly professional. We have developed a wonderful relationship. And the work that was done here in the renovation is so much you with the collaboration of former senators. There was a tremendous amount of work. But beyond that, the challenges that you met for this institution during the COVID crisis, I think so many people out there and even members in the chamber don't understand how much flexibility and rising to the occasion you and your staff had to do. And in this past year, we really struggled. We know you were ready to go, but you care so much about this institution and everything it represents, the things we've talked about today about the strength of this institution and what it means to those people out there on the street that don't really think about it much, what it means to our government in Colorado, what it means to the people of Colorado on a daily basis. And I personally thank you for your friendship, your commitment to the state Senate, for understanding through that wonderful challenge about what is this institution and what does it mean. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and wish you the very best. And again, thank you for your love for this Colorado State Senate. Thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Cindy. Thank you for how much you care about this institution, and thank you for your friendship. I got to know Cindy when I was still in the House. I'm really close with Robin Jones over in the House, and Cindy and Robin are best friends, and it was a really neat thing to see that friendship and to see that connection between the two of you with how long you've worked together and known each other. It became apparent how much you do care about this institution and the knowledge that you have about this institution. You know, we bonded over several things. My wife doesn't let me gamble anymore, and I get to live vicariously through you and see all of your winnings. You know, and And I'm not easily scared. But I sit back here between Senator Roberts and Senator Exum, they're always trying to talk. They're always causing a ruckus in the back. You throw a little list in, a little Kirkmeyer in there, and it becomes out of control. And I'm just direct line like eyesight with Cindy. Man, I would get some glares sometimes. And outside of my mom and my wife, I'd probably say that's the third scariest glare in my life when those would happen. But it wasn't on me. That's, Senator Exum and Senator Roberts just causing problems in the back row. Or whenever I would get in trouble with the sergeants, I'd try to push back a little bit, and they would say, Cindy says so, and then that was the law, so I stopped doing what I was doing. And so, but in all seriousness, Cindy, it's been really neat the last 2 years being able to be over here with you, knowing you kind of more on a personal level over, with Robin and whatnot, but being able to serve here in this chamber with you, as a secretary has been really neat. And so thank you for your friendship and thank you for everything.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. How fitting that we have this tribute today for this individual who is the totally in charge, supreme ruler of the Senate operations, everything that happens on the floor, including everything that you all do. She's in charge. And thank goodness you've been here to keep all these boys in line. I mean, serious. Come on now. I mean, really. And, president after president, leader after leader, you have done a remarkable job. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty tough. You did really well until this last one. You kind of slacked off. You let him come here late. I mean, I can't imagine. I just don't know why you let him do that. I mean, we know you're in charge. You should have told him to get here on time. But anyways, we're not done with you yet, just so you know. I come here and I sit and I watch and I observe my first couple of years. And have you ever watched that show Home Improvement? And the guy behind the fence where you just see his eyes? That's Cindy. She sits back here and she thinks no one's watching her, but we are. We've watching you. And she has this really beautiful smile and her eyes sparkle. And then I've gotten that glare. And it's just kind of like, you need to stop that, And I'm thinking, why doesn't she turn around and do that to Fenberg? But anyways, she's there and she's laughing. And I just want y'all to know, sometimes when you're up here and you say something that's like, it's kind of ridiculous, she's back there making faces. It is true. I've caught her several times. And she has this uncanny way of hearing every little comment you make. I sit between Smallwood, Lundin, and Liston, and Gardner. They can't hear. They can't hear anything. They are. I have to keep smacking them all. I'm like yelling at them, like, Paul, Paul. And here's Cindy. I say one of these things like, oh my God, stop your crying. And she's like, oh. She heard it, and I'm like, nobody else did but Cindy. Anyways, it's pretty remarkable what you have done for the state of Colorado. You are a very remarkable, very professional person, and I'm very thankful that I met you in the hallway a couple of different times, and we've had some wonderful conversations and some great discussions here, like when I was complaining about some of the guys in our caucus. But no, I am just so thankful that I was able to meet you and that our paths crossed and we walked down those paths together during our journey. It's been fun. You're incredibly talented. I just really appreciate anytime I needed assistance, on the floor here, you were there. And you knew exactly what to do, regardless what Bob Gardner says. But anyways, I appreciate you. I'm glad that I got to know you. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all know how capable Cindy is. She runs this place. She makes everything happen on time. She's got her scripts. She's got things highlighted. She makes, the the trains run on time in the Senate with Cindy, and everything is to perfection. But what I like, what I enjoy, and what I appreciate the most about Cindy is her kindness, her personal touches. She knows that I adore peanut butter M&Ms. I don't like the regular M&Ms. I don't like the peanut M&Ms. I don't like the pretzel M&Ms. I like the peanut butter M&Ms. And she stashes them away from me. And then when I'm digging through the basket and I've kind of got a look on my face like, things aren't going very well, she'll be like, and she pulls them out and she gives me 6 or 7 of the peanut butter M&Ms that she'd been storing for me, waiting for that moment. I have my binders. I'm very attached to my binders. I like them to be organized. I get my amendments from the clerks and I march around into the back and I 3-hole punch my paper so I can put them in my binders. And Cindy knows how attached I am to that 3-hole punch that she gave it to me as a parting gift from leaving the Senate. Why? Because she knows me. She sees me for who I am. And that's who she is that she knows what you like. She knows your quirkiness. And she has all those personal touches. One summer, when we were gone during the interim, my office had a leak. And it leaked onto all of my personal effects that were left behind. It damaged some pictures and some photo frames and my table, which we had scrounged around to find out of the back. There's a place downstairs, I don't know if you all know, that is just like covered with rejected furniture, and you can kind of like go through it and you can try and find something back there that's under a bunch of old mail slots and whatever. So we found this wonderful, beautiful round table because I was in the smallest office in the Capitol on the Senate side. And I just wanted a little place where we could congregate and have conversations. And Cindy went digging through. It was dusty and it was grimy, and she had to lift a bunch of stuff off of it, and we had to get the sergeants to move chairs out of the way, and she found me a table. And she dragged it out, and I was just going to put like a tablecloth on it or something. I wasn't going to really worry about it. And she actually had the table refinished. So that it would be nice in the office. It's those little small personal touches that she doesn't have to do that, but she does. And it's just her way of trying to make her time down here a little bit better. She replaced all of the things that have been damaged by the water, including the photo album that had my family in it. And I've had to move back and forth from the Capitol to the LSB and back and forth several times. And she always made sure that I had a parking spot that was close to the building because she knows that I'm allergic to the cold. And did just those kinds of things, We all know that she makes this place run, but she also helped me run. And I'm very grateful to that. Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I was in the House, I heard a lot about Cindy through Robin. And when I came over here, I was a little bit nervous about coming from the House to the Senate. And she helped me make that transition so much easier because I like order and I like to do things in the right manner, just like you. And she made me feel comfortable. She was my go-to for just about everything. And what I love about Cindy is she is direct. You know where you stand with her, and I love that. She wants things done well. She wants them done correctly. But most importantly, she wants things done with pride and perfection. And our Senate chamber runs really well because of Cindy Markwell. And I have gotten to know you really well this last 3 years especially. And I admire you, and it's time for you to take time for yourself and we're going to go out and have dirty martinis. Enjoy your retirement.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cindy, I'm glad that I got to know you, and I really appreciate what you did for this chamber as far as all the reconstruction and all the work you put into that. You're keeping us up to date on the progress through the books that really are historical. And I also want to say there were late nights that we had in committee, especially Health Committee, and I'd come down and Cindy would still be working. And we had some great conversations. You know, you think Cindy's just looking up that way. Well, Cindy's looking all over here. And, you know, there's another side to Cindy that I was sitting up there and probably just was watching, staring, and I get this text and it's her just waving hi. It was very nice and it was very thoughtful. And I just appreciate all that you've done and how you do provide for everyone and how thoughtful you are. And I wouldn't want to not have recognized you this evening. So thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cindy, you will be truly missed. I've enjoyed all of our conversations through the years, and you have been so gracious and done your job with such grace in all the years we've been here. I mean, it's such, think about the legacy you've left the people of the state of Colorado with remodeling this chamber back to where it was in like 1907 or something around that time. And the books she put together for us to remember that, we can show those books to our grandkids. I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversations about Las Vegas. By the way, she has a home in Las Vegas, and I plan on taking you up on dinner sometime the next time I'm out there. Yeah, I can't say enough. We've talked about your Japanese heritage and had a lot of really great conversations. So I'm only remiss that you didn't hide my favorite snack like you did for Senator Zenzinger, but anyway, thank you so much for all you've done for the people in the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear Cindy, I have not met anyone like you that has so much attention to details and someone that knows the rules. And when you know the rules, you can rule. And so whenever we are stuck down here or we're kind of unsure about the process, you're like the go-to person that we go to help us get back on track. But your attention to detail, your tenacity, and it's not just your work, it's also your teamwork. The people that support you and all of us, they are a reflection of you. And I've never seen her make one single mistake since I've been down here. You have.
Sorry.
Well, I haven't. And the reason I say that is because I see her as being perfect. And I've never seen anything that you've done that would be wrong. And when I look at this place in reference to how you restored it and how we saw the progress, because I would come in here sometimes and everything was gone. And then when we came back, everything was back in order. And when someone was talking about the attention to details, then we got a little picture book that kind of showed the progress and how it was all coming together. And then our desk had a little note in reference to who used to occupy that desk. That is attention of detail that most people don't invest in. The doorknobs that we come into, they were like, I couldn't even, they were like black and dirty. You couldn't even tell what the doorknobs are, but when we came back, they were buffed out. We could see the image that someone invested in that design. Just everything about you is excellent. That's all I can say. It's just excellent. It's just been a joy working with you and having your support and getting your advice and getting your input. But there's nothing I don't think she doesn't know. Because whenever I have a question, you always have the right answer. And so I appreciate your service and everything that you've done. I'll see you around. I'm not going to say goodbye to you either. I plan to be in Las Vegas. I'll be calling you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was December, I want to say, of 2018. And they had the new legislator orientation. Myself, then Senator Story, and Majority Leader Rodriguez were the 3 new members who had been elected directly to the Senate. There were certainly several other folks in our class who came over from the House. And not to put y'all on blast, but y'all skipped largely the new legislator orientation. And I remember coming here to the floor and having the great honor and pride of being trained on floor work by Leader Holbert and Senator Stedman. And you were there. And I remember very early on, my first year, you handed me this red folder. It must have been that first time I was chairing the Cal, when I then came down and made a big old thing about, Cal amendments, amendments to the committee of the whole report being fake news. And you just very nicely handed me this sheet that is a reminder about Senate floor decorum, quick reference. Just in case it's helpful. Okay. I have held on to this book for the entirety of my time here, and every time I learn something new from you, every time I hear something new, I write it down so that there are notes here. Because one, and I asked you this just the other day, I was like, thank you so much for all these scripts. And she was like, oh yeah, it took a year to write out every motion, every procedural option. And the rules that we operate by are just fundamentally, subtly, but fundamentally different than they are in the House. And that nuance matters, that attention matters, that respect for order and decorum matters. And in these moments when I feel, I'll speak for myself, like things are so tense and polarized, it is knowing that there is a commitment to the institution and the order and respect and reverence for that institution that keeps it going. You have been so dedicated and professional, even when we could see, bro, I can see your eyebrows from over there. I'm gonna be like, but that reverence for this institution, the fact that you framed the carpet from underneath the vault in order to remind us both of our history and also look towards the future. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much, and best wishes.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's funny because it's almost like I've done this before. In fact, yeah, Cindy has retired 8 times. She just can't leave this place. And I've thought about this, and I was like, why is that? I've thought about it. It's because, without a doubt, I think everybody would agree with this. Cindy is a crazy person. She's incredibly irrational. Who retires from the Colorado Senate, moves to Las Vegas, most days probably sitting by a pool with a martini? She's a good gambler, so she's probably making money. And then you get a call. You're like, hey, we're in a pinch. Would you like to come back to the Colorado Senate? And she does it. She's here like a week later. And I remember when I first started, of course, Cindy wasn't the secretary. I didn't really know about Cindy. And you know, it's not like when you start at legislator freshman orientation, they're like, okay, here are all the former secretaries, and this is what they did, and this is like their mark on the institution. It's not a thing that is like a course that you get the download on. And so I didn't know about Cindy all that much. And, when the Democrats got the majority and yada, 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 and President Garcia, he let the previous secretary go, and it was done. And then it was like in the press, because it turns out he didn't have the authority to do that, which was a little awkward. And it was kind of a bit of a dust-up right over that issue. It was a little interesting for a minute there. I was the brand new majority leader, had absolutely no idea what I was doing. And in my mind, I'm like, this is not a great way to start. It's kind of a bummer how this is happening. But Leroy was cool as a cucumber about the whole thing. He wasn't worried at all. It didn't faze him. And I was like, why? Like, I didn't know you were about to do this thing. Now it seems to be blowing up in the press. Like, what's your exit strategy? What are you going to do here? And he was totally cool about it. He was like, yeah, it's going to be fine. I'm like, okay. He's like, I called the previous secretary. She's coming out of retirement, and she's going to help us out for a little bit. And I was like, a little bit. And he was like, yeah, like a few months. We'll find a new secretary, but she's going to come for a few months to sort of be the bridge. And here she still is today, after trying to retire about 8 times. That's Exhibit A on how much of a crazy person Cindy Markwell is. But she is crazy in a way that this institution benefits from immensely every single day. She is one of the most inappropriate people I've ever met. And you wouldn't expect that at first. She has become somewhat of a mother figure for me. And the thing about Cindy, and I think this has come out in what everybody has said so far, is that she's also, I don't really know how to say this, she's really scary, right? We're all a little bit scared of Cindy. And then you get her talking about her grandchildren. And immediately, you see a side of Cindy that makes you just absolutely fall in love with her because of how much she loves her grandchildren. And then when I first brought my daughter here, the way she looked at my daughter, the way she picked her up, it just made me feel like Cindy is part of my family. And she thinks that way about all of us, I think. Cindy is we think about ourselves as public servants. We're not doing this for the money. We are not anything